previous campaigns and wars that Israel had with its enemies, this war is much closer to home. This is a war in which Israeli civilians were targeted in the place that is supposed to be the safest for them, in their homes, in these communities, both on the Gaza border, but also in towns like Ofakim, which is 15 to 20 kilometers away from the border. So for a very good reason, Israeli civilians are paranoid and
but just because you're paranoid, it doesn't mean that no one is chasing you, right?
Well, absolutely. And the Israeli police says they have yet to find a connection between this and terror. They're asking for the public to remain vigilant, but not to draw panic on social media. Obviously, that is pretty difficult to do when the personal security is harmed to such an extent. And another consequence of this is the fact that we're seeing so many Israeli civilians now looking to get armed, looking to defend their families in fear that these terrorists might be targeting their homes, not just on the borders, but also much deeper inside Israel, in Tel Aviv and in other cities.
Long way ahead, not just in terms of the unfolding events in the Gaza Strip. We want to head now to Jerusalem at 24 News. Political correspondent Batya Leventhal standing by there. Batya, there's a mass prayer that will soon be underway with the masses praying for the release, for the return home of hundreds of Israelis being still held captive, hostage by Hamas terrorists in the Gaza Strip.
Right, Eli, but not just for the hostages that are being held captive by Hamas in the Gaza Strip, also for the safety and security of the Israel Defense Forces. I have to say, Eli, I've been doing this for a while now, and more so than that, I used to live in Jerusalem. The scenes behind me are just depressing, to put it plain and simple. This is normally an area that is bustling all throughout the day, whether it's the morning, the afternoon, or the evening. There are thousands of people that come out to pray, and it is just desolate. It is absolutely, absolutely desolate. When we were coming in ourselves, we spoke to the security guard, and I asked him how many people he's expecting for this mass prayer, of which he said, to be honest, he's not sure, because the influx of people just in general over the last couple of days has been very small. People are nervous not only just to leave their houses in Jerusalem, despite the fact that at least the rocket fire has been, Jerusalem has been pretty spared from the majority of those targets towards the center of the country. But because of the fact as well that there's always just an uptick in violence in Jerusalem near the West Bank. It is a volatile region. We've known this for a while, and people are nervous. People are anxious. You were discussing it there in studio. And so we don't have the numbers as of just yet. We know that it is about to start in a couple of minutes. And again, we're hoping to see what we normally see, the unity of the Jewish people gathered in a circle here to do what they know best, which is to be together, whether that's praying to a higher power or just being amongst themselves for a sense of unity. That's what we are expecting a little later for both those that are captive in the Gaza Strip, but also for the safety and security of the Israel Defense Forces that have been put on both borders of the state of Israel.
And speaking of the sense of togetherness, of brotherhood, of unity, Batya Leventhal, thank you very much for this. Not just Israeli security forces are as on as it gets. Israelis themselves all across the country giving their all to help those on the front lines. And as we speak, volunteers cooking hundreds of meals every single day for soldiers and many displaced Israelis, hundreds of thousands of them. And this group, one of many, consists almost all from foreigners from all around the world, much more than just cooking meals, that's for certain. So we want to speak now to Elia Fastman, founder and operations manager of Citizens Kitchen, joining us live from Tel Aviv. Elia, thank you very much for joining us. So tell us more about your operation there. It's been hectic, but the good kind of hectic.
I don't even know if it's a good kind of hectic. It's just the kind of, inertia that all of us have, especially because so many of us are far from our original home countries, that we just feel like we have to stay busy to be able to help Israel. Israel has given us so much, and now it's time for us to give back. So we're here in Tel Aviv cooking as much as we can to help displaced families and soldiers.
Yeah, and you know, we've been talking a lot about this sense of helplessness many of us feel these days, and this anger and this sadness and this rage, and utilizing it into action is a great relief. Obviously, helping others also, you know, hits back. It is helping us too.
I think that aside from giving hot meals, and we've been able to send out 5,228 since the start of the war, we are trying to give morale. We're trying to give morale to our soldiers, both with a hot meal and with handwritten notes in every box. We're trying to give a community to Olim who do not have family here, who need a place to go. Many of us who aren't even able to experience emotion right now, we're so horrified. We've also started different services like Shabbat dinners and group therapy for people who need a place to be. So we're trying to be much more than a hot meal, but of course, comfort first and foremost comes from food, as we are born out of a cooking studio.
And perhaps this is the epitome of Israeliness, if you will, this sense of recruitment whenever there is need. We're all in it together, and this is unique in that sense, in the group that you're leading, because it consists of mostly foreigners, that if they needed any kosher stamp for their Israeliness, there you go.
Yeah, absolutely. Really, the day after the war started, I realized that I have the privilege of understanding Hebrew. I was in the army, but many of my community members don't. So I started a WhatsApp group, and within a few hours, we have hundreds of people. And the next morning, we had meal operations already happening. I wasn't sure if it was for me, whether it was my own therapy, virtue signaling, just to be able to do something, but it's manifested to be something much greater than I could have imagined.
Yeah, and this is, you know, a classic Jewish, Yiddish mama, Jewish mother recipe for strength, for, you know, getting better, good food. So keep spreading the love.
I have been bringing my 2 children to the studio also.
Yeah. So this is how we spread love. This is how we stay resilient through our stomach, through our kishke. Thank you very much, Elia Fastman, for what you're doing
so
and for this conversation. Thank you. Back here in studio with Colonel Grisha Yakubovich and our very own Guy Israel. Colonel Yakubovich, before we conclude what is currently unfolding on the northern front, which is an alarming development, I do want us to talk about what's happening down south. The forces are still readying for the ground operation. We still don't know when will the order be given, but what are they doing now? What does it mean to prepare for a ground operation?
Ellie, first of all, many things are happening at the same time. Okay, so a ground operation, I believe that it's not necessarily what we used to see in the past. You know, the big D9s moving in, tanks behind it, and soldiers behind them, and attacking. Okay, there are other ways to do it.
Especially when we're talking about an underground infrastructure there, so the visibility of such an operation might be different.
There's underground, on the ground, in the air, sea, other abilities, other technologies. Okay, Israel has prepared itself for a multi-arena war for the last almost 10 years. Yes, Israel failed, the IDF failed, the intelligence failed at October 7th, but from that failure, I believe that the response will be different. Now, too many things are happening at the same time. There's a meeting between Assisi and Abdullah today. We need to see what will happen there. There are the people who were kidnapped in Gaza. We need to see what will be their destiny, or what will happen to them. There is this tense in the north. From what I understand, the rockets were launched from Tzor.
Over 30 rockets.
27 rockets from Tzor. Okay, it's a big city deeper in Lebanon. Israel sent a message to Lebanon that a war with Hezbollah, it means a destruction in Lebanon.
Colonel Yakubovich, may I be blunt here? It doesn't seem that this message is being heard properly on Hezbollah's side.
So probably they will have to pay a terrible price because of that. They need to understand that Hezbollah brought poverty into Lebanon. Hezbollah are the ones who are responsible to the crisis in Lebanon, and Hezbollah will be blamed, like after 2006, as the one who, because of them, I don't know, Lebanon will not be a country anymore, like Iraq, for example. Okay, that is already 3 countries. In the south, the IDF is preparing we are preparing the soldiers. It will take time. Okay, and it's not a 5-star war.
Yeah.
It will be according to the IDF conditions and not Hamas conditions.
Yeah.
They slaughtered 1,400 Israelis.
All right.
Okay, we will deal with them step by step.
On that note, Colonel Grisha Yakubovich, Israel, thank you very much for this. Before we wrap up this broadcast, heading up to the north, once again, I-24 News correspondent Hamda Salhout. Hamda, heavy barrages of rockets. Not a good sign.
Right, we're talking about 30 rockets that have been launched from Lebanese territory. The Lebanese prime minister now saying that he's considering an emergency plan facing the possibility of war, heading towards dividing Lebanon into 3 relief zones, a red area near the border for shelters, and 2 separate areas, one near the mountains and one near Beirut. Remember, the United States and Saudi Arabia issuing evacuation warnings for their citizens to leave Lebanon immediately. Lebanon's official air carrier even moving some of their planes to Turkey in case this will break out into an all-out war. This is the most activity we've seen on the Lebanese border, an indication that the conflict is heating up.
I-24 News, Hamda Salhout up north. Thank you very much for this. Alarming developments on all fronts. This is it from us, but at the top of the hour, we continue our rolling coverage. Day 13 of the war here in Israel. Thanks for watching.
Israel is at war. Make an investment in Israel bonds. It is the most powerful and direct way to stand with Israel. Visit israelbonds.com and invest now.
Over 1,300 people murdered and more than 3,000 injured, and the war with Hamas continues. We bring you first-hand testimonies from the front lines, from those who survived, and all the records of the atrocities by Hamas. Follow us as Israel fights terror from the south and north. Get the inside scoop on what's going on. Only on I-24 News.
Encuesta News 24.
Claro que sí, Carlos. Quisiéramos saber desde dónde nos están viendo.
Todo lo que deben hacer es preparar el teléfono, apuntar el lector de QR. Exacto. Y allí se abre un breve cuestionario muy fácil de completar.
Otra opción es ingresar en el link que aparece en la pantalla.
Esperamos vuestras respuestas.
צריך לפטר את ביבי והוא
לא, יש שם. נופרים.
Hello and welcome to the special broadcast here on I-24 News. We continue our rolling coverage on day 13 of Israel's war against Hamas. And as a ground operation in the Gaza Strip seems not to be an if, but a pending when. It is the northern border that is flaring up these hours. Several heavy barrages of rockets being launched from southern Lebanon, sending tens of thousands of northern residents to shelter. Hezbollah not resting whatsoever. Renewed Hamas rocket fire from the south as well. For the first time since the beginning of the war, Israeli Defense Minister Yoav Gallant taking responsibility for the failures that led to October 7, but also vowing it is my responsibility to bring about a clear-cut victory. Meanwhile, the diplomatic train of support continues after the German Chancellor, the American President, now the UK Prime Minister Rishi Sunak is visiting Israel, telling Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, a friend in need, a friend indeed. We're by your side and we will stay right there.
Hamas are the new Nazis, they're the new ISIS, and we have to fight them together, just as the world, the civilized world, united to fight the Nazis and united to fight Hamas. It must together now stand with Israel as we fight and defeat Hamas. This is not merely our battle, it's the battle of the entire civilized world.
And I want to share the deep condolences of the British people and stress that we absolutely support Israel's right to defend itself in line with international law, to go after Hamas, to take back hostages, deter further incursions, and to strengthen your security for the long term. Now, I know that you are taking every precaution to avoid harming civilians, in direct contrast to the terrorists of Hamas, which seek to put civilians in harm's way. You describe this as Israel's darkest hour. Well, then it's for me to say I'm proud to stand here with you in Israel's darkest hour. As your friend, we will stand with you in solidarity, we will stand with your people, and we also want you to win.
Thank you.
We begin the broadcast by heading down south. I-24 News correspondent Robert Swift standing by there. Robert, as we speak, fresh barrage of rockets, plural, of course, from the Gaza Strip towards Israeli southern cities.
That's correct. We've just heard around 6 interceptions of rockets fired from Gaza. These were directed northwards, with the city of Ashkelon just to the north of Gaza targeted. Also, around 30 minutes ago, there was a barrage that was in the direction of the southern Israeli city of Beersheba, and the sound of various combat sounds continue around us. There's the sound of jets overhead, and intermittently we are hearing Israeli artillery likely targeting positions inside the Gaza Strip. As well as that, just to stress the fact that this is also an area which is very much in preparation for more war to come. Around about an hour ago, we started hearing a large amount of small arms fire, and there was a little bit of, let's not say panic, but there was interest at what was going on here when it was realized that this is likely the Israeli army training. They've just deployed a large number of reserve forces, and many of these are soldiers that need to get trained up quickly. And so that was the sound of a firing range and the troops there training, most likely.
So, Robert, talk to us a bit more about the preparations that we're seeing on behalf of Israeli forces, all mobilized, ready to act, not if, but rather when the order will be given down south. And meanwhile, the preparation of the Air Force ahead of a ground operation continue as well, not just terror infrastructure, but our terrorists that are being eliminated.
That's right. And in these days, as the Israeli ground forces get prepared for the time where they go in, if that is what they do, the Air Force is working concurrently, striking targets inside Gaza, doing as much damage as it can to essentially to reduce the capabilities of Hamas. They'll be targeting rocket launching sites, targeting anti-tank teams, and any other observation posts or defensive positions that they can see along the border between between Gaza and Israel proper. Now, this preparation, these strikes will go on until the Israeli military considers itself ready to go in. They could go on for a long time, for days or even weeks, until the Israeli military considers that it has done sufficient damage to Hamas that they're in a position to then begin ground operations.
And Robert, briefly before we let you go, the IDF spokesperson earlier today in his morning briefing updating that a Hamas terrorist was captured in Israeli territory trying to make his way back to the Gaza Strip, and that means that the land down south, Israeli territory, is not yet liberated, not yet clear or neutralized of terror threats there, practically still a war zone.
That's correct. I mean, the majority, the vast majority of the combatants that crossed into Israel, they have been captured or killed by the Israeli military. But they cannot rule out the possibility that there are one or two sleeper agents that have remained, and that's what happened in this instance.
I-24 News correspondent Robert Swift, thank you very much for this. Much more from Robert and the I-24 News team later on in the day, of course. And moving from south to north, I-24 News correspondent Hamda Salhout standing by there. Hamda, in the span of several minutes, we're talking about 20 launches of missiles from South Lebanon towards Israel, an escalation, a very evident one.
Right, Ellie. So just in the last few minutes, 24 different alerts for northern communities here along the Lebanese border. The Israeli military said it was retaliating by using artillery shells on Lebanese positions inside of Lebanon on the other side of the border. Now, there are helicopters flying overhead. This is the most activity that's been happening in terms of the crossfire along the border since the war began. Now, we also saw several interceptions, a lot of booms in the distance, a lot of different activities. We're going to maybe pan to show you some of the activities here. You can see these Apache helicopters. These are attack helicopters that can launch missiles onto different positions from an aerial view, and they are flying here constantly overhead along Lebanese territory and back here. So the Israeli military on high alert as this conflict now on the northern border seems to be escalating.
And Hamda, many of the northern communities in the immediate proximity to the border with Lebanon have either been evacuated by state order, and many others have, engaged in self-evacuation. What is the situation there in terms of the presence of Israeli civilians in this buffer zone, so to speak?
Right. So the Israeli military has issued evacuation orders for communities within 5 kilometers of the Lebanese border for their safety out of fears out of this conflict intensifying. The Israelis are prepared, deploying several reinforcements and all other types of military equipment to reinforce this front that could prove to be a new part of the war.
I-24 News correspondent Hamda Salhout up on the northern border between Israel and Lebanon. Thank you very much for this, Hamda. And just this afternoon, Israeli Defense Minister Yoav Gallant, for the first time since the beginning of the war, claiming responsibility for the failures that led to October 7th, but also taking responsibility of what we are about to see next, vowing complete, clear-cut victory for Israel. Let's take a listen.
I am in charge of the security establishment. I am responsible for it in the past 2 weeks, even in the difficult events. I am responsible to bring it to victory in the battle. We will be precise, deadly and sharp, and will continue until we complete our mission.
Joining now us here in studio, Colonel in the Reserves, Mr. Grisha Yakubovich, former head of the Civilian Department of Kogat, and our very own I-24 News senior correspondent, Guy Israel. Thank you, gentlemen, very much for joining us. Let's begin up north, because this is definitely an alarming development. Colonel Yakubovich, what is the difference between poking, provoking, and more than that?
There's no difference. It's some sort of a game, if I may say so. Hezbollah are obligated to support their allies in Gaza, Hamas. Although it's weird because it's Shia and Sunni that slaughter each other in Syria, but this is, we all know that Iran is behind it. Let's not forget, until today, 13 Hezbollah terrorists were killed by the IDF during the last few days. There was a funeral, to bury them all, and immediately after the funeral, they launched anti-tank missiles. I'm not sure about the rockets. I think this is the line that distinguish between Hezbollah activity and Hamas or PIJ, Palestinian Islamic Jihad activity in Lebanon. So from what I understand, the Hezbollah response to the funeral was anti-tank missiles to bases, and Hamas and PIJ, the rockets into Manara or somewhere else that were intercepted in the air.
And yet in this volatile climate, tit for tat, for tit for tat, this ping pong, what would be considered more than just this, so to speak, game, you're saying?
If I'll take myself into the shoes of the decision makers, I'm sure that on the table there's a huge pressure to respond in Lebanon. And not to wait to the escalation to reach to a certain, let's say, event that will be a good reason to stop. I believe that this is actually this is the problem. Hamas are teasing the IDF, launching here, launching there. They are targeting only the bases, and Israel is waiting for the event that will actually be a good reason to start clean Hezbollah from the border.
But this policy of containment, so to speak, that was very evident both on the northern front and on the southern front. In the north, with this notorious tents, two of them, and then one tent that has been there for months. We've been talking about it. What does it mean that Israel is not reacting, or yes, reacting? And in the south, southern residents alerting day in, day out that there's something boiling over the other side. So this policy of containment, didn't it collapse to an extent alongside the collapse of the conception?
Absolutely did. It has been proven that when murderous Islamist radical terror groups, with a Nazi ideology, as we saw by Hamas, have both the will and the means to slaughter Jews, they will do so at the time that's right for them. And we saw that at Israel's toughest hour, as Netanyahu put it, on Saturday. I can just also remind our viewers, because we're seeing this retaliation from Hezbollah over the past several days, at least 6 Israelis killed so far in those skirmishes, in those rockets and anti-tank missiles fired, that back in 2006, the Second Lebanon Wars, it is known here, was started with the killing of several IDF soldiers and the kidnapping of just 2. We're seeing much more serious incidents over this past week, and Israel is waiting. Israel is waiting because it fears war on 2 fronts. For now, it seems like it is engaged or preparing for that wide escalation against Hamas in Gaza. Still waiting to see what happens with Lebanon. Reports that Israel promised, or at least the U.S. asked Israel not to start a preemptive strike against Hezbollah in Lebanon, but waiting too long may also be a mistake. All the defense concepts of Israel are being re-examined, and I certainly hope that after the colossal failure of the intelligence 13 days ago, people are thinking about the alternatives, about what's happening, and I sincerely hope that the defense establishment, particularly that of the intelligence, is weighing all the risks that are involved now.
And Gazriel, speaking of the intelligence failure and the lack of readiness or alertness, before we go down south again to discuss what is to be expected there, in central Israel, in the past 24 hours or so, an alarming trend of Israelis, many of them, again, in central cities at the very center, the heart of the country, flooding both social media and police with videos documenting people taking pictures and videos of buildings, of entrances, of houses. Police is saying it might be something that is orchestrated by foreign forces. But before I ask you to clarify what is this phenomenon, it is clear that this is the epitome of terror.
Absolutely so.
Terrorizing society, civilians.
Absolutely so. And it touches on the point that we spoke about just a little earlier, about the fact that this war, unlike all previous campaigns and wars that Israel had with its enemies, this war is much closer to home. This is a war in which Israeli civilians were targeted in the place that is supposed to be the safest for them, in their homes, in these communities, both on the Gaza border, but also in towns like Ofakim, which is 15 to 20 kilometers away from the border. So for a very good reason, Israeli civilians are paranoid and
but just because you're paranoid, it doesn't mean that no one is chasing you, right?
Well, absolutely. And the Israeli police says they have yet to find a connection between this and terror. They're asking for the public to remain vigilant, but not to draw panic on social media. Obviously, that is pretty difficult to do when the personal security is harmed to such an extent. And another consequence of this is the fact that we're seeing so many Israeli civilians now looking to get armed, looking to defend their families in fear that these terrorists might be targeting their homes, not just on the borders, but also much deeper inside Israel, in Tel Aviv and in other cities.
Long way ahead, not just in terms of the unfolding events in the Gaza Strip. We want to head now to Jerusalem at 24 News. Political correspondent Batya Leventhal standing by there. Batya, there's a mass prayer that will soon be underway with the masses praying for the release, for the return home of hundreds of Israelis being still held captive, hostage by Hamas terrorists in the Gaza Strip.
Right, Eli, but not just for the hostages that are being held captive by Hamas in the Gaza Strip, also for the safety and security of the Israel Defense Forces. I have to say, Eli, I've been doing this for a while now, and more so than that, I used to live in Jerusalem. The scenes behind me are just depressing, to put it plain and simple. This is normally an area that is bustling all throughout the day, whether it's the morning, the afternoon, or the evening. There are thousands of people that come out to pray, and it is just desolate. It is absolutely, absolutely desolate. When we were coming in ourselves, we spoke to the security guard, and I asked him how many people he's expecting for this mass prayer, of which he said, to be honest, he's not sure, because the influx of people just in general over the last couple of days has been very small. People are nervous not only just to leave their houses in Jerusalem, despite the fact that at least the rocket fire has been, Jerusalem has been pretty spared from the majority of those targets towards the center of the country. But because of the fact as well that there's always just an uptick in violence in Jerusalem near the West Bank. It is a volatile region. We've known this for a while, and people are nervous. People are anxious. You were discussing it there in studio. And so we don't have the numbers as of just yet. We know that it is about to start in a couple of minutes. And again, we're hoping to see what we normally see, the unity of the Jewish people gathered in a circle here to do what they know best, which is to be together, whether that's praying to a higher power or just being amongst themselves for a sense of unity. That's what we are expecting a little later for both those that are captive in the Gaza Strip, but also for the safety and security of the Israel Defense Forces that have been put on both borders of the state of Israel.
And speaking of the sense of togetherness, of brotherhood, of unity, Batya Leventhal, thank you very much for this. Not just Israeli security forces are as on as it gets. Israelis themselves all across the country giving their all to help those on the front lines. And as we speak, volunteers cooking hundreds of meals every single day for soldiers and many displaced Israelis, hundreds of thousands of them. And this group, one of many, consists almost all from foreigners from all around the world, much more than just cooking meals, that's for certain. So we want to speak now to Elia Fastman, founder and operations manager of Citizens Kitchen, joining us live from Tel Aviv. Elia, thank you very much for joining us. So tell us more about your operation there. It's been hectic, but the good kind of hectic.
I don't even know if it's a good kind of hectic. It's just the kind of, inertia that all of us have, especially because so many of us are far from our original home countries, that we just feel like we have to stay busy to be able to help Israel. Israel has given us so much, and now it's time for us to give back. So we're here in Tel Aviv cooking as much as we can to help displaced families and soldiers.
Yeah, and we've been talking a lot about this sense of helplessness many of us feel these days, and this anger and this sadness and this rage, and utilizing it into action is a great relief. Obviously, helping others also, hits back. It is helping us too.
I think that aside from giving hot meals, and we've been able to send out 5,228 since the start of the war, we are trying to give morale. We're trying to give morale to our soldiers, both with a hot meal and with handwritten notes in every box. We're trying to give a community to Olim who do not have family here, who need a place to go. Many of us who aren't even able to experience emotion right now, we're so horrified. We've also started different services like Shabbat dinners and group therapy for people who need a place to be. So we're trying to be much more than a hot meal, but of course, comfort first and foremost comes from food, as we are born out of a cooking studio.
And perhaps this is the epitome of Israeliness, if you will, this sense of recruitment whenever there is need. We're all in it together, and this is unique in that sense, in the group that you're leading, because it consists of mostly foreigners, that if they needed any kosher stamp for their Israeliness, there you go.
Yeah, absolutely. Really, the day after the war started, I realized that I have the privilege of understanding Hebrew. I was in the army, but many of my community members don't. So I started a WhatsApp group, and within a few hours, we have hundreds of people. And the next morning, we had meal operations already happening. I wasn't sure if it was for me, whether it was my own therapy, virtue signaling, just to be able to do something, but it's manifested to be something much greater than I could have imagined.
Yeah, and this is, a classic Jewish, Yiddish mama, Jewish mother recipe for strength, for, getting better, good food. So keep spreading the love.
I have been bringing my 2 children to the studio also.
Yeah. So this is how we spread love. This is how we stay resilient through our stomach, through our kishke. Thank you very much, Elia Fastman, for what you're doing.
Thank you so much for having me.
For this conversation. Thank you. Back here in studio with Colonel Grisha Yakubovich and our very own Guy Israel. Colonel Yakubovich, before we conclude what is currently unfolding on the northern front, which is an alarming development, I do want us to talk about what's happening down south. The forces are still readying for the ground operation. We still don't know when will the order be given, but what are they doing now? What does it mean to prepare for a ground operation?
Ellie, first of all, many things are happening at the same time. Okay, so a ground operation, I believe that it's not necessarily what we used to see in the past. The big D9s moving in, tanks behind it, and soldiers behind them, and attacking. Okay, there are other ways to do it.
Especially when we're talking about an underground infrastructure there, so the visibility of such an operation might be different.
There's underground, on the ground, in the air, sea, other abilities, other technologies. Okay, Israel has prepared itself for a multi-arena war for the last almost 10 years. Yes, Israel failed, the IDF failed, the intelligence failed at October 7th, but from that failure, I believe that the response will be different. Now, too many things are happening at the same time. There's a meeting between Assisi and Abdullah today. We need to see what will happen there. There are the people who were kidnapped in Gaza. We need to see what will be their destiny, or what will happen to them. There is this tense in the north. From what I understand, the rockets were launched from Tzor.
Over 30 rockets.
27 rockets from Tzor. Okay, it's a big city deeper in Lebanon. Israel sent a message to Lebanon that a war with Hezbollah, it means a destruction in Lebanon.
Colonel Yakubovich, may I be blunt here? It doesn't seem that this message is being heard properly on Hezbollah's side?
So probably they will have to pay a terrible price because of that. They need to understand that Hezbollah brought poverty into Lebanon. Hezbollah are the ones who are responsible to the crisis in Lebanon, and Hezbollah will be blamed like after 2006 as the one who, because of them, I don't know, Lebanon will not be a country anymore, like Iraq, for example. Okay, that is already 3 countries. In the south, the IDF is preparing we are preparing the soldiers. It will take time. Okay, and it's not a 5-star war. It will be according to the IDF conditions and not Hamas conditions. They slaughtered 1,400 Israelis. Okay, we will deal with them step by step.
On that note, Colonel Grisha Yakubovic, Israel, thank you very much for this. Before we wrap up this broadcast, heading up to the north once again, I-24 News correspondent Hamda Salhout. Hamda, heavy barrages of rockets. Not a good sign.
Right, we're talking about 30 rockets that have been launched from Lebanese territory. The Lebanese prime minister now saying that he's considering an emergency plan facing the possibility of war, heading towards dividing Lebanon into 3 relief zones, a red area near the border for shelters, and 2 separate areas, one near the mountains and one near Beirut. Remember, the United States and Saudi Arabia issuing evacuation warnings for their citizens to leave Lebanon immediately. Lebanon's official air carrier even moving some of their planes to Turkey in case this will break out into an all-out war. This is the most activity we've seen on the Lebanese border, an indication that the conflict is heating up.
I-24 News, Hamda Salhout up north. Thank you very much for this. Alarming developments on all fronts. This is it from us, but at the top of the hour, we continue our rolling coverage. Day 13 of the war here in Israel. Thanks for watching.
Israel is officially in a state of war.
This is a very active scene, and we need to get in the car as we're talking.
More than 100 soldiers and civilians have been kidnapped.
Help us, we don't know what to do. We just don't know anything.
Entire families, including babies and children and elderly, were butchered in their beds.
Awaken the giant, and we are ready and we are strong.
Everyone is showing up. This is the unity.
צריך לפטר את ביבי ולא
לא, יש שם. נופרי.
This particular project, with a gross capacity of 103.5 megawatt, will be producing around 230 gigawatt hour of clean renewable energy per year.
Salido aquí donde nos ven para clamar por la lluvia. Si en verdad en estos momentos el calentamiento global está afectando a Bolivia, y no solo a Bolivia, sino a todo el mundo entero. Y nosotros necesitamos lluvia para los sembradíos.
The Quito Reserve, we have the right ingredients and we have to do the job. And that if we have the right ingredients and we do the job, that the vaquita can be protected.
thanks for joining us. You're watching I24 News. We're coming to you live from Tel Aviv on this day 13 of Israel's war with Hamas. The British Prime Minister Rishi Sunak is here in Israel and says Britain stands with the country in its darkest hour. At least 1,400 people were murdered by Hamas terrorists on October 7th. And in the last hour, police say that the bodies of 742 civilians have now been identified as work continues. The IDF has confirmed that 204 hostages are being held in Gaza. Meanwhile, the IAF continues to pound the Gaza Strip. It's confirmed the deaths of 3 more senior Hamas commanders. A ground offensive, though, yet to materialise. Egypt and Israel have agreed that the Rafah crossing with Egypt will be opened to let in limited humanitarian aid. Meanwhile, a barrage of rockets simultaneously from the north and the south fired at central, northern and southern Israel. Hamas has just claimed responsibility for rocket fire from Lebanon. 2 people were moderately wounded in the town of Kiryat Shmona in the north when a 9-story building got a direct hit from one of those missiles. Well, we'll be going to North Lebanon later in the programme, but now let's go to the border with Gaza. Our correspondent Robert Swift is there. Rob. Hi there, Rob. Still no sign of a ground offensive, and the rockets continue to be fired from Gaza.
Yeah, for now it's the waiting game. The rockets do continue. It's been relatively quiet here for the last hour, but, you know, that's very much a relative term. So there was a barrage of rockets about half an hour ago towards communities in the Negev around the city of Beersheba, but there is still plenty of activity here. We've just heard Israeli jets overhead, and now that it is a little bit quiet here, we took a minute to have to look around the city a bit further, and it's noticeable how empty the streets are. There's 1 or 2 people here, and you know, the vast majority of people that you see here are either security forces or other journalists.
And Rob, how is the operation going so far? 3 more senior Hamas commanders confirmed killed today.
Yes, so for now, the Israeli military seems happy to, you know, sit at distance and drop ordnance from the air. If they are happy with the numbers of casualties that they're inflicting on Hamas, on the capabilities that they're degrading from Hamas's arsenal, you know, in some ways they have time on their side. It's unclear if and when the ground offensive will begin, but you can be sure that the Israeli military will want to do as much damage from the air before it goes in as possible.
And the other development in Gaza, Rob, is of course that Egypt and Israel have agreed that the Rafah crossing will be temporarily opened to let in humanitarian aid.
That's correct. The Israeli military obviously has instructed civilians to move towards the south, and just earlier today it was announced that 20 lorries would begin being able to move through the Rafah crossing into Gaza to deal with the humanitarian crisis which is unfolding there. But it's worth bearing in mind that before this conflict even began, Gaza was heavily dependent on humanitarian aid, and there was around 100 lorries would routinely go in on a daily basis to the Gaza Strip. So the fact that now, in a time of heightened humanitarian crisis, there's only 20 going in, that shows you how serious the situation is there. But for the population of Gaza that are down there in the southern end of the Gaza Strip, this will be, you know, aid that is very much appreciated.
And there is a concern, isn't there, Rob, that the aid will not go to civilians and it will, in fact, end up in the hands of Hamas terrorists. Is there any way for the world to stop that happening?
There absolutely is. There absolutely is that concern, I should say. Israel has said that if it sees that this aid is going to Hamas, that it may remove its consent from the aid going into the Gaza Strip. Hamas themselves are essentially the rulers, the government of the Gaza Strip, so it's extremely difficult for outside forces, be they Western governments or Israel itself or the Egyptian government, to insist that aid goes to purely civilian measures. They will do their best to monitor that, but there is limited that they can do.
Yeah, a very unique situation. Rob, thank you. Robert Swift there. Well, with me in the studio, Lieutenant Colonel Doron Avital is former commander of the Special Forces for the IDF. Doron, welcome. Just to recap then what we've been looking at in the last hour or so, a huge barrage of rockets fired from Hamas in Gaza and Hamas in the north. Your reaction?
I think the situation is still in some kind of a standstill, though we're still pounding the Gaza targets, very carefully chosen targets, and with some successes of targeting a few leaders of Hamas in the high command. I think we had this week of we had all the support that can be shown from foreign leaders was expressed, but right now we're all waiting for the next stage of the
right.
Of the
and why do you think there is that delay? Of course, we had President Biden here yesterday. The British Prime Minister is here today. Do you think that might have something to do with it, or are there other considerations?
I think to be in sync with the Americans was very important. In fact, we saw President Biden actually sitting with the War Cabinet of Israel. This is unprecedented, and to see him actually saying that this is a very complicated field to navigate, so the Israeli IDF has to navigate within some boundaries. I think the boundaries are, I don't think we want to take Gaza Strip. I think some limited.
When you say we don't want to take it, you mean that Israel doesn't want to go in and
conquer Gaza Strip as a whole. And I think even Biden was outlining that this shouldn't be the objective of any military incursion, but military incursion that dismantle the military infrastructure. Some kind of incursion like this is expected, and of course, when you plan things in the army, you have to plan ahead. You have to see that you have all the resources in place. The plans are, the forces are trained well. So I think right now the time is in our hands, but in a certain moment we'll have to act.
What about the military aid? We saw images earlier
the military aid.
The military aid that's coming from the United States. We saw armored cars being delivered to Ben Gurion today.
It's crucial, of course, the interceptors, the Iron Dome interceptors and other faculty, but I think the Israeli IDF right now is well, in terms of equipment, though there was some outcry in the beginning, I feel...
They're restocking everything.
I feel, the army is ready. And the point is more the planning, the training, the forces, to see that everything is sync. And I think it was important to be in sync with the U.S., with the military echelon and the political echelon of the U.S. And I think this was done this week.
So what about the humanitarian aid then, going into
essential.
Gaza?
I was never in the opinion, as some generals were thinking, that we can just put these 2 million people under siege and not let humanitarian aid introduced. I think also our American allies were very adamant about it. So it's clear that it has to be done. It's done. We have to monitor it. Of course, we have to make sure it doesn't come to the wrong hands. But this is part of the game we play in Gaza. It was an ongoing game.
Could Hamas play it to its advantage?
I'm not sure it's to his advantage. I mean, it's a necessary thing.
Just to be clear, there is no fuel going in, I understand. It will just be food and water, essential supplies, and medicine, of course.
Yeah, the essential things for the civilians. I mean, we don't want to create a humanitarian crisis. It wouldn't work in our advantage. In the end, it would limit our ability to operate or to
And of course,
attack.
a lot of innocent people caught up in this. So Israel is taking every precaution to make sure that
Of course, and I think it was, for me, it was clear from the beginning. There were a few people that didn't get it right. I mean, in the heat of the shock from the effects, people were reacting, but this is part of the way we play this terrible, terrible game of war in Gaza.
Okay. Well, as we've been reporting, the British Prime Minister Rishi Sunak in Jerusalem today. His visit a day after the US President Joe Biden jetted in, two unprecedented meetings with world leaders jetting into Israel in the middle of war. And Rishi Sunak meeting today with both Prime Minister Netanyahu and Israel's President Isaac Herzog. Our senior diplomatic correspondent Owen Alterman explains why this war is so important to European countries.
The Hebrew expression is rakevet avirit, air train, as another foreign leader lands in Tel Aviv Thursday. Rishi Sunak, British Prime Minister, here stepping off a military cargo plane. Another visit from a strong Western ally to show support in Israel's trying hour.
Above all, I'm here to express my solidarity with the Israeli people. you have suffered an unspeakable, horrific act of terrorism, and I want you to know that the United Kingdom and I stand with you.
Sunak will stay the night for a 2-day visit, demonstrating not only a partnership with Israel and a desire to stop the war's expansion, but also a Britain taking its traditional geopolitical place beside the United States. Sunak, of course, is only the latest. Even before U.S. President Joe Biden, German Chancellor Olaf Scholz came to show his support. For post-Holocaust Germany, the relationship with Israel has added emotional meaning.
We feel the terrible grief of all Israelis whose parents, siblings and children were killed in this barbaric attack. We share the unbearable worry of all those whose family members were taken from their everyday lives and brutally abducted.
France has indicated that President Emmanuel Macron will also soon come to Israel, rounding out visits from Europe's 3 most powerful countries. As a group, Europe's powers have reason to get engaged. For them, this is a fight in a global frame, mobilizing in defense of a Western ally, to proclaim solidarity that echoes all the way to the front lines of eastern Ukraine, to show Russia that the West stands united globally for the security of Israel and of Europe itself.
So, Doron, a number of European leaders, diplomats, we had the head of the EU, Ursula von der Leyen, the German foreign minister, all kinds of leaders really making it clear that they want to stand with Israel, coming here physically to support Israel. This is unprecedented, isn't it? Israel has never before had this kind of international support when it comes to fighting Hamas.
Yeah, I think we found out, and it's also a good wake-up call for the Israelis, that we have an alliance, that we are part of an alliance, which is the European alliance, NATO, and the US, of course, as our best strategic friend. And they came to our aid in show of support, but also, I think, in limiting the game, or the war game, if we can call a war game. And I think all of them indicated that ground incursion, dismantling military infrastructure of Hamas is necessary. I didn't hear any voice of...
because there was some pressure early on that it wasn't necessarily desirable that Israel should go into Gaza.
No, there's always a caution, and of course it's part also of our consideration not to cause damage to civilians. There was this event in the hospital that was associated, there was an attempt to attribute it to Israel, and I think Israel and the IDF behaved very responsibly, even waited a little bit to make sure that fact-wise...
They managed to get the facts
exactly.
out quickly.
It should be clear. And it took some time, but it was necessary to get the facts right and to know that it's not us. And I think there's a support for a military operation with targets that are carefully chosen, trying to dismantle the military infrastructure of Hamas. In the bigger picture, I don't think anybody wants to see Israel taking the Gaza Strip right now, and I don't think we want right now.
All right, Doron, stay with us, because the full extent of the atrocities committed by Hamas terrorists on October 7th are still being revealed. Many Israelis burying their loved ones, others going through the agony of knowing that their family members are being held by Hamas in Gaza. And some just don't know what has happened at all. Ahal Bezorai was born in Kibbutz Be'eri. He later moved to the UK and then the Philippines, but his sister, her husband, and their 2 children are missing. They haven't been identified either as hostages or confirmed dead. Ahal is with us now. Ahal, thank you very much for being with us. Please tell us your story.
I think you said the gist of it. It's really my sister, her husband, and 2 of the children, a boy who is 15 and a daughter who is 13. Were kidnapped, we believe, from Israel. They were seen pulled out of the burning home on Saturday, October the 7th in the morning, and been led out of the house. So the first assumption was that they taken hostage, because in other instances in Kibbutz Be'eri, they basically just shot civilians on sight. And here they dragged them out. I went through all the Hamas horrible videos, in the hope that I can find any glimpse of them, of the children. I couldn't. I only witnessed further atrocities and unbelievable cruelty. And then on Friday, the IDF informed us that my sister's mobile phone was traced to Gaza, which in a way reinforced our belief that they might be there, but we have no further evidence, nor we know the health situation, or whether they are all there, so it's really hope, I say, is a very good storyteller. So this is the story that we tell ourselves, that they are there and they are alive, and one day they will be reunited with us and come home safe.
I'm so sorry to hear what you're going through. It's horrific. You haven't been given information then from the authorities. You're not one of the relatives of the 202 people who have been confirmed being held in Gaza.
I think we are, but not confirmed in the sense that there is evidence. They found the phone there, therefore they work on the same assumption as we do, that they are there. So I believe we are part of this 202 captured, but I think it's very, very difficult with an organization like Hamas, to get any information, so we just need to work on the assumptions. Israel pulled, I think, 120 bodies out of Be'eri. They've not yet identified all of them, but the one that they identify so far, my family are not part of this body. Some of them are extremely difficult to identify. They are burnt to the bone, mutilated, heads off, etc. So it's just very, very difficult, the process. So, I don't blame the Israeli government, because it's just very, very difficult to,
of course,
find out any information,
Can you tell us a bit about your family, about your sister and her family?
So, when my sister was born, I was 10. And I cried for half a day, because I wanted a brother. And then, I got her such a beautiful gift, because she's such a wonderful person, looking always to develop herself, very spiritual, very kind, very caring for her family and for her children. So I cannot even start to imagine what she might be going through. She married Drew, who is such a wonderful, wonderful person. He's like a son to my dad, was also on the kibbutz on that day and was evacuated to safety after 13 hours hiding in the mamad. And, these two children are some beautiful children. Noam is 15, is sporty, excel in any sports that he ever think of joining, from football to running to jumping to basketball. And Alma is just a sweet little girl, just had a bat mitzvah in June. She's 13. Sweet little girl. She has an amazing relationship with my dad. She's the only grandchild. I have two boys, and Yonat and Dror have two boys and a girl. One of the boys of Yonat, was not, Yonat is the name of my sister, was not with them on the kibbutz because he's volunteering to do some work in the north, and he was spared by all this. But obviously he's distorted and alone, and no, his immediate family is missing. Obviously he's surrounded with love from my dad, my other sister, and the parents of his of Joe, Yonat's brother, Yonat's husband. But it's a difficult time, really difficult time for him, and such beautiful people, who've
really
done harm to anyone, having to be subjected to this type of atrocities.
It's really hard, and words cannot express how much everyone is with you, how painful this is. It's awful. You're so strong, Ahal. Thank you for talking to us. Beautiful, beautiful family. Yet another beautiful family ripped apart by Hamas terror. Thank you so much, Ahal. We wish you all the best, really.
Thank you very much for having me and for showing the photos, and maybe someone can find some information and help us bring them home safe.
Of course.
Thank you.
Of course. Bless you. Thank you. Doran, it's hard to move on. It doesn't get any easier hearing these stories. Another beautiful family, kids, a mom.
The hostage dilemma is maybe the greatest dilemma right now on the table of the government and the military Ashkelon. And I'm sure, apart from thinking in military terms and what would happen whether we go to ground incursion to this dilemma, I think there must be some diplomatic attempts underneath trying to bring Qatar into the subject, because the stories of their kids, their elderly. There have to be, something should be done. So it's part of the process right now.
Some of the hostages' families said that they did not want any humanitarian aid to go into Gaza until some of the hostages were released.
Yeah, but we can understand their rage, of course, but it's not like this effectively will help us to get the hostage back if no humanitarian aid, because in the end it also reaches in some sense them. So I don't think this is a move that can help us in this scenario. So the two moves that are possible. Yeah.
Just to interrupt you, sorry. The Defense Minister Yoav Gallant has just said that the IDF ground offensive in Gaza will be coming soon.
He said it.
He's just said that.
Well, I'm not sure we should announce today anyway, but if he said it... so
Why do you think he's making those comments?
Interesting. I have to think about it. I'm not sure it's the wisest of the moves, but maybe it's also to tell
Soon is a pretty vague...
it's a vague expression. There's no timetable. I mean, we announced that we are going to do it in general. Interesting, in what context did he say it? And
yeah, we'll try and get some more information on that. Okay, well, we're talking about Gaza. The West Bank is also volatile. The IDF deployed a suicide mini-drone to neutralize a terror cell in the town of Tulkarem today. That resulted in the deaths of 9 Hamas-linked terrorists. And there were some 80 arrests last night, at least half of the suspects again affiliated with Hamas. Our Middle East correspondent Ariel Osseran reports on the concerns about a third front opening up in this war.
With most of its attention focused on the southern and northern borders, Israel is witnessing a spillover of the conflict in Gaza also to the West Bank. Overnight, Israeli forces arrested at least 80 terror suspects, 63 of them belonging to Hamas. This includes senior Hamas official and co-founder Hassan Youssef.
We are working very hard in the West Bank. Massive forces are there securing the routes, making arrests and thwarting terror attacks. Together with Shin Bet and Israeli police, anyone who tries to challenge us in the West Bank will find a significant force ready to engage.
At the same time, clashes between Israeli forces and armed Palestinians occurred in multiple areas in the West Bank. The Palestinian Health Ministry said that 5 Palestinians were killed by IDF forces overnight. That brings the death toll in the West Bank since last week's Hamas terror attacks to 67.
The crime committed by Israel under Western patronage and American support must be stopped. The bloodshed that has been going on for over 12 days must be stopped, because our people in Gaza are being exposed as civilians, children and women to this unprecedented killing.
Recent days have also seen mass protests spread across the West Bank cities in support of Hamas's military wing and its spokesman. Recent days have also seen a rise in attacks by Israeli settlers in the West Bank, some incidents leading to the death of multiple Palestinians. The IDF is investigating those incidents. And so, with a ground invasion in Gaza on the immediate horizon and a rapidly escalating northern border, Israeli forces are working tirelessly to prevent a multi-front scenario from happening and to keep the different fronts at bay.
Lieutenant Colonel Doron Avital is still with us. Doron, Israel was heavily criticised over the past year for sending in troops, special forces, to break up terrorist cells and to confiscate weapons. We can see now that prevented these groups from amassing weapons.
Yeah, I think we forget, giving those horrible events, that we had a constant mini war in the West Bank in the last year or so. Every night there was those raids, there were terror attempts, shootings, and so on. And right now we have, and it was also, it's part of the setback that we had, is that all our attention went to this front, and Hamas was as if playing its hand in the West Bank while preparing this attack in the south. So we'll have to investigate it, of course. So right now we really have to contain the West Bank, because when we go to the north, we have our forces set, we have the rule, we know it's a front that we know, but a surprise in the central command, a surprise.
Is it under control, do you think?
I think since we're talking about population and cells and terrorists, so one act of provocation, one terror act can create havoc in the West Bank, in the northern Samaria for sure. And we have to be very careful there that Hamas doesn't play its hand there. We have to be very careful that nobody infiltrates into the state of Israel from the West Bank as we had it before. So while in the north we are really ready, prepared, we have the plan set, the forces are set. In the north we are...
But is the intelligence solid now in the West Bank? Because of course people are shocked by the intelligence failure. Is it solid when it comes to the
I think it was very solid before the war, but right now the attention is spread. In the end, it's something that's hard to say to people. The army, the intelligence infrastructure, they have limited capabilities, and they have to have their attention spread on all those three fronts. So it's not easy, but we are doing some preventive moves. Many people were arrested, many Hamas operatives were arrested.
350 arrests, I think, so far.
I think this is the right tactic right now. We don't want to see the West Bank waking up, and this is really frightening.
Okay. All right. So just a reminder, 3 light casualties after a direct hit on a building in Kiryat Shmona, a rocket fired from the north that has been claimed by Hamas. The defense minister says a ground offensive in Gaza will be coming soon. We'll have all the latest for you after the break. Don't go away. This is I24 News. All right, very short break because we are back. So that is what is happening this hour. The Defence Minister Yoav Gallant telling the Givati Brigade, who are deployed close to the border with Gaza, Gallant saying, "You now see Gaza from afar. Soon you will see it from the inside." I'd like to bring in Ruth Wasserman-Land now. She's on the line with us. She's a former NK and former Israeli envoy to Egypt. Thanks for being with us, Ruth. A lot of developments today. Israel fighting the war in Gaza. Rockets have been fired from both Gaza and the north. We've got a situation in the West Bank. I mean, where do you start?
Okay, so first of all, I heard what was said before in the studio regarding the surprise or the unexpected events in the West Bank, and I catch my head and I try to understand. I said again and again in every TV studio that I've been to since 2 weeks, and I've been to quite a few, that the Hamas had said clearly, loudly in Arabic, that they have a master plan. The master plan, masterminded by Iran, is Hamas in the south. The second step would be the West Bank, where Iran has been systematically working with local youngsters, particularly, specifically over the disillusionment over the corrupt Fatah government, and trying to raise its power in the West Bank. And that's where the second front will be. And the third front will be the northern one. And they're also calling on operatives from Iraq, Shiites from Iraq, to join the fight. Not only against the United States in Iraq, but against Israel as well. And they are calling upon their own citizens, Iranian citizens, to take arms and join the holy war. They're also calling on Muslims all over the world to kill Jews first and non-Jews next. And we can see in several capitals in Europe, that in Sweden, in Brussels, etc., not only attacks against Jews, and that has gone way higher than it was before, against synagogues and Jewish institutions, but also against forces that are French, Swedish, English, and so on. So this is, again, important to listen to what they are saying in Arabic, and they say things pretty clearly.
Ruth, stay with us. Yes.
The point is not what they are saying. The point how prepared we are to what they are saying. And of course, the front of the West Bank is the front that we must contain in every possible way, not to say it wake up.
Okay, all right. Well, Israel on high alert at its northern border. There have been reports of 3 light casualties in the town of Kiryat Shmona in the Galilee after a rocket hit a building. Our Hamda Salhout is at the northern border. Hamda, what's the latest where you are?
Well, Laura, the Israeli military says around 20 rockets were fired from inside Lebanon. Hamas's Al-Qassam brigades operating in the south of the country, taking responsibility for that. The Israeli military is also telling us that there was a direct hit just a little bit far from where we are here, but in that village of Kiryat Shmona, where there were 3 people lightly injured. The exchanges of fire continue here. This is the most activity on the northern border we have seen in the 2 weeks we have been covering this conflict. The exchanges of fire are constant. The booms in the distance continuously get louder. There have been helicopters flying overhead, attack helicopters, not just normal ones, surveilling the perimeter. The Israeli military is on high alert here, fearing that a new front could open in this war. They've evacuated communities up to 5 kilometers from the border, hoping to save civilians from any line of fire if the conflict would happen and if it were to expand really to this northern front. Now, the United States has been pressuring Israel not to strike targets inside of Lebanese territory preemptively, but they are offering them reassurances should Hezbollah strike first, telling them that they will assist militarily in that war on the front. But the Israeli military is saying that they will fight hard and they will meet Hezbollah with deadly force if they choose to escalate the situation in the north.
Hamda, thank you very much. Hamda Salhout there. She's at the northern border close to Lebanon. Ruth, if you'd like to join us again on what we're seeing in the north. We've had this ongoing tit for tat, the occasional rocket fires, Israel strikes back, Hamas claiming responsibility for the latest barrage of rockets from the north.
Again, one needs to point at the mastermind of this entire roadmap and plan. It's very clear to me and to others here, but it needs to be very clear to the international arena as well. The main role player in this war is Iran. Iran must be stopped. It's the mastermind, it's the instigator, and it's not only against Israel.
How can Iran be stopped, Ruth?
Very easily. First of all, absolutely continue to freeze those $6 billion that were promised in exchange for prisoners promised by the U.S. And of course, continue, and I know that the U.S. did this today, and make even harsher the sanctions on all kinds of military artillery, armament dealings with Iran. In general, sanctions need to be strengthened, and all options are open depending on the next steps of Iran. But they're saying very plainly, and we need to read and listen to what they're saying. They are opening a holy war, or rather, what we understand as an unholy war. Everything is legitimate in this unholy war. We saw the Nazi-like heinous crimes and atrocities committed in the South. There's no reason to believe that they will not perpetrate such horrors elsewhere. And they are calling for the arena to be not only an Israeli one, but an international one. We need to listen to the enemy. And if anybody has any qualms about who the enemy really is, then I'm very glad to point out that it's Iran.
Doron, would you like to respond?
I think what we have to realize that we're in a war. So, and in a war, you have also to check who is your alliance. And our alliance is the US and Europe. If I have some kind of criticism of the way we handled the situation until now, is the fact that we were thinking that we're pushing this war on our behalf by ourselves. I think the Biden visit makes it clear. This is a grand scheme of things. Of course, Iran is the player, but we don't do it alone. So we have to work out all the considerations together and play our part in the war. Our part is the war is Gaza. Our part is the war to make sure the West Bank is under control. Our part in the war is to make sure that Hezbollah is either deterred or being attacked the moment it crosses some threshold. Every element has to play its role in this war.
Step by step.
Step by step, and we're doing it with our
And you're
alliance.
speaking as a military man.
I'm talking as a military man because if I had some criticism of Bibi in the past, the way he was trying to stand against the American regime and not working with the American regime, and now he's calling Biden to his help, I think this was a mistake. We do it with our alliance. Our alliance is the US, Europe, NATO, and of course, there's a grand scheme of things. Of course, Iran is behind this thing. Everybody knows it, but we have to do our role in the game.
All right, well, talking about the current Israeli leadership, of course, as Israel is fighting this war with Hamas, it's also coming to terms with the biggest security failure in its history. And the Defence Minister, Yoav Gallant, said earlier today that he accepts full responsibility for failing to protect civilians against that Hamas terrorist onslaught. Take a listen.
I am in charge of the security establishment. I am responsible for it in the past 2 weeks, even in the difficult events. I am responsible to bring it to victory in the battle. We will be precise, deadly and sharp, and will continue until we complete our mission.
And Ruth, I mean, Israel is suffering not only with the horrific atrocities inflicted on its civilians, 1,400 dead and counting, an unprecedented hostage situation. It's also reeling psychologically from this assault. It was always thought to be a strong nation. It knew how to handle its neighbours. It had won all of the wars, albeit some wars more costly than others. This time, Israel is really reeling from these failures and really trying to come to terms with what happened.
So, Laura, first of all, there are two elements to your question. One, there was a failure and it needs to be investigated. Two, now is not the time. Mm-hmm. We are extremely united, which is something that we had not seen in recent months. On the contrary, we had been very divided in this country. And not only are we united, but you say we've won all our wars and we are strong. You know, the resilience of the Israeli society, the giving, and the unity that has been displayed in the last 2 weeks is profound. This is something that is almost unseen and unheard of in other places. It is very touching, very moving, very empathetic. It is unbelievable. And this is a huge strength. I also dare say that the country itself, the IDF, and all the forces that we have, technological, economic, state-oriented, etc., they are all on their tiptoes and extremely strong. And I say this despite the failure that is undoubted and needs to be investigated. Now, the country is very strong, and please God shall win.
Dawn, Israel is strong. It has a very strong army, and people are resilient, as Ruth has pointed out. People are volunteering. Everybody in this country is on a war footing now, like never before.
No question, but we have to prove it in the battlefield. If there's something as a military man, I would say to my troops, and I think the commander is right on trying to say to the troops, okay, PR, diplomatic, show support. In the end, if you don't show your hand in the battlefield, then boots on the ground, showing your strength, then of course the enemy would not be impressed. So this is the moment, and we have to show it. And I hope the army has the capability.
You hope the army has the capability? You hope the army has the capability?
I think you have to be modest when you go to the battlefield.
Okay.
If you're too arrogant, arrogancy all the time. Hubris is, and we are waking up from some kind of hubris, according to our omnipowers. And I think we have to prove it in the battlefield. I know the generals. I know they can do it. I know the troops. My nephew is as a paratrooper in the south. I trust them that they can do it. It has to be proven.
All right, Doron. Well, talking about the psychological warfare, multiple international news outlets have walked back the claim that Israel bombed a hospital in Gaza Tuesday night. The IDF declassified information to show that the explosion was in fact caused by a misfired Islamic Jihad rocket. The United States says its intelligence backs Israel's position, but not before the false headline went global, sparking angry protests on the streets of Arab capitals. Independent military experts have also been lining up to confirm Israel's evidence. Joining me now, Joel Rayburn is a former US Army officer and the former US Special Envoy for Syria. He's now the director of the American Center for Levant Studies. Thank you very much for being with us, Joel. First of all, I see that you have been speaking to some international news outlets with your expertise. Tell us, what is your conclusion as to what happened on Tuesday night?
I think the physical evidence that we've seen from video and photographs of the scene of the impact, it just does not make plausible the idea that this was a munition delivered from an aircraft in an airstrike. It shows there's a very small impact crater. If it had been a bomb dropped by an aircraft, the crater would have been massive. It's not plausible that number of casualties would have been taken at that site by a blast radius, which would have been relatively small. If there had actually been 471 killed, and I'm not disputing that maybe there were people killed there, there would have been a huge mass of corpses. Presumably Hamas and others would have seen an interest in displaying those for the international media. But I also think that there couldn't have been that kind of death toll without a building collapse with bodies buried under the rubble, and then there would have been video or photographs of bodies there would have been a massive recovery type of effort that would presumably have been shared with the international media, and there would be some evidence of it. But given the size of the impact crater and the limited damage around it, there's just no way that it could have resulted in such a death toll or that kind of destruction. And the buildings around the site are practically
right. Well, because
untouched.
the photograph that we've seen of after the bombing is a bombed-out car park, lots of destroyed, burned cars, but the building appears to be fully intact. And I've spoken to people here who know that hospital, who've been to that hospital, and they say that is the structure. It is still standing.
Yeah, it just doesn't match with what, for example, the U.S. military and the Iraqi security forces became all too familiar with in terms of massive bombings with large death tolls in Baghdad or Mosul or elsewhere in Iraq. Just the impact crater would have been enormous, and in Gaza,
we see destroyed buildings, and it doesn't look anything like that.
Yeah. So I think it's a pretty straightforward question. So I think actually probably then the getting the story out there, and I'm not trying to minimize the damage to civilian infrastructure in Gaza or anything like that. That's not my place to judge. It does appear to me, though, it has the feel to me of an information operation that probably the Iranian regime and Hamas were ready to exploit and looking for an opportunity. And I think it's probably part of a broader war strategy, a campaign strategy by the Iranian regime as part of their strategy to escalate the conflict beyond Gaza, as they're potentially showing that they have the potential capability to do in Lebanon and Syria and Iraq and elsewhere.
Well, I mean, the US supplies military aid to an awful lot of countries in the region, Egypt, Jordan and others. The US has said that its own intelligence suggests that this was a misfired rocket. It corroborates Israel's version of events. I mean, do you think there's any way that the United States will be able to get its allies in the region to admit that it is promoting a falsehood?
Well, probably not, because I think, the political currents are very much in the Arab capitals, I think, are very much in the opposite direction. And the Iranian regime and its proxies are helping to push them in that direction, making it very, very dangerous, I think, for regional governments to sort of to be clearer about the facts of what happened. However, I also think that this conflict has a very high risk of expanding far beyond Gaza and becoming a regional conflict that draws others in. And it could be that in a week or two, the provenance of what happened at the hospital is a distant memory anyway, because we'll all be facing a broader war that the supreme leader of Iran has decided to launch right now. And I firmly believe that he has taken a decision to escalate a regional conflict right now, first by using the Hamas assault into southern Israel as the opening salvo in that conflict.
Well, and I wanted to ask you, Joel, because you are the former envoy to Syria, there has been some reports in the last 24 hours of attacks on US forces in Iraq and Syria by Iranian proxies. Do you have any information on that?
Well, only what's out there in the media, but I'm not surprised. I think you see the Supreme Leader and the IRGC, the Revolutionary Guards, are displaying the tools that they have at their disposal all around the region. They were able to deploy a Hezbollah organized riot outside the gates of the U.S. Embassy in Beirut. They fired suicide drones at our troops in Iraq and probably in Syria. They're turning out mobs in many places, and I think that they are showing okay, United States, okay, Israel, if you are not going to do what we demand and slow down or halt the offensive into Gaza, then this is where we're prepared to act next, as well as of course the strikes that are coming across the border from Lebanon into Israel for the past several days.
So are you pleased with the US response so far, sending enormous military support to the Eastern Mediterranean already? Can we see some of that going to closer to Iran, perhaps, going to the Strait of Hormuz?
That I don't know. I mean, that's a place of direct confrontation. The Supreme Leader and the IRGC tend to shy away from direct confrontation. So far, they've used militia proxies everywhere, so it would be quite dangerous for them to try to challenge the U.S. Navy in the Strait of Hormuz. I think they know that, so I think they'd be less inclined to do that because they want to have some deniable proxy sock puppet that they can use and hope that the sock puppet then will absorb any retaliation as opposed to them. But yes, it was an essential move for Secretary of Defense Austin to send the two carrier strike groups to the Eastern Mediterranean. That's essential because there needed to be a signal to the Iranian regime that the United States would be willing to respond if there were further Iranian directed attacks against U.S. interests in expanding the conflict to places like the U.S. Embassy in Beirut or our troops in Syria. So it was essential to try to restore that deterrent.
A very volatile situation. Joel Rayburn, we appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Yep, my pleasure.
Well, as you heard there, along with the real fighting that's happening on Israel's southern border, there is an information war happening abroad, and that was seen most clearly on Tuesday night when headlines around the world accused Israel of bombing a hospital in Gaza, sparking protests in Arab and European cities around the world. That claim quickly debunked by the IDF, which released a series of evidence that then later backed up by the United States. So we can take a listen now to the opposition leader Yair Lapid, who has addressed the media about the harmful consequences of misinformation during times of war.
It is interesting and shocking how quickly the world has moved on. Israel was giving barely a week of sympathy and global shock. And then the world went back to attacking us for defending ourselves. I've got one question to you all. And that question is really the reason we're here. Do you think an organization which has no problem butchering babies butchering pregnant women and butchering a 13-year-old autistic girl with an 80-year-old grandmother has any problem lying.
Yair Lapid there speaking earlier about the dangers of spreading misinformation during times of war. Ruth Wasserman-Landa is with us. Ruth, I saw one commentator put it somewhat darkly. He said the world will never forgive Israel for not bombing that hospital.
I'm answering you, Laura, with a lot of pain. You know, very, very significant media outlets like the BBC and others was so quick to take things as they were almost spoken by Hamas. It was quite unreal because almost minutes after the bombing, these headlines appeared, and this misinformation or disinformation or whatever one wants to call it, psychological warfare and a campaign, an Iranian-led campaign to smear Israel. It was embraced with both arms, with open arms, and somehow miraculously, within minutes, 3 minutes of this tragedy, it is a tragedy, it's a human tragedy that people in hospital were killed, but they were killed by the Islamic Jihad and by the war that Hamas has begun. And in 2-3 minutes, somehow miraculously, the Hamas managed to count 500 casualties. It takes a little bit longer than 2-3 minutes to count.
I mean, here in Israel, they've only identified, in Israel, they've just identified 742 bodies, I think. 742 bodies have been identified here. And that's 2 weeks in, exactly.
But the Hamas has unbelievable powers to count one by one, 500 no less bodies in 2-3 minutes. This is.
And Ruth,
what can I tell you,
Ruth,
Laura?
you've seen these news outlets. You mentioned the BBC, but there are others. And instead of issuing retractions or corrections or anything like that, they've slowly changed the language. It began as an airstrike, and then the word used was explosion or blast. And then it was the Arab world blames Israel. And then, they've slowly walked it back until here we are today. Very difficult circumstances for Israel to fight a war when it has this kind of pressure and this kind of misinformation.
We know that the truth is on our side. Very often I'm being asked, why do you agree to go to any interview with any outlet, tough as it may be? And I answer very straightforwardly, the truth is on our side. I'm not afraid of any question. Is it an optimal situation? Of course not. Do we want to be in the situation? No, we didn't want to be gang raped, murdered, massacred, and carnage. No. But if any other country wants to try and suggest, some people suggest to me that there must be peace negotiations, I offer to them to think amongst themselves what kind of peace negotiations can be held with people who do those kind of heinous atrocities to other human beings. These are not humane acts. This is a war not against Israel, I repeat that, and this is very important. It is a war against humanity, and Israel is just the first step.
Okay.
It's very important that the world comprehends that.
Doron, it's going to be tough. There will be significant civilian casualties in Gaza. It's almost impossible for Israel to avoid that. They have agreed, Egyptian TV is reporting that the Rafah crossing will now open tomorrow. That, of course, will ease civilian suffering in Gaza, won't it? So that, in fact, could help Israel in the long run.
I think as I said earlier, it's a regional conflict. We play with our alliances, but we have to also remember the allies that we have in this region. And I would call them allies. I would call Egypt, whatever its positioning is, Jordan, PA. We have to work with those three elements, even though we are sometimes, of course, we have disagreement. And the question of Egypt and the Rafah crossing is essential. We have very close intelligence ties, though in the public sphere you can hear a statement that we, of course, don't like. So we have to work it as a whole. I think any attempt to block humanitarian aid won't work in our interest, in our behalf. And I'm not talking even PR-wise. Even in the context of the war, we have to fight the war on one hand, on the other hand, try not to hurt the civilians.
And Israel is a democratic state which abides by
part of our values. I think even I heard
Israel would not be the same country.
I heard the chief of staff, Herzi, somebody I appreciate very much, said we are going to fight the war according to our values, within our values. We are not going to be like them. It should be clear we were always like this. We shouldn't change our ways, even in face of those terrible atrocities. This is part of what we are. It's part of the alliance that we are part of.
But it is going to be very difficult for Israel if every 5 minutes it has to justify every... I mean, I've been comparing it to the international coalition going to war against ISIS. There were significant civilian casualties in Raqqa, sadly, in Syria. Many innocent people were killed. There wasn't the same kind of international pressure.
Well, Israel always is in...
Of course.
always is the standalone sometimes, of course. In this context, the Israeli-Arab conflict is a long conflict. The Palestinian conflict is a long conflict. Here, this is a terrible enemy, the sort of which I don't know we witnessed before. We'll have to crash them. It will take time. It wouldn't take weeks or months. It's a long road ahead. We have to do it, but we have to stand up by our values and do what's right, and then hope the world would recognize for what it is.
Ruth, are you encouraged to see the British Prime Minister here today? The American President was here yesterday. Israel feels less alone in this terrible war. Ruth, can you hear me? We've lost Ruth. Okay. We're going to take a short break. Do stay with us. Our live coverage of this day 13 of Israel's war with Hamas continues. You're watching I-24 News. Stay with us.
Over 1,300 people murdered and more than 3,000 injured, and the war with Hamas continues. We bring you first-hand testimonies from the front lines, from those who survived, and all the records of the atrocities by Hamas. Follow us as Israel fights terror from the south and north. Get the inside scoop on what's going on. Only on I-24 News.
This particular project, with a gross capacity of 103.5 megawatt, will be producing around 230 gigawatt hour of clean renewable energy per year.
salido aquí donde nos ven para clamar por la lluvia. Si en verdad en estos momentos el calentamiento global está afectando a Bolivia, y no solo a Bolivia, sino a todo el mundo entero. Y nosotros necesitamos lluvia para los sembradíos.
Quito reserve, we have the right ingredients and we have to do the job. And that if we have the right ingredients and we do the job, that the vaquita can be protected.
Made for Me, a unique concept in Israel. Custom-made men's fashion to your measurements. Made for Me, designer of all your events. Schedule your appointment at www.madeforme.co.il. Made for Me, official dresser of I-24 News.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
You're watching I-24 News. We're coming to you live from Tel Aviv on this day 13 of Israel's war with Hamas. The British Prime Minister Rishi Sunak is here in Israel. He says Britain stands with the country in its darkest hour, and the full horrors of the Hamas atrocities still being revealed. At least 1,400 people were murdered by Hamas terrorists on October 7th, and the IDF has confirmed that 204 hostages are being held in Gaza. The IAF continues to pound the Gaza Strip and today confirmed the deaths of 3 more senior Hamas commanders. The Defense Minister Yoav Gallant says a ground offensive into Gaza will happen soon. The Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has told soldiers near Gaza in the last hour, "We're going to win." And Egypt and Israel have agreed that the Rafah crossing, the crossing into Egypt, will be opened to let in limited humanitarian aid. There's been a barrage of rockets fired from both Gaza and Lebanon into central and northern Israel, and Hamas claiming responsibility for the rocket fire from the north. Of course, Israel is on high alert there amid fears that the Iranian-backed terrorist group Hezbollah could also join the conflict. Let me introduce my guest. Colonel Richard Kemp is a retired British commanding officer who served in Afghanistan. Good evening. Welcome.
Good evening.
And we're also joined by Brigadier General Amir Avivi. Thank you for being with us as well. Colonel Richard Kemp, you flew in to Israel on just a few days ago while all of this is going on. Let me ask you about a ground invasion into Gaza. Should Israel go in sooner rather than later, and what do you think is causing this delay?
Well, the judgment as to whether Israel should go in, obviously, is with the Chief of Staff of the IDF and the Prime Minister. And the factors that are affecting the decision are numerous, but predominantly when I think the IDF judge that they have done sufficient damage to Hamas from the air and the other terrorists there. And of course, they want to do the maximum damage to them before they send ground troops in, because it makes the job of the ground troops easier if there are fewer enemy for them to face. So that's obviously a key factor. And at the point that is arrived at, then they will probably go in. The other factor I think that's important is what's happening up in the north, because of course if Israel is on the verge, for example, of getting involved in a conflict in the north, it might want to make that influence when and in what strength they go into Gaza. So I think those two factors are primary. The other factor I think that comes into play is the movement of the civilian population from the north of Gaza down to the south. Of course, the fewer civilians are there when the IDF attack, again, it makes their job easier, and it also reduces the prospect of killing innocent civilians. The danger of that, of course, is that many Hamas fighters will go down with the civilians and leave that area so they can fight Israel from elsewhere.
Brigadier General Amir Avivi, do you agree with that assessment?
Well, yes, there's also other factors. We're talking about mobilizing hundreds of thousands of reservists, which we need to train, we need to equip, They need to really learn the missions. We have no rush. We want to bring in the ground forces where they are ready completely with everything needed to do the job. We have to remember that this attack is going to take a long time. It will take months to clean the old Gaza Strip.
Why do you think there is a delay?
It's not a delay.
You think that this was...
We have a plan. We are moving along this plan. And there are many preparations. You don't send troops so fast.
Sure.
We need to really see that they are ready. And this attack, when it will start, it will have two phases. According, by the way, to the way you conduct an offense. First one is very, very strong arrows that go to centers of gravity that the army analyzes and says this is places we want to go straight to deal with them. And then after dealing with centers of gravity, the second phase, which is the long one, is really cleaning street by street, house by house, going all over the Gaza Strip to destroy completely all the infrastructure, the leaders, all the terrorists, the rocket launchers, the tunnels, the headquarters. It's a lot of work, and it will take a long time. It's going to be a long war.
And of course, we've got the hostage situation, which complicates this as well. I mean, the nightmare scenario is that Iran will push ahead with its plan to open this war on three fronts: in Gaza, in the east, in the West Bank, and also from the north. Is there any risk, I'll ask both of you this, that Israel could be walking into a trap by sending troops into Gaza?
I don't think it's a trap, because Israel is well aware of this, and Israel has prepared and planned and trained for fighting on multiple fronts. So it's not so much a trap, but of course it makes everything very much more complicated. And then you mentioned the hostages. Having the hostages there is an enormous complication. And I've no doubt at all that the IDF has been working furiously since the hostages were taken to find some way of getting them back. And that will be, I think, a priority among the commanders conducting this operation.
Sorry, Richard, let me interrupt you briefly, because we need to go to the north. Our reporter Hamda Salhout is at the border close to Lebanon. Hamda, any more developments in the last hour?
Hey, Laura, it's been about an hour since we last saw any rocket fire, but we have heard booms in the distance indicating still an exchange of fire between the Israelis and whoever is firing it, perhaps Hezbollah on the Lebanese side. Now, the United States has issued a warning for its citizens, really raising the alert levels because of the tensions that this war has brought on to the rest of the world, indicating that there have been demonstrations outside of U.S. consulates everywhere, specifically in Beirut. There have been constant protests, not only in Beirut, but in southern Lebanon, where a lot of Palestinian factions operate. I'll remind you, the 20 rockets we saw earlier was claimed by Hamas, who operates out of southern Lebanon. They have been eager to join the fight, but they have been waiting for the go-ahead from Hezbollah for perhaps a larger conflict. The United States telling Israel not to strike them preemptively, but the Israel saying that they will defeat Hezbollah, they will strike them back with brute force. It will be deadly and it will be catastrophic. So really a tense situation along the northern border as the conflict continues to escalate. When the War Cabinet meets this evening, you can rest assured that the situation here in the north will be on the agenda there, Laura.
Hamda, thank you very much. Hamda Salhout there. Amir Avivi, I mean, Hezbollah is a different animal to Hamas, isn't it? It is said to have, I think, 80,000 fighters, 160,000 missiles, some of them precision guided missiles. This would be a significantly different conflict to the one that we're seeing right now in Gaza.
Indeed. But, you know, when we're talking about Hamas and Hezbollah, we have to understand it in the Iranian context. There are Iranian proxies. Iran is managing everything. If they wanted a multi-front war, they should have done that Saturday morning. Surprise us from the north, from inside Israel, from Gaza. They didn't do that. And when I look at what is happening, I think that what happened here is an Iranian decision to try to disrupt the buildup of a coalition, of an American-Israeli Sunni coalition. We were moving fast to normalization with Saudi Arabia. This is not just about making more peace agreements. This is about building an alliance to counter the Russian-Iranian Chinese front that has emerged in the Middle East and in Africa. Iran sees that as a grave danger to their national security, and they decided to do the following: to launch Hamas on an offensive to try to disrupt this process while keeping Hezbollah intact.
Have they succeeded in destroying that cooperation?
I don't think so. I think they did exactly the opposite. And I think that what's happening now is it's completely different from what they thought would happen. They wanted to keep Hezbollah intact because without Hezbollah and without Hamas, Iran is completely exposed to Israel and to the US. So it came to not. I wasn't surprised that Hezbollah wasn't attacking us in the north, but things are changing, and now they are unclear because nobody could have thought that the decision of Israel will be to eliminate completely Hamas, to destroy. Conquer completely Gaza and destroy Hamas and the Palestinian Islamic Jihad. Iran couldn't even dream about something like that. And now on one hand, you have 4 reasons why Hezbollah won't start a war. One is Iran. The second one is Lebanon itself. Many fractions that want to keep it safe. The fact that we have mobilized the whole army and U.S. ships. And U.S. determinants to really pose a threat on Iran and Hezbollah.
And I wanted to ask you about that, Richard Kemp, because you were part of the international coalition in Afghanistan. Tell us about the significant military aid that we've seen sent from the United States.
Yeah, I think the to reinforce what the general says here, in terms of Hamas's Iran's intention of destroying the coalition between the US, Saudi Arabia and Israel, it's kind of backfired on them in a way because the US has been so strong in its support of Israel in this situation, sending 2 carrier strike groups into the Eastern Mediterranean.
The world's largest aircraft carrier, we keep hearing.
Right, and re-engage, effectively re-engaging in the Middle East, which is the opposite of what Iran wanted to achieve. And now they found that their grand strategic plan has fallen to pieces.
Do you think Iran underestimated the US response?
I think it's interesting, really, because I think Iran underestimated the US response in the same way as Putin underestimated the US response to Ukraine. And both of these things were driven by the inglorious American and NATO retreat from Afghanistan, which I think provoked Putin. Putin did not expect the level of support that Ukraine got from the US, and equally, I think Iran. But don't forget the Iranian-Russian axis that exists here, with Iran supplying
sells drones to Russia.
Thousands of drones. I was in Kiev a couple of weeks ago when Iranian drones attacked Kiev. I was in Tel Aviv last night when Iranian-supplied rockets attacked Tel Aviv. So this is basically an alliance against the US and against, of course, US allies like Israel.
Okay, well, let's take a listen. Thank you, Richard. Let's take a quick listen to the British Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak, who, of course, was in Jerusalem earlier today. Let's listen. No.
In the last 2 weeks, this country has gone through something that no country, no people should have to endure, least of all Israel, which has lived through some of the most awful scenes, the spectre of violence and terrorism every day of its existence, and stress that we absolutely support Israel's right to defend itself in line with international law, to go after Hamas, to take back hostages, deter further incursions, and to strengthen your security for the long term.
That was the British Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak. He is in Israel tonight. He'll be heading off across the region in the next couple of days. I'd like to welcome to the studio General Eitan Dangot. Thank you for being with us. Your thoughts on the very fast-moving developments today? We've heard the Defence Minister and the Prime Minister saying that an incursion into Gaza will happen soon. We've got more international support in the form of the British Prime Minister. Where are we on this day 13?
I think we have to start at the war. This is the main important thing. What is around is very important, what you mentioned, but it's still, there are thousands of soldiers in the area, and there is a lot of things to reach and to do concerning the goal of the target of the war. I think that today, or from afternoon, we are very narrow to a scenario while we identified that the North arena is reacting by Hezbollah under the Iranian umbrella. They climb up and are reacting in a different way than it was before Biden, United States President, visit yesterday. What does it mean? If you are looking, the kind of the attacks are now moving from a place, while I identify it as a circle exit point, it's a message between each other, both sides. It has a kind of escalation, but now it's moved to a strip, to a zone. Now I can identify, for example, the west part of the north as a scenario, while you have integration of something that is more planned, more reaction. It means the figures of Hezbollah now taking the leadership and those kind of their claim, besides the fact that we're acting against Hezbollah, means now we are coming that they are still not in a full war with Israel, with full showing their capacities and what they can do, but they move towards the opportunity of interfere or opening the main area or the main escalation in the north more than yesterday. And it has to be from the fact that Israel is more close to enter with their ground forces inside Gaza. Concerning the timing of entering to Gaza, I heard a lot of it on the Israeli news today, or I was asked questions. I think that people are not understanding the full story of this event. Because when you enter to Gaza, from military point of view, you have to take on account many things that have impact of your activities. And I think we should not hurry. We should use more fire. We should prepare more the area for entering to Gaza, because Hamas is waiting for us from Saturday to enter to Gaza.
Well, right, I want to get the latest on that. Stay with this, Eitan. Let's go to the south then. Our Rob Swift is close to the border with Gaza. Rob, what's happening?
Just in the last few minutes, there's been some news coming out of AFP where an EU official has said that it is their understanding that the number of casualties that occurred at the explosion in the hospital in Gaza, that this number may have been widely exaggerated by Hamas. This is something that Israel has been saying for some time. Now, they're saying that they understand that the casualties are somewhere in the round of a dozen to around 50. Obviously, we don't have confirmation of this number, but it is far smaller than the hundreds that Hamas was talking about. Now, yesterday when we attended a briefing given by the IDF about this explosion, they refused to give us a number. So at the minute, this is the first time that we've heard of any specific casualty figure other than that one that has been floated by Hamas. If this is the case, obviously this would be good news for all parties involved if the civilian casualties concerned are much reduced. But whether that is the case or not, the preparations for the ground offensive in Gaza and the airstrikes that are part of that offensive continue at pace. Just recently, the Defense Minister of Israel has said that he believes that ground operations will begin soon. There's speculation as to whether this means in days or in weeks, and everybody is on tenterhooks to see when that does begin.
All right, thank you, Rob. Robert Swift there at the border with Gaza. Well, Rob just pointing out there that casualties at the bombing of the hospital in Gaza on Tuesday night appear to have been significantly overblown. No confirmation of how many people died in that attack, but of course Hamas was very quick to come out and say 500 people were killed, and that seems to have been walked back very quickly. While the reverberations of that false accusation that Israel bombed a Gazan hospital are being felt across the world. There have been massive spikes in anti-Semitic attacks and, of course, angry protests outside the US Embassy in Beirut and on the streets of other Arab capitals. In Tunisia, hundreds of people were filmed setting fire to an historic synagogue in the city of Al-Hama in the hours after the explosion. Police did not intervene. Alicia Pavia is Associate Director at the North Africa Programme at the Atlantic Council. Alicia, what happened?
Well, as you rightly mentioned, after the false accusations that Israel had bombed a hospital in Gaza, hundreds of mobsters took to the streets and set on fire the synagogue in the city of El Hama in the Gabes region of Tunisia. That synagogue is not in use anymore because there are no longer Jews living in El Hama, but it is a sacred place for Jews worldwide because it is the tomb of the 16th century Kabbalist Rabbi Yusuf Ma'arawi. And unfortunately, that synagogue was desecrated, set on fire, as you can see from the images on screen. Mobsters took to the synagogue and kind of chanted pro-Palestinian and anti-Israeli slogans, and as a consequence desecrated this holy site for Jews worldwide.
And that is tragic and outrageous in itself, but there are Jews living in Tunisia today, Alisa. Are they in danger right now?
Well, anti-Semitism has been on the rise in Tunisia. Most notably, we might remember the attack that happened on Jerba, the city that is a city of pilgrimage for thousands of Jews worldwide. And earlier this year in May, it was attacked by a terrorist, and five people were killed. The President Kais Saied, did not denounce it as an anti-Semitic attack, but just as a criminal act. And shortly thereafter, the professor Habib Karzagli, who has been studying Jews in Tunisia for a long time, was stripped of his title as professor emeritus after he spoke at a conference with Israeli professors. So anti-Semitism is definitely on the rise in Tunisia, unfortunately.
And anti-Israel sentiment is kind of baked in to Tunisian culture to a certain extent, isn't it, Alisa? I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the first article of the Tunisian constitution refers to the Palestinians.
Well, that is correct. So there's a long history in Tunisia of supporting the Palestinian cause. We might remember that between 83 and 85, the headquarters of the PLO were actually based in Tunisia, in Tunis. There is a strong, pro-Palestinian sentiment among your local Tunisians, which oftentimes also includes being, unfortunately, very pro-Hamas as well. So that becomes an issue for the Jews living there. In fact, we've seen that since the creation of the State of Israel until today, there used to be 100,000 Jews living in Tunisia, and now they are down to less than 2,000 Jews. And the Tunisian population and the Tunisian Jewish population in Tunisia dates back to 2,000 years ago, and they largely felt safe and did not felt the need to emigrate up until 1948.
Okay, Alisa, thank you very much. Alisa Pavia there at the Atlantic Council. Colonel Richard Kemp, a reminder of why the world needs Israel, why Jews need Israel.
Certainly a reminder of that, but also a reminder of the gross irresponsibility of so much Western media and political commentators who helped to incite the violence that we saw in Tunisia and we're seeing in the UK, in Europe, around the world against Jews, because organizations like, for example, the BBC, they automatically assumed Israel was responsible for the hospital attack that occurred. There wasn't a question, there wasn't a doubt, it was their responsibility. And secondly, the casualty numbers. And the Gaza Health Ministry spewed out 500, 800, which is Hamas.
I've noticed that some outlets have started saying that now. They weren't 12 days ago, but they are now pointing that out.
And it's blatantly irresponsible journalism. These people who do it, they don't do it because they kind of misjudge it. They do it because they want to have a go at Israel. They wanted Israel to be responsible for that. And that's the biggest problem, I think, of so much of the Western media, which incites this violence and this anti-Jew hatred.
Eitan Dango, another sign of the significant pressure that Israel is under as it tries to eliminate a very well-armed, dangerous terrorist organisation. It is also has to justify every single civilian casualty. Tragically, there will be innocent life lost in Gaza. There's very little Israel can do to prevent any civilian deaths.
Yes, and unfortunately, we faced it in former operation that during my time at the IDF, there were some occasions in the Second Lebanon War also, and also in some other kind of escalation that we faced. In this case, I think it's different. The reason or the justice and what we are looking to achieve and declare about it put us in a scenario of a war, while we will, of course, we will fulfill the international law concerning wars. But it's quite different. What we did already for a few days, we warned the population, for example, to leave from the center till the end part of the north part of Gaza Strip to move to the south area, while there we declare zones that can be or can use as a shelter, and it depends also on the international movements like UNRWA and the others. Secondly, I would like just to add for what my colleague general here, and you asked me at the beginning concerning the international support. I think that the visits of the President of the United States, the Chancellor of Germany, and the Prime Minister of UK, they are the main figures which are signals the West world. But what happened with the event of the hospital, it's something that unfortunately I can tell you from my experience very openly that it's the beginning, it's a lost case. If you are looking as a military that you would like to say only the truth, and in a military way, when you have such kind of event and strikes, you have to check it very carefully before you release.
I think we've seen a lot of
your assess. At the beginning, I was here when it happened at another channel of the Arabic, and I said we have to be careful because I know, for example, the Jihad Islamic are shooting 20% with my experience that always falling inside Gaza. And I said to everybody, we lost at that case, we succeed to stop it by the support of the Western world, but of course that the Arabic world will not accept it because of the street, because it's running.
The UAE
but at the end, I think it reduced, and what was reminded by the general, the beginning they declare between 500 to 800 people who were killed. Now you don't hear even about some thousands maybe.
All right, hold that thought, Eitan, because I want to go to Jerusalem. The finance minister has just put forth an emergency aid package. Is that right? Batya Levintal is in Jerusalem for us. Batya.
Right, Laura, apart from the politics and the economics, I want to move out of the frame. I'm not sure if you guys can hear at the moment, but there is the Muslim call to prayer at the moment. Obviously, a city that is holy and spiritual to three of the Abrahamic faiths. Now, I want to just move out of the frame for a second so you can see. The Western Wall compound, the Kotel as it's known in Hebrew, is an area that sees hundreds, if not thousands, of worshippers, usually on a daily basis. The site is actually just devastating. As someone who used to live in Jerusalem, it's completely desolate. There's been a couple of worshippers that have come sort of trickling in. The security at the entrance is relatively high as well. Quite a lot of internal police, but also border policemen as well in the area. And it really is just, it just goes to show it's the exact picture of what's happening in Israel at the moment, from the perspective of some of the people that are downstairs that I spoke to are saying that they're nervous to leave their house, not necessarily because of the rockets that have been targeting Jerusalem, albeit Jerusalem has been largely spared compared to other areas in the center like Tel Aviv, but they're nervous to leave their house because they know that Jerusalem, the West Bank, are volatile areas, and with where the situation is at the moment, they are nervous to come outside. Also, the Jerusalem municipality and the Home Front Command have put out gathering restrictions. Again, it's similar to COVID. The scenes that we're seeing almost look reminiscent of the same month, but just in 2020, of the restrictions. Only 300 people are allowed indoors, and outdoors just 30 people. So we know that there has been somewhat exceptions being made throughout the day, because evidently more than 30 people here. But again, people just sort of trickling in very, very, very slowly to an area that is supposed to be a vibrant, holy place. Earlier in the day, there was a prayer session here again with a group of people that came, many of them wearing shirts that resembled the kidnap and the captive movement. So we're talking about people who have relatives, family, friends that have been taken into the Gaza Strip, that number now over 200. But also they came to do a joint prayer session for the Israel Defense Forces, making sure that those that are protecting our borders, both on the north and the south, are safe and protected as well.
Yeah, it's really sad to see the holy city, Israel's capital, quiet tonight, just at the Kotel there. I've never seen it like that either, just a few people there. Batya, thank you very much. Batya Levintal there in Jerusalem. And Israel is fighting a war. It is also reeling from the worst atrocities perpetrated against the people of this country in history. 1,400 people now confirmed dead, and 202 hostages being held by Hamas terrorists in Gaza, among them children, babies and elderly people. Many nationalities are among them, including Americans, French, Italians, many other nationalities. The death toll is high. Only, I think, just over 700 dead bodies have now been identified. 1,400 people at least murdered by terrorists, and among them 21-year-old Adi Maisel and her mother, Ahuva, is with us now. Ahuva, thank you for being with us. We're sorry for your loss. Tell us what happened.
Well, it seems like it was 2 years ago, but it was only 2 weeks ago, a week and a half actually. Last Saturday, on October 7th, we received the last call from our daughter. She went to a party, she went to a festival in the south of Israel. It was a authorized facility, everything was okay, and she didn't come back from there, and it took 5 days to find and recognize her and identify her, what's left of her, and until this moment, even after her funeral, we still don't know anything about what happened there, what happened to her, how it happened. Did she suffer? She didn't suffer? Did anyone touch her, harm her while she was alive? You know, what were her last thoughts?
Yeah, it's
many really.
Go on, Ahova.
Bad thoughts, even after. After 5 days, they let me know that they found her, and I smile and I say it was the best day of my life. That I heard that my daughter is dead, and Hamas doesn't have my daughter in his hands.
She's at peace now. She's at peace.
She's in peace. She doesn't suffer anymore. We will never know what happened in her last moments, but she was such a great kid, such a great girl. She was so perfect. Since the day that she was born, she was a perfect girl.
Yeah.
And
we see how beautiful she was and how shining, what a beautiful smile, what a beautiful person you can see that she was.
Yes, she was so energetic, and everywhere she would go, she brought light with her, and it was very exciting to see what people all over from all circles of society in Israel knew her and adored her. And this is some consolation, maybe, if I'm trying to find something, that gives you some hope in this situation. And I know that there are mothers and fathers that are envy me, that they still don't know what happened to their beloved ones. They don't know what happened to their girls. And they see everything that runs in the net and then everywhere. And I can tell you that this is something that a human soul, a human brain cannot contain, cannot perceive, cannot express this feeling that I never imagined myself thinking that I rather my daughter will be dead than alive.
Yeah.
This is something
I
that
completely understand. I completely understand, because you at least, as awful, as devastating as it is, it's the worst thing to happen to a parent. But at least you know what happened. You have some closure. You know she's at peace now. No, sorry, not closure. But you know that she's at peace now. I'm sorry that your daughter was taken from you.
Closure will be for me that something will really happen now, and everybody in the world, around the globe, every person, every private person will understand that Hamas is not only our problem, Hamas and such, ISIS and etc. There's a lot of organizations like this that believes that they can have the privilege to take lives of other people in the name of their beliefs, God, religion. I think that humanity should stop now and really consider everything that happens now, because this is, it could be another stain in our human history. This is not the first time. It brings up many dark and aching memories for all humanity, not for us only.
Listen,
I believe.
Sorry, finish your sentence.
No, that's what I'm saying. It's not in the level of politician or international relations or anything like this. It comes to the level of the private person.
Yeah.
Everywhere.
Yeah.
So that's what I wanted to say, because my daughter, she doesn't suffer now. I'm suffering, but there are a lot of hundreds of people and families that are
going through hell. Yeah, I hear you.
Unbearable pain.
No mother should have to go through this. This is awful. We're so sorry for the loss of your daughter, Adi Maisel, who was taken from you. We're so sorry. May her memory be a blessing. Thank you, Ahuva.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Bye-bye.
There we are. A mother relieved that her daughter was murdered, because it means that she's not being held by Hamas terrorists. I mean, story after story like this, it's horrendous. It's a reminder of what exactly Israel is fighting for here, the right to live.
It's an absolutely, it doesn't need me to say it, absolutely horrific situation. I was in Kfar Aza yesterday, and I've been in Sderot a few days ago, and I've seen the scenes of this disgusting violence that have been visited on the people there. And one thing that struck me actually in Kfar Aza is that when the Hamas terrorists came in and killed everything they could find and blew buildings up and set fire to them, behind them came looters from Gaza. They stole everything they could find, televisions, fridges, anything of value. They took it back with them to Gaza. And we shouldn't forget that, because we shouldn't just say the problem is solved when you get rid of Hamas. It isn't. There's a huge level of support in Gaza for Hamas, and that shouldn't be forgotten. I think the Israeli people, I've been to Israel many times, and I know that many Israelis understood this face of Hamas. They knew what an evil machine it was and an evil organization. And the rest of the Western world did not. They didn't believe it.
They just saw it as another Palestinian faction.
These are people who are enraged by the oppression they suffer. You can find some solution, some peaceful solution to this problem. The reality is you can't.
I've heard people try to compare it to Ireland.
Yeah, of course, and it's utterly different. And I think that's something that the world is going to have to address, because, as that lady said just now, this is not a problem just for Israel. This is a problem that faces the whole world. And we've seen the extent to which this violence the weekend before last and violence since then has inspired hatred and attacks in Europe, killings in Europe, as we saw with Islamic State. When Islamic State was on the rise in its heyday, that inspired attacks across the world in support of the violence.
Got together and defeated ISIS, or certainly struck it a fatal blow.
Yes, but I would just say one thing. I don't think we should be overconfident that the world's going to be on Israel's side now. I think, yes, the memory of the weekend before last remains fresh, but it's not going to take very much. We've already seen signs of the world turning on Israel again, and I think that's something that the Israeli government needs to be well aware of.
And can I just... can I just say, because on the point Richard made about ordinary Gazans coming in and profiting from the massacre, they found the permits, didn't they? Because 15,000 Gazan residents were allowed and had permits.
18,500, and it was heading before the holiday 1,500, and it was here like a feeling that we had at 1,500. This is the miracle that Hamas is quiet. I, from the beginning, as the coordinator of the government activities, was against, in my time, to allow one guy from Gaza to enter to Israel without getting back humanitarian for humanitarian. And I said it very loudly to Bibi Netanyahu when I was in duty and to the others, and also the Shabak, Interior Security, was against it because of some security reasons. I think that I'm agreed very much what was raised here by the general, because it's very important. We are talking about Hamas state, not about Hamas radical organization and the people of Gaza. The division between Hamas and the people of Gaza has been ended. And why? Hamas is from 2007. So if you are taking now the age of 16 to 30 in Gaza, these are children and youth or a young generation that absolutely looks at Hamas as the model of entity. And what happened by entering by the population to the Israeli places, it's not only by taking a refrigerator and TV and others. They murder not less in a terrible way the people that were at homes. After they were killed by Hamas people, they came and made terrible things. So it's something packaged together, and I think that it's not enough raised about it. And the mistake of Israel for many years was that the division between Hamas and the population, because it was very clear to those who understand the culture of Hamas, their concept, their ideology, they didn't care that the population were in the fourth place. They doesn't care for them. Look today, they are not allowing them to move from the north to the south because they need them to be as a human defender to their activities. So this is one of the main things we have to emphasize. Concerning about it, I'm still think, from my experience...
So can I just interrupt? I mean, is it possible to make a comparison with Nazi Germany? There were, of course,
with
Nazi Germany. Obviously, Germans embraced Nazi ideology, but then they were completely...
I'm not agreed to comparison defeated. Also to call them Nazis, because this is the killers of the...
My point is, Germany was rebuilt, and the German people are nothing like the German people were in the 1930s. Is that possible with Gaza? Can there be a complete overhaul of the mindset in Gaza?
I thought till Saturday that basically there is a chance to make people in a different way by trying to develop economy, education, infrastructure, etc. My state of mind when I was in duty was economy is a security and security is economy. On the West Bank, this model is working. I think much more that you can identify who are the terrorists and what is the reaction of the population. I think that here, there is no understanding the culture of Gaza people. People from Gaza are not the same as from the West Bank. You see the hate. Why the Palestinian authorities, in my opinion, will ever appoint someone from Gaza as the head of the PA? It will not work. There is different of mentality, different of culture between
but
the
There
characteristics.
are terrorist groups in the West Bank.
Yes, I know, but you can manage with the fact that many in the West Bank are supporting a different way. In Gaza, the majority of the population, not from now, when I was a young battalion commander and I have faced a very difficult time in the first Intifada and after that in Gaza with my battalion. In my opinion, I identified the difference between West Bank and Gaza in their mentality. This behavior should not surprise many who were close to this population, and it became worse as Hamas came to the authorities. And this is the purpose of the war.
Okay.
We cannot allow ourselves for the future, tomorrow, to call families to return to their kibbutzim if from their window will be again people from Hamas as authority. It will not work. We will lose our places around Gaza Strip.
Okay, all right, one moment. Thank you, Eitan. Well, Egypt and Israel have agreed today that the Rafah border crossing with Egypt will be opened to let in some 20 trucks of humanitarian aid. Convoys of aid and aid workers are lined up on the other side of the crossing. Take a listen.
We're on the way to the airport to go to Cairo, and then from Cairo we hope to get to the border with Gaza, the Egyptian border at Rafah, hopefully as soon as possible in the next couple of days, I hope. And then, of course, it's not up to us to open or close the border, but as soon as we are able to, we will get across that border to help our colleagues. I think there are going to be huge challenges. One is, of course, first of all, we have to get into Gaza. That in itself is a challenge. There's a lot of infrastructure that has been destroyed. Obviously, the lack of fuel, the lack of water, the lack of food is going to compound the situation. The difficulties with moving around due to security, but also just to blockages from rubble, etc., and unexploded munitions. So there will be huge challenges to try and help these people.
So that's the situation just outside Gaza, aid waiting to get in via the Rafah crossing. Well, Haysam Hassanein is Adjunct Fellow at the Foundation for the Defence of Democracies. Thanks for being with us, Haysam. Let's talk first of all then about the decision to open Rafah and send in aid. Does this take some pressure off Cairo a little?
Thanks for having me, Laura. Not much. Egypt is still having three major concerns since the war started. One, prevent a refugee crisis that could spill over its territory, and in the Egyptian view, could liquidate the Palestinian issue. Egyptians have long believed that Israel wants to resettle Palestinians in the Sinai Peninsula as an alternative to the two-state solution. Two, Cairo also worries that hosting Palestinian refugees could pose a national security threat. They worry that operatives from Hamas and other Gazan terror groups could infiltrate by posing as refugees and then start launching attacks inside Egyptian territory, which could hurt the Egyptian tourism sector, which provides lots of hard currency to the government. Also, they look at history around them in the region of Palestinian refugee camps and in countries such as Jordan and Lebanon. And this doesn't inspire confidence due to the bloody clashes they got involved in. Three, lastly, in the Egyptian mindset, if the Palestinian refugees were to could attack Israel from Egyptian territory as well, and this could strain Egypt to Israel relations in the future, but because it will invite Israeli military actions within Egyptian territories, and this is the last thing Egyptians want to see, and this is what actually President Sisi even mentioned yesterday in a press conference.
And Haysam, I mean, Egypt was quick to blame Israel for the hospital explosion, and saying it was Israel. We know now that is false, and it was a misfired Islamic Jihad rocket. President Sisi himself is calling for more protests against Israel tomorrow. To what extent is this kind of mixed in with Egypt's political situation?
Basically, the Sisi regime is trying to boost the president popularity at the time. As you may know, it's election season. So all of a sudden, when the public start to see the president and all over the international media, global leaders are coming to meet with him and discuss what's happening in the region, makes the public proud and it makes them confident. It actually restores their confidence in him. So they want to capitalize on that, especially in the past 10 years. The country didn't have much of a regional role because it was so busy with its internal issues. Two, I would argue also it's a way to entertain the Egyptian public, because there has been no politics in the country. There has been no cause to mobilize the public around, because the president used to give long speeches and everybody listens. Now everybody could go out in the street, mobilize around one cause, chanting slogans, which is seen by the regime as a way to distract them from socio-economic crisis. Obviously, the regime is trying to be careful not to let it be stretched, so they are telling the protesters to go to certain streets or certain neighborhoods, and this is also trying to contain it. One last point, also, they're trying to compete with the Qataris and the Iranians when it comes to the narrative of Palestine in the region. Cairo wants to depict itself regionally as a defender of the Palestinian people. In past wars, the Sisi regime didn't do much because it was so busy fighting the Muslim Brotherhood and Hamas, which labeled them as terrorists. So whenever there used to be wars with Israel, they used not to be mobilized, and the media didn't discuss that much. Now they see it as an opportunity, since they're taking care of all this, as an opportunity to reinvent their public image in the Arab world.
Oh, interesting. Well, Haitham, another point I think is that Egypt and Israel did share strong security cooperation prior to this. There were even reports that Egypt passed on information about the potential for this attack by Hamas to Israel. I mean, is that security cooperation still feasible, given what's happened and given the level of public anger in Israel, against Israel in Egypt?
Let's put it this way: the level of trust that was developed in the past 10 years between both sides is likely to sustain that. No doubt about that. And the Sisi regime is wise enough not to sympathize with Hamas, because they understand it's a terrorist organization and they have no respect to it, and they fought it for many years. But as I said earlier, they worry about Palestinian refugees coming to Sinai. So this is why they are trying to mobilize the public, to send a message to the whole international community, not even to think about the idea.
All right, Hassan at the FDD, thank you very much indeed. We appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
Hassan there. Colonel Richard Kemp, security cooperation between countries in the region is very important for Israel. It is under significant strain now.
It appears to be on the face of it. I'm not sure I would agree that this is kind of irreparably damaged that. And when you look at, for example, Saudi Arabia's relationship with Israel, there's a talk of normalization, public normalization, but of course Israel and Saudi Arabia have cooperated below the radar on security for a long time, and the same applies to countries like Jordan and Egypt as well. And I don't think that's going to be shattered by this. Whatever the public statements are, I think that the need for the countries in the region to work with Israel remains strong. And as your correspondent there suggested, the Arab countries are afraid of organizations like Hamas. Hamas is, as he said, is part of the Muslim Brotherhood. There are links to Islamic jihadists around the world. They don't want this spreading and infecting their countries. So I think they'll be extremely wary of the risk of that happening. And I think they do need Israel for that, to that extent as well. So I don't see this as destroying relations between Israel and Arab countries. It may set some of it back for some time, but not destroying it.
Major General Eitan Dango.
I think that the main issue for Egypt is the fact that Hamas is a threat for the Egyptian interior national security strategic concept. And of course, they remember it from 2013. Even at Morsi time in the revolution, he is a brother of the Muslim Brothers, and Hamas behaved immediately like they are the ownership of Egypt, and he closed the fence, because I was invited to Cairo in my job to Morsi people to open.
Mohamed Morsi, the Islamist president.
Yes, to open with them a relationship. At that case, I think that Egypt has, as it was described, and I agree, two main goals. First of all, they have their street, the square in Cairo. Tomorrow is the prayers, and they don't need any kind of what happened years ago, and the street is very sensitive, and the street is supporting, many of them, the Muslim Brothers. Secondly, Egypt, I think, is really angry concerning the fact that even in Israel was some thinking or doubts about opportunity to move people from Gaza to Sinai and to create a zone
that was
instead of what's going. Yeah, it's not. It's something that maybe it has even with the present government that Sisi is not satisfied from
I think
what.
Only Scotland is the only country which is offered to take in Gazan refugees. Hamza Youssef, the First Minister of Scotland.
But above
he doesn't
all,
have the authority to do that.
He doesn't, and also, how is he going to check who is there? You know, there will be jihadists among them. So bringing in refugees from Gaza is going to be a threat to Scotland and the whole of the UK.
I think there will be sorrow in 2 minutes after they came there. But and the third issue, and I think the relationship, the strategic relation between Israel and Egypt, is a very important thing to continue the moderate area of the Middle East. And I think that this is above all. You ask about cooperation and coordination between both countries. It comes to a top that we never see it years before. I think that Israel is aware to it, Sisi is aware to it, and I'm sure that it will be stabilized in circumstances that will help.
I want to go back to pick up on something you were talking about earlier about Gaza, about what it might look like after this long war is over. I mean, 2 million people, the day after, 2 million people live in Gaza, just a few miles from Israeli citizens. I mean, is there any border in the world, any physical barrier? What will it look like?
We will not be able, first of all, to live in such a way again. And it will be a great mistake if we will give up. So there are some opportunities and alternatives. I think that it's a process. What will be the day after? The day after has already started and will move on. I think that at the beginning, I'll give you what is my thinking, we will have to base about civil and military, let's say, leadership that are, and to be based on people from the PA who are working in Gaza, on international movement like Red Cross and UNRWA that will be operative. But
can Israel outsource that? I mean, we've seen the complete failure of UNIFIL in Lebanon, for example. Can Israel outsource its security?
I think that Israel should not take responsibility on Gaza. That has to be a principle. And on the other hand, Hamas will not be there is a principle. The third principle is that the PA will not come to Gaza in immediate timetable as I see it. So meanwhile, there should be any kind of a unity of some Arab modern countries that will give the money, and some local civilian people will take responsibility. It's something that is a process. And we cannot plan it now because I'm very worried concerning the fact that if we are dealing with it too deeply now, even you have to think in a war about the day after, you will lose the main goal. And the main goal is to destroy Hamas and Jihad Islamic as terror movement that will continue to exist in Gaza and control the people. This is something that Israel will pay a big price concerning the area of civil area around Gaza. I don't know how many will return. I don't know who will agree to come there. It's really something that will be on the state of mind of Israel for generations.
Can I just...
10 seconds, Richard.
Just to add to that, we shouldn't forget, yes, John's absolutely right, focus must be on destroying Hamas. But we shouldn't forget what happened in Iraq. Enough thinking and planning was not given to the day after, and we saw the disaster that followed.
All right, Richard Kemp and Eitan Dangot, thank you very much to you both. That's it this hour. Do stay with us. Kalev Ben David will be with you next as our coverage continues on this day 13 of Israel's war with Hamas. Thanks for watching.
Israel is officially in a state of war.
This is a very active scene, and we need to get in the car as we're talking.
More than 100 soldiers and civilians have been kidnapped.
Help us, we don't know what to do. We just don't know anything.
Entire families, including babies and children and elderly, were butchered in their beds.
Awaken the giant, and we are ready and we are strong.
Everyone is showing up. This is the unity.
This particular project, with a gross capacity of 103.5 megawatt, will be producing around 230 gigawatt hour of clean renewable energy per year.
Salido aquí donde nos ven para clamar por la lluvia. Si en verdad en estos momentos el calentamiento global está afectando a Bolivia, y no solo a Bolivia, sino a todo el mundo entero, y nosotros necesitamos lluvia para los sembradíos.
The Quito Reserve, we have the right ingredients and we have to do the job. And that if we have the right ingredients and we do the job, that the vaquita can be protected.
Je passe maintenant le micro.
In the last 2 weeks, this country has gone through something that no country, no people should have to endure, least of all Israel, which has lived through some of the most awful scenes, the specter of violence and terrorism every day.
Welcome to this special broadcast on I-24 News. I'm Caleb Ben David. It's day 13 of Israel's war against Hamas, and the IDF continues to pound military targets in Gaza with results, killing at least 3 senior terror commanders there. Rockets continue to be launched from Gaza into Israel, while fire also intensified across the northern border from Hamas and Hezbollah terror cells in Lebanon, drawing return fire from Israel. The West Bank also heating up, with violent clashes throughout the day between Palestinian militants and IDF troops. Foreign political figures such as UK Prime Minister Rishi Sunak and the New York State Governor Kathy Hochul touched down in Israel on visits of support. And as the country and the world await the next phase of the conflict, an Israeli ground invasion into Gaza to rescue the over 200 hostages held there and to wipe out Hamas's military capabilities, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu paid a visit to the troops down south to give these words of encouragement.
I am here with Golani fighters. They come from all parts of the country. They fought like lions. They will fight like lions. Are you ready to continue? Yeah! We are going to win with all our might. Yeah! The entire nation of Israel stands behind you, and we will deal a hard blow to our enemies to achieve victory. For victory. Ready?
Well, let's go now to Israel's north, and our correspondent Hamda Salhout. She's in the city of Nahariya, just south of the Lebanese border, and Hamda really felt like an intensification of the cross-border fire there in the north today.
Right, Kalev, this is the most intense cross-border fire we've seen since the conflict began. Hamas operating out of southern Lebanon, claiming responsibility for the 20 rockets that were fired into Israeli territory, one of them making a direct hit in Kiryat Shmona, injuring 3 people, the Iron Dome intercepting the rest, and as well as some falling in open areas as per interception protocol. Now, this is an indication that the conflict is intensifying. It is getting more heated, but we also have some news in just a few minutes ago. The U.S. military base in southern Syria has been attacked by drones, troops maintaining a presence there to train as part of a broader campaign, but one of the drones shot down, another causing minor injuries. That's one of the officials who spoke to the Associated Press on the scene. So the conflict is intensifying in more than one realm. The Israeli military afraid that this conflict will expand to the northern frontier. The United States telling Israel not to preemptively strike Hezbollah to cause a wider conflict, and in exchange, should Hezbollah strike first, they will assist them militarily in that war. But first, Israel's main priority is securing the southern part of the country. A ground operation could happen at any moment, and that is when we've been hearing from Hezbollah and the Iranians saying that all bets are off once the ground invasion starts, and nothing can be guaranteed as to who will be involved. So all eyes are on both fronts at this hour.
All right, Hamda Salhout there in the north of Israel. Thank you for that. And in the studio, we have retired IDF Colonel Amit Asa. He's a former official with the Israeli Security Agency, or Shabak Shin Bet, as it's better known, and our Guy Azrieli, our correspondent. Amit, again, Hamas taking credit for the firing from the north, clearly, again, trying to hope that perhaps a multi-front war will in some way buy them some time, perhaps in the south.
Yes, Hamas is depending on the war will spread to the north also. So they're depending on that because they think that Hezbollah and Iran will be getting into this war. And it's buy them time and also force. They know that if we will need to go to 2 places like north and south, it will be easier for them. But I don't think that it's going to happen. It's not something that Iranian wants to do, and it's in my opinion, of course. But we have to be careful that it will happen.
All right, then, Guy, let's look at the south now in Gaza. A couple of updates there on the border situation there around Gaza, but also on the story of that Gaza hospital that, of course, Israel has presented evidence was bombed by Palestinian Islamic Jihad misfire.
Yes, quite incredible, and I think another incredible example of the reporting that we're getting from the Hamas-based health ministry in Gaza. Just a few days ago, the world was outraged over the news of that failed launch that Hamas attempted to claim was actually an Israeli strike. Well, Hamas claimed to have 471 victims in that failed launch.
Right, actually 500 was the initial, the round sort of general figure that we heard initially.
Obviously, a number that raises eyebrows and uproar across the world. Sure. Well, in the most recent development, a senior European intelligence official estimated in an interview to the French news agency AFP that the number of dead was in fact a few dozens.
Right.
Just another example of the credibility or incredibility of Hamas in Gaza, and a lesson for all of us and for the world whenever we get news out of Hamas in Gaza about what the facts really are. Speaking of Gaza and the situation there, we are hearing that the Rafah crossing will be opened tomorrow, finally, for the entrance of humanitarian aid, between 20 and 30 trucks that will make their way from Egypt into Gaza with that aid. And that is, of course, following that agreement that we heard about yesterday between Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and US President Joe Biden.
Right. And of course, that agreement angering many of the parents of the Israelis who are being held hostage there that feel that aid should have been used in leverage to get some concessions from Hamas regarding the hostage situation.
It's frustrating because people needs to hear from the government that it's one by one, eye by eye. If you are getting some aid or humanitarian, you need something from the other side.
Something in return.
So, yeah.
Well, we've been focused, as you can see so far, on Israel's south and its northern border, but there is another front in this conflict as well. In a wide-scale arrest operation in the West Bank, Israeli forces nabbed overnight some 80 terror suspects, at least half of them from Hamas, and there were 10 soldiers injured in ongoing clashes. Now, since last week's Hamas terror onslaught, Israel has ramped up its activities in the West Bank as Palestinians report dozens of deaths, at least 10 of them today, most of them in ongoing confrontations with Israeli forces. Middle East correspondent Ariel Surin has more on the third front that has Israel increasingly concerned.
Most of its attention focused on the southern and northern borders, Israel is witnessing a spillover of the conflict in Gaza, also to the West Bank. Overnight, Israeli forces arrested at least 80 terror suspects, 63 of them belonging to Hamas. This includes senior Hamas official and co-founder Hassan Youssef.
We are working very hard in the West Bank. Massive forces are there securing the routes, making arrests and thwarting terror attacks. Together with Shin Bet and Israeli police, anyone who tries to challenge us in the West Bank will find a significant force ready to engage.
At the same time, clashes between Israeli forces and armed Palestinians occurred in multiple areas in the West Bank. The Palestinian Health Ministry said that 5 Palestinians were killed by IDF forces overnight. That brings the death toll in the West Bank since last week's Hamas terror attacks to 67.
The crime committed by Israel under Western patronage and American support must be stopped. The bloodshed that has been going on for over 12 days must be stopped, because our people in Gaza are being exposed as civilians, children and women to this unprecedented killing.
Recent days have also seen mass protests spread across the West Bank cities in support of Hamas's military wing and its spokesman. Recent days have also seen a rise in attacks by Israeli settlers in the West Bank, some incidents leading to the death of multiple Palestinians. The IDF is investigating those incidents. And so, with a ground invasion in Gaza on the immediate horizon and a rapidly escalating northern border, Israeli forces are working tirelessly to prevent a multi-front scenario from happening and to keep the different fronts at bay.
And Amit, as I said, these are ongoing conflicts, and Hamas looking to up the ante, calling for another day of extra rage, I don't know how you want to say it, tomorrow, trying to heat up the West Bank.
Yeah, it's not just to heat up, it's to get the support of the West Bank Palestinian to what they are doing, to what they suffer, and to have the connection between activities that we will see in the West Bank against the military, against the people of Israel, that is led by the Hamas.
And by your estimation, how far could this go? I mean, how far could the unrest there go?
It depends on the ability, not for the willing. because they will to do it, but they have no ability, because we are there to control it, we are there to stop them before. It's easier for us to control in the West Bank activities than in Gaza.
All right, I want to go to our next guest. Ayelet Shaked is, of course, the former Israeli Justice Minister, has had a long list of political positions. And Ayelet, I see looking on, just even on your social media, that you've been active now, speaking out on behalf of Israel's case in the international arena and against some of the distortions that have been seen there.
Yes, unfortunately, as usual, the global media present distort picture, and it's very important to tell the world the truth. The truth is that the Hamas did a horrible massacre last Saturday, and that Israel has, of course, the right to defend itself and to eliminate Hamas. What Hamas did is like the Nazis. You know that on the Black Saturday, more Jews were killed since the Holocaust. They murder children, they murder babies, you know, they murder young woman. She was pregnant and they slit open her belly. Horrible things, you know, atrocities that you can't imagine. And the people in Israel is now united, and we all agree it either us or them.
Well, let me ask you about that united, because you know as well as anybody how divisive the political landscape in Israel is, including at the highest levels of government. The people are united. Do you feel this government that is in place is ready to conduct this war with a united Israel behind it?
This is currently the government, and this is, you know, the reality. Yes, the people united, and we all understand it doesn't matter if you are left or right, secular or religious. We all understand that the Hamas is an enemy that should be eliminated. I think you know that all the soldiers and the commanders of the Hamas, they are like dead men walking. They should all be dead, since they did atrocities and crimes against humanity that we didn't see since the Holocaust.
Right. Now, of course, we had President Biden here yesterday, and we saw him with really unprecedented expressions of support, but at the same time talking about the need for Israel to follow the rules of war, the request for a humanitarian aid to be put in the Gaza Strip, which not everybody in Israel is happy about. The families of the hostages not happy that nothing was given in return for that. Do you think that Israel is going to, and this government, be able to stand up to some of the international pressure that we're surely going to see once the ground operation begins?
So as a former Minister of Justice, I can assure you that we will follow the international law. However, we should not give them humanitarian support because they are not allowing the Red Cross to visit the hostages. You know that we have their small babies and children and little girls and young women, and they are not letting them see them. So no, as long as the Red Cross or representative from the international community don't see our hostages, we should not give them humanitarian aid.
All right, Ayelet Shaked, former Israeli Minister of Justice, thank you for joining us on I-24 News.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
And Guy, as we can hear, we said it in the studio, but we can hear a fairly prominent political figure there, even though calling for unity, not entirely happy about some of the steps the government has taken now.
As you can imagine, obviously, Ayelet Shaked now arrival of Netanyahu and this current government, of course, Ayelet Shaked, who went with Naftali Bennett to establish that previous government. But I think in the bottom line is the fact that the Israeli public is very much united in the goals of this war. The fact that Netanyahu was able to bring in Benny Gantz, even if that took a few days that were unnecessary, the fact that he did so really represents the fact that the consensus in the Israeli public that whatever was allowed until now cannot carry on living side by side next to a terror group like Hamas. Well, the Israeli public will not accept that. The Israeli public, I'm hearing from many, that Israel has no right to exist if it doesn't ensure the safety of its citizens, as happened on that Saturday. As a result of that, that consensus, that coming together of all these political officials, arch rivals coming together for this goal, as Israel really has to unite now, facing such threats that are existential threats.
Right. And Amit, I want to ask you, Israel's air campaign scoring some hits today, some senior figures in both Hamas and some of the other terror groups in the Gaza Strip. How much does that weaken at least sort of the command structure of a group like Hamas and some of these other groups going into a possible ground invasion? And certainly hitting that command structure has got to be one of the goals of this air campaign.
Yeah, I think that the air attack is just to put them down and not getting them any option to get up. But we all know that everything is underground. And when we will have to go inside Gaza, it will have to be like a surgery. It will have to be very, very precise, very close to intelligence all the time. And we will have in our mind two major missions. One is to bring safe all our hostages out, safe and alive, and the other to kill every single Hamas member under the ground. And both of them, we know that they are in the same place, in the same shelters.
But let me ask you, and I'm not always even so comfortable asking that question, but how much are those two missions, those particular two missions, compatible with each other? That is a question that is also being asked.
It's a question that we will have to ask ourselves every step. And we will need the information, the exact information for every single man that is there, one of us, one of our babies, one of our kids there, and this will be the mission.
A very difficult task that becomes even more complicated with the fact that of those over 200 Israelis that were kidnapped, that Israel knows are there and there are signs that they have been kidnapped into Gaza. Well, first of all, we don't know where they are, whether they're together or not, in how many places around Gaza. But beyond that, the fact that not all of them are being held by Hamas. Several dozens are assumed to be held by Palestinian Islamic Jihad and by other groups.
Right. We should note that the army did release a sort of updated figure, right? Today was 203, I believe.
Yeah, correct. And more information that the IDF releases.
Even though some people have been saying they believe, or some of the other figures from Hamas itself has said we have about 200, but there are other terror groups that could have as many as 50 to 100.
Yes, so the IDF releases the following information just a short while ago, saying up to 30 children up to the age of 18 are among those kidnapped in Gaza. And we can remind our viewers, as young as 9 months old, young as a 9-month-old baby in the hands of this murderous terror group. Also talking about between 10 and 20 elderly people. These are all estimates because there is so much uncertainty about what actually transpired there. And they are saying, and listen to this number, there are another 100 to 200 missing persons whose fate is still unknown. They may have been murdered and their bodies may not have been located yet, but they could have been in Hamas's hand. There's just no concrete proof in terms of footage as to whether they are alive or dead. These are insane numbers.
13 days after the incident, still not been able to determine that. I just want to go, Israeli Defense Minister Yoav Gallant today visited IDF troops also in the south. And in his comments there, for the first time, publicly took some responsibility for the failure to prevent that murderous Hamas incursion. Here's some of what he said.
I am in charge of the security establishment. I am responsible for it in the past 2 weeks, even in the difficult events. I am responsible to bring it to victory in the battle. We will be precise, deadly and sharp, and will continue until we complete our mission.
Well, we should know to meet, it was the head of your former agency, Ronan Bar, who actually was the first, I think, really government official at that level to take responsibility, saying it was a failure of the Shabak, the Shin Bet, to have the intelligence. You just spoke a minute ago about Israel needing that proper intelligence before they go in, where the hostages could be, where the Hamas leadership is. How confident can we be?
Yeah, we lost a lot.
How confident could we be when even the leader of the Shin Bet said he's on his responsibility was to know about this incursion, and he failed in that.
Yeah, it's a problem for all of us to understand that. The Shin Bet, the Mossad, Amman has the capability to have this information. But we need to be sure that this is the best that we have. And we will work very hard, and people there is working hard, and all employees of Shabak and members of Amman and Mossad are the best intelligence people that we can have. And we will have the intelligence.
But you understand the confidence of the public in that has been shaken somewhat.
Yeah, as we say in the IDF, these are lessons learned with blood. Unfortunately, so much Jewish blood, as Ayelet Shaked attempted to say. This is the deadliest day in Jewish history, the highest number of Jewish victims since the Holocaust, over 1,400. We've seen other officials like Ronen Bar, also the National Security Advisor, Tzachi Hanegbi. We've seen the head of the IDF intelligence. Two colossal failures, not just in terms of the intelligence, also in terms of the operation, on how so many thousands of Hamas operatives and regular civilians were able to infiltrate Israel, to take over military bases, to take over entire communities, and therefore there are a lot of people that need to claim their responsibility for that. When we speak about the political level, obviously the political level, it feeds off the recommendations of the intelligence. When they know that there is a concrete threat, they need to abide by it. This is the story of the Yom Kippur War, when the political level received the warnings and ignored them. Having said that, the political level has a large degree of responsibility for the fact that for so many years we have let Hamas thrive in Gaza, and that is the failure of this Netanyahu government and all the governments that preceded it since 2005.
Right. Now, I want to go over now, anyone who's been traveling the streets of Israel know that how empty they look. In fact, there's a Home Front Command ruling, a regulation not to have a gathering of over 30 people. There was a special prayer service that was supposed to be held earlier today at the Western Wall Shrine in Jerusalem. Let's go to our Batya Leventhal, who's there. And Batya, I can just see behind you and see how empty the Western Wall, the Kotel Plaza, looks this evening.
Kalev, I'm going to move out of the frame because the images just speak for themselves. It's absolutely devastating. This is an area that seems hundreds, if not thousands, of people a day to come and pray at the Western Wall, at the Kotel, as it's called in Hebrew. And not even that, but also on the way in, the streets just empty. We passed the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, a site very spiritual and holy to Christians, empty. And we were also told by some of the border police that have been deployed to the area that the same situation occurs on the Al-Aqsa compound, which you can see just above the Western Wall. We did see the prayer group that arrived earlier, but as you mentioned, only around 30 people are allowed outside. So evidently some restrictions were put in place, but some of them were also ignored because of the fact that these were family members of some of those kidnapped. Again, those numbers being more than 200 people now confirmed, possibly kidnapped into the Gaza Strip, or their details at the moment missing or unknown, whether they're alive or dead, in captivity with Hamas. Again, not even knowing whether in fact Hamas themselves are holding them, or whether some of the civilians in Gaza, as there's been reports or numerous reports, have them as well. But there's a very eerie feeling in the city. I remember reporting here during the times of COVID, and while the situation may look the same, the feeling is very different. There's an eerie sense of a state that is most certainly in war. And not even that, but some of the residents that at least came out today for the prayer session as well, but also just in general to be here, said that they are petrified to leave their homes, and not necessarily because of the rocket barrages. Again, Jerusalem has been largely spared by the rockets coming from the Gaza Strip compared to more central areas like Tel Aviv and evidently the south and the north, but saying that they are worried because Jerusalem and the West Bank are volatile areas, and in a time of war, they are absolutely nervous to come outside.
Right, and of course tomorrow, Hamas calling for a day of extreme rage, and of course Jerusalem could be a center of that. Bach Leventhal, thank you for that, and stay with us on I-24 News. We're going out for a brief break, but we'll be back with more in 3 minutes.
Israel is at war. Make an investment in Israel bonds. It is the most powerful and direct way to stand with Israel. Visit israelbonds.com and invest now.
Made for Me, a unique concept in Israel. Custom-made men's fashion to your measurements. Made for Me, designer of all your events. Schedule your appointment at www.madeforme.co.il. Made for Me, official dresser of I-24 News.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
Over 1,300 people murdered and more than 3,000 injured, and the war with Hamas continues. We bring you first-hand testimonies from the front lines, from those who survived, and all the records of the atrocities by Hamas. Follow us as Israel fights terror from the south and north. Get the inside scoop on what's going on. Only on I-24 News.
And we have 7,000 first responders.
The likes of which I never could have prepared for in my life.
First of all, I would like to thank you for this unprecedented support in Israel. Colleagues and the Jewish goers of the party. Now it brought us a lot of pain.
The U.S. as well, a great warrior,
Israel is officially in a state of war.
This is a very active scene, and we need to get in the car as we're talking.
More than 100 soldiers and civilians have been kidnapped.
Help us, we don't know what to do. We just don't know anything.
Entire families, including babies and children and elderly, were butchered in their beds.
Awaken the giant, and we are ready and we are strong.
Everyone is showing up. This is the unity.
Welcome back to this special broadcast on I-24 News. Well, even now, nearly 2 weeks since Hamas terrorists crossed the Gaza border into southern Israel, new accounts are emerging of what exactly happened at that Nova Music Festival at which hundreds were killed and dozens kidnapped. Here's a first-hand account from one of the survivors of that horrible massacre.
Viv. בבית נורא פתוח שחברים תמיד באים אליו כדרך קבע. ב7 באוקטובר הייתי ביחד עם בן הזוג שלי אביב וחברים שלנו במסיבה ליד רעים. באותו נוסף יצאו זוג חברים אחר, אלון וגיא. אביב וחברים שלו, סצנת המסיבות הזו היא משהו שהם עושים באופן קבוע. הם מאוד אוהבים את זה, זה עולם של שחרור מבחינתם, של אהבה, של ריקוד, של חופש. חזרנו לרחבה, התרגשנו לקראת הסט של הזריחה, אמרו לי שזה להיות ברחבה בזריחה זו חוויה שאסור לי לפספס. רקדתי עם חברה, שזו גם הייתה אחת לדעתי המסיבות הראשונות שלה, שהגיעה עם הבן זוג שלה, שהוא גם חבר שלנו. ואני זוכרת שרקדנו והסתכלתי עליה וחייכנו, ואמרנו איזה כיף שאנחנו פה. אלון בא לידי, והוא מצביע ככה על שמיים, מראה לי משהו. אני מסתכלת ואני לא מבינה, כאילו הייתי כזה, וואו, איזה הפקה, יש פה זיקוקים. הוא אמר לי שאלו יירוטים, מעלינו מטח שלם של טילים ופיצוצים שנשמעים כל פעם יותר ויותר קרובים. גיא ואלון יצאו ראשונים לכביש הגישה, אלמוג שני ואנחנו שלישים, שבינינו היו כמה רכבים. פתאום שמענו צרור יריות בלתי פוסק שנשמע קרוב להסלי. צעק, יורים על חברים שלי, יורים על חברים שלי. לא ברור מה קורה, שומעים יריות מכל כיוון, טילים שנופלים קרוב, רחוק, יירוטים מעל הראש. עזבנו את האוטו, אני לא לקחנו כלום, אני לקחתי ביד את הטלפון. היו שם אנשים בהיסטריה מוחלטת, צורכים, מתמוטטים, בוכים, לא יודעים לאן ללכת. מהצד השני של הכביש היה שער למושב תקומה. זכרנו מתחת לשער של היישוב, רצנו, דפקנו על הדלת הראשונה שראינו. פתח אותה אבא מבועל שלא הבין מי אנחנו. אמרנו לו שברחנו מהמסיבה ושאנחנו צריכים מקלט. הוא הכניס אותנו, 4 חבר'ה. אלון נרצח. אלון ורבר. ושחר גינדי גם נרצחה. גיא ואלמוג עדיין נהדרים. גיא אינוס ואלמוג סרוסי. ואנחנו לא יודעים מה עלה בגורלם, אם הם נחטפו או לא. אנשים שחושבים שזה לא קרה מוזמנים לבוא ולשמוע את הסיפורים ואת התמונות מימי השישי ומהטיולים לצפון, ולראות שאנשים שהיו חלק אינטגרלי בחיי אינם. מוזמנים לבוא ולראות את גודל השבר והשצבעות שיש שם בדרום, לשמוע את העדויות שנשמעו בטלפונים של שחר הפצועה ושל אלמוג מטפל בה, שומר עליו. אני לא חושבת שאפשר להיות בן אדם ולהגיד שדבר כזה לא קרה. זה כמו להכחיש שואה. אנחנו עדיין מחכים לגיא ואלמוג. מתפללים שהם בסדר, לא שלהיות חטוף זה בסדר, אבל שהם חיים, שהם יחזרו.
That's devastating. Well, yesterday, U.S. President Joe Biden met with a number of Israelis who have either lost... Oh, okay, I'm sorry. We're going to go straight to the IDF spokesperson, Rear Admiral Hagari.
Fired rockets towards the Israeli home front. One of them hit a home in Kiryat Shmona. The IDF struck the area where the rockets came from and took down a squad of terrorists. The firing took place with the permission of Hezbollah, and like all Palestinian actions we've seen since the start of this war that emerged out of Lebanon, as part of the support of Hezbollah to Hamas, including hitting Israeli civilians, Hezbollah will carry the consequences. The IDF is in full readiness in the northern front. As for Gaza, the IDF and the Shin Bet took down the commander of the National Security Forces in Gaza. All the buildings that we see devastated in Gaza are based on operational needs where we know there was a terror infrastructure. Tens of thousands of IDF troops in reserves and mandatory service continue to prepare and practice, follow the regulations, prepare their equipment and ready. In the West Bank, IDF fighters and Shin Bet are operating against Hamas. Since the start of the war, we've arrested over 330 wanted Hamas operatives and 70 over the past 24 days. The IDF chief has visited the Home Front Command and witnessed the behavior of the Israeli civilians in accordance to the Home Front Command instructions. This is what enables the IDF to fight in the front. And in addition, the IDF chief emphasized the importance to maintain regular life during war, as well as strengthening the security of civilians by the IDF, the police and security forces in communities and in towns. With regards to publication in social media about suspected individuals in Israeli towns, Israeli forces continue to examine every event that is reported about. So far, there has been no suspicion of a terror threat. The public is requested to continue to pass the information to the Israeli police. The IDF is in full coordination with the Shin Bet and will know to respond to every such case. As for the number of kidnapped, and so far we have information about 203 kidnapped and over 100 currently missing. Information and has been given to the families. The IDF hugs the families and is operating with the authorities and working around the clock to identify their identity and their whereabouts. So far, 304 IDF fallen have been informed to their families from all over the country, from the south, from the center, from the north, from towns and from kibbutzes, from settlements and from villages. Since Saturday, 7th of October, tens of thousands of fighters are fighting Jews, Druze, Bedouins, Christians, women and men. The common denominator, they are all Israelis. They all love this country and they all know what they're fighting for. Questions?
IDF spokesman Admiral Daniel Hagari with an update. Now, yesterday, U.S. President Joe Biden met with a number of Israelis who have either lost loved ones or had them kidnapped by Hamas terrorists. One of those he met with is Professor Yifat Biton, a noted educator here, who has lost two brothers-in-law over the past week. Here's a little bit of her speaking with President Biden.
I lost two of my brothers-in-law. One of them is a citizen of the U.S. as well, a great warrior, a colonel that died in the first day of the war. The other one is the son of a woman, my mother-in-law, who has lost her husband 50 years ago on the same date in the Yom Kippur War. Both of them were heroes who were fighting on Israeli land in the cities and villages to save civilians.
And Professor Biton is here with us to speak about Sergeant Major Chen Nachmias and Colonel Roy Levy. Thank you for joining us, Professor Biton. Tell us about
my brothers-in-law. Yeah, so both of them were, real warriors, true believers in our right to live in this state, but at the same time were people who loved other people, who took their power as a means to raise a generation of those who believe in our right to live here in a democratic and Jewish state, but at the same time be always ready to a threat that might come and surprise us at any given time. And unfortunately, this is exactly what happened. So, at some stage, you would think that after 75 years of existence, Israel would be settled with the constant worry of being somehow conquered, attacked, and the fact that people like Chen and Ro'i were there, always ready, determined to give their lives away to protect us as civilians, is exactly what allowed us to be able to eventually fight back and stop the horrors of this bitter Saturday.
Can I ask you, without getting into personal details, how's a family coping with something like this in the course of 1 week?
So this is very challenging for us. So first of all, the whole family, our family is very close. So it's to have it from both sides, to have two of our most beloved ones killed at the same day, and both of them being so, having families with kids. Chen had 4 children, Ro'i had 5 children. Both have the youngest child at the age of 1 year and 2 months old, like really tiny babies that are now left as orphans with their mothers, who are both, amazing women, but at the same time, women that are dealing with great pain. And also, when it comes to Chen, for example, the brother of my husband, this is a really, in a way, a typical story of Israeli suffering and the unrest that we're enduring for so many years. As I said to the president, his mother, the mother of Chen, lost her husband in Yom Kippur exactly 50 years ago. So it was the 7th of October, 73, that she lost her husband. And now, 50 years later, she loses her son from the guy that she married after she lost her husband. Again, this is unbearable. And also, Tal, his wife, she herself lost her dad in the Lebanon war in '82. So she's an orphan herself, and now she has to, raise their children as orphans as well. So the pain is really enormous in that respect, and is, intergenerational. But at the same time, I think it says something about the bravery of Israelis and the way they cope with his suffering, determined to keep on protecting our country. And Ro'i as well. Like, Ro'i was critically injured in Tzuk Eitan in 2016. He almost lost his life. He was, coming back from the death. And he insisted on going back to the army, and he commanded one of the elite squads of the IDF, and still was, rushing to save lives of others. Both of them were.
Right. Let me ask you, President Biden, what did he have to say to you when you spoke with him?
Well, it touched him on a very personal level. So it was amazing how he shared with us the loss that he endured of 2 of his sons and his wife. And he really, his condolences were so truthful, so sincere, and we really felt uplifted by the way he was treating us as humans, first and foremost, and the way he communicated with us on such a personal level. So what we saw now was me talking to him in a more official manner, and then after he spoke to each one of us, he asked the press to go out, and we had another 30-minute talk about how he coped with his own grieving and how.
Right, he lost his son and a wife.
2 sons.
2 sons.
He lost his son and a wife, and then Bo a few years ago, and it was just, and and like he came into tears at one moment. I wouldn't imagine that someone who's at that high rank of position and leadership would be so intimate with people just due to his, humanitarian aspect and.
Right. Yifat, thank you so much for coming in, talking to us about Chen and Roe. They sound like remarkable men.
And their heritage will
heroes,
lead us in the way.
May their memories be a blessing to you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for coming. Well, we continue to focus on the latest developments. We're also still learning more about the events that have folded on October 7th and the acts of heroism that we just heard about that saved countless lives. Yami and Naomi Weiser are the parents of Roy Weiser, who was an American-Israeli soldier, and they earlier spoke with I-24 News about how their son's bravery saved dozens of other soldiers from Hamas terrorists.
Obviously, we all know that Hamas decided to come and attack Israel. And they came through the border, and my son was stationed there at the Erez crossing in one of the
stations.
One of the stations there. I'm sorry, I lost it. One of the stations there. They came right in to their base. That's what I was looking for, the base, and started shooting at everybody, and whoever was still alive, they captured and they were taking back to Gaza. And at one point, my son saw that there were many of the Hamas terrorists, whereas they were few soldiers. There were not more than 20, 25 soldiers at the time there. And said, this is fruitless. We're being outnumbered. We need to do something about it. And my son just told his officer that it's time to do something. Go on the offensive instead of the defensive. And the officer said, what do you have in mind? Obviously, they were under gunfire the whole time. And my son said, it's time to flank them. We have to go around the building, obviously under fire. Okay, we'll go, me, you, and we'll take 3 other soldiers. We'll flank, we'll go around the building, and we'll go and we'll put down, we'll go with crossfire from both ways. Okay, and that should do it. That should put us on the offensive. And that's what they did that morning. And because of that initiative that my son took, at least 12 soldiers are alive to tell the story today. If there's anything that's consoling me from this whole thing, is that my son was a hero all the way to the end. He was a good soldier, a great soldier, and a hero.
As far as he had the sense and the brains to stop while being shot at, to take a bigger look at the bigger picture and find a solution to a problem. And I admire him for his quick thinking, his bravery, and running into the fire, So we're very proud.
All right, very moving story there. Amitas, I want to ask you, we heard this incredible story, the heroism, but also these men lost their lives, the blow that the military, we talked about the blows, the maybe shaking some confidence in the Shabak, but also in the military. The issue of morale as Israel is about to embark on what could be, maybe since the Yom Kippur War, maybe its riskiest battle. How does it deal with the question of morale with the soldiers after the kind of losses that have suffered in all the services?
As we can see in the border or near the border now, the morale of the soldiers are very high. And it all depends on the back that they are getting from all the society, from all Israelis. They are putting everything in it. They are giving them all the aid, all the support, all the moral support from the back. So you can see it on the border, you can see it in the camps, you can see it in training. The morale is very, very high. Nothing that happened is affecting them. They are willing to go in and to do what we need to do, is destroying the Hamas, and you can hear it every corner.
Right. Now, of course, yeah, sure, go ahead.
I think that the whole state of Israel was in shock and in mourning following that deadly Saturday. I personally lost people that I know, friends, and friends of my family as well. So the devastation was immense for the whole nation. It took quite a few days. It would maybe take us quite a few years to really comprehend what has transpired. But I think that following what Amit just said, over the past couple of weeks, the coming together of the state of Israel has been something that I've not seen in all the years that I've been covering Israel as a journalist, but all the years that I've been living here since I was born, and that is something that is so heartwarming. Just driving through the highway here in Tel Aviv, seeing so many signs of unity. The Israeli flags and the coming together, the volunteering. I've spent time with the communities that were evacuated from those Gaza border kibbutzes that were devastated. The amount of love that they're getting from the people of Israel is insane. There are countless volunteers, gifts, people that come to sing for them, to play for them, to psychologists, and just so many people from all walks of life giving these people so much love. I think if Hamas was mistaken to think that Israel is divided and this is a difficult time for Israel and a good time to hit it, well, the opposite has happened, because the result was that Israel is much stronger and united right now.
All right, gentlemen, I want to go down to our correspondent, Rob Swift, who is down in the town of Sderot in the south. Rob, because we are seeing alerts just over the last 10 minutes there, air raid sirens in the Gaza border area. What can you tell us? What are you seeing down there in Sderot?
Just a short time ago, about 10 minutes ago, we had some interceptions just to the south of us. We could see some of them from where we're stationed. These have been just some of the many rockets that have been fired today. There's been pretty frequent bombardments emanating from the Gaza Strip, targeting the towns of Sderot and some of the communities around the Gaza envelope, as well as targeting Ashkelon and Ashdod. Also, a little earlier in the day, during the afternoon, there was a launch towards Tel Aviv, and these bombardments have been, every sort of half an hour or sometimes every hour. For the last hour and a half, there was a short break until that barrage that we just saw just a few minutes ago.
And Rob, we've seen the Defense Minister Gallant down south today. We saw the Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, going down south to speak to the troops. I think a sense of really building of something going to happen here. What have you been seeing there in terms of maybe troop movements, perhaps preparations for what many believe very soon will be the next stage of this war?
Indeed, there's a lot of speculation as to when the ground offensive will begin. With the Defense Minister Gallant, he said basically that it would happen soon. He didn't put a time frame on that, but there's speculation whether he's talking about days or weeks. It's understood that the IDF may wish to continue its air campaign against targets in Gaza, and that may take it some time, as well as the fact that there's still reservist soldiers who are being equipped, trained up, being retrained essentially, because many of these are people that have come from ordinary walks of life, and so these are all parts of the process of the ground forces getting ready to make those moves into Gaza. In terms of troop movements here on the ground, there's a lot of activity. There's a lot of checkpoints, as well as mobile patrols moving around the area, and there are quite a lot of vehicles stationed in and around the area, but obviously the IDF doesn't want to give too much information regarding these away.
Of course. Robert Swift down in Sderot, right near the Gaza border. Thank you for that. I mean, of course, the IDF wants to prepare as much as it could, and you talked earlier about gathering intelligence. But we have to be honest here. The issue of the hostages, the issue of international pressure. We saw Israel with that episode with the hospital yesterday. It kind of dodged a missile, you might say, to some degree. Clearly, though, there has to be some pressure weighing on not just the military, but the political echelon to move to the next stage of the war.
Yeah, we know that our time is short, always. Always we're short because the diplomatic pressure will come, and things will happen, and humanitarian things will happen, and it will be bad, and it will look bad, because this is a kind of war. When you are getting into it, you can never know how it will look like. So we have a short time, but still, I think Israel have the ability, from one hand, and from another hand, we have the support of all nations of the Western world to do what we have to do. So the matter of time now is less important.
Well, you say that it has the support of the world to do what it has to do, but one wonders if how that support will be sustained when we actually see the fighting and when we actually see civilian casualties and even casualties on the Israeli side increase.
It will be very difficult. It will be very difficult for us. And as I said, it's a matter of time, and we have to use the time very, very accurate.
All right, Amidas, thank you for joining us on I-24 News. Guy Azriel, you're going to be staying with us. We're going into a second hour of this particular broadcast. Let me just update you. About 10 minutes ago, we did have sirens, rockets fired into the Gaza border area in the south. As we heard, interceptions, no reports of casualties or damage. We'll be back. We're going out for a brief break of a few minutes, but we'll be back at the top of the hour with more of our continuing coverage on I-24 News of Israel's war against Hamas as day 13 of the conflict begins to draw to a close. Stay with us.
Surprise, the transition to parenthood can be transformative for anyone with a new baby. But what kind of mark is it leaving on the brains of new parents?
There are dramatic physiological, hormonal, and neuronal changes in the body and the brain that accompanies parenthood.
Much like the changes that happen in the brain when picking up any new skill, like learning a new language or mastering a new musical instrument, the brain also changes when becoming a parent. It's what scientists call experience-induced brain plasticity. And Professor Adi Mizrahi is doing some of his own digging into this at the Hebrew University's Edmund and Lily Safra Center for Brain Sciences.
In a region of the brain called the amygdala, it becomes more sensitive in the mothers when they hear baby sounds.
In short, all these senses get a boost to help a mother interact with her baby. Smell and sound, two very strong stimuli, are the areas Professor Mizrahi is focused on in his lab. But does fatherhood have the same impact on the brain and bodies of men?
Levels of testosterone, which is the male hormone, which is correlated with male-like behaviors like aggressiveness and things of that sort. It goes down when the male becomes parents.
As Professor Mizrahi says, each and every one of us has a parent or two parents. Most of us will become parents one day. And as any new parent knows, having a baby provides opportunities for enrichment, learning, and stress experiences known to transform the adult brain.
Over 1,300 people murdered and more than 3,000 injured, and the war with Hamas continues. We bring you first-hand testimonies from the front lines, from those who survived, and all the records of the atrocities by Hamas. Follow us as Israel fights terror from the south and north. Get the inside scoop on what's going on. Only on I-24 News.
In the last 2 weeks, this country has gone through something that no country, no people should have to endure, least of all Israel, which has lived through some of the most awful scenes, the specter of violence and terrorism every day.
Well, welcome to or back to this special broadcast on I-24 News. I'm Caleb Ben David. Just a quick update. We do have air raid sirens going out from communities just north of the Gaza Strip, from the Tiva Surah until Ashkelon. We'll bring you updates on that as we have. Now, it is day 13 of Israel's war against Hamas, and the IDF continues to pound military targets in Gaza with some results, killing 3 senior terror commanders there. Rockets continue to be launched from Gaza into Israel, it's apparently in the last few minutes, while fire also intensified across the northern border from Hamas and Hezbollah terror groups in Lebanon, drawing return fire from Israel. The West Bank also heating up with violent clashes throughout the day between Palestinian militants and IDF troops. Foreign political figures such as the UK Prime Minister Rishi Sunak and the New York State Governor Kathy Hochul touched down in Israel on visits of support. And as the country and the world await the next phase of the conflict, an Israeli ground invasion into Gaza to rescue the over 200 hostages held there and to wipe out Hamas's military capability, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu paid a visit to the troops down south to offer these words of encouragement.
I am here with Golani fighters. They come from all parts of the country. They fought like lions. They will fight like lions. Are you ready to continue? Yeah! We are going to win with all our might. Yeah! The entire nation of Israel stands behind you, and we will deal a hard blow to our enemies to achieve victory. For victory. Ready? Yeah!
Now, the death toll of Israelis is at some 1,400, and every one is a heart-wrenching story, but some of those have stood out especially so. Now, one of those is that of Noya Dan, a 12-year-old autistic girl who was originally believed to have been from kibbutz Nir Oz, together with her 80-year-old grandmother, Carmela. A photo of Noya holding a Harry Potter book and wearing a Hogwarts school outfit spurred the author J.K. Rowling to tweet about her plight and call for her safe return. But last night, the bodies of Noya and Carmela were found and identified. The family released a tape of the last phone call Noya made to her mother while her home was under attack by Hamas terrorists. Here is a bit of that.
אמא, היה עכשיו בום גדול ומפחיד בדלת. וכל החלונות בבית של סבתא שבורים בכניסה.
Heartbreaking. May the memories of Noya and Carmela be a blessing. Now, among those other Israelis who have found tragedy in the south, including at that Nova Music Festival massacre, was the young couple Or and Einav Levy. Or was kidnapped into Gaza by Hamas terrorists who killed Einav, leaving behind their 2-year-old son Almog. Also left behind is Or's brother, Michael, who was mourning his sister-in-law and left in limbo over the fate of his siblings. Thank you for joining us. Well, first of all, tell us, Michael, about Or and Einav. Just tell us a little bit about them.
Or and Einav were one of those couples that were always together, always happy, traveling. Almog was born 2 years ago. It was their whole world. They loved him. They did everything with him. Yeah.
Well, tell us when you and the family first heard the news about what was happening and how it reacted, how you found out about Einav, and whatever information you have about Or.
So we first found out about the situation on Saturday morning around 6:30 when the alarms from the missile attack started. Then my mother contacted Paul, and he told her that they are heading back They just arrived to the party and decided to head back. After a few minutes, when they understood that the missile attack is still going on, they decided to stop in a bomb shelter next to the road, which unfortunately became death threat to Einav. They managed to call my mother and told her that they are inside the shelter. My mother asked what's going on, wanted to see if he's okay, but his only response was, "Mom, you don't want to know." And that was the last thing we heard from him. And then probably 20 or 30 minutes later, the terrorists arrived and started throwing grenades and shooting into the shelter, murdering Einav, and probably kidnapping my brother, leaving Almog without his mom and with a kidnapped father.
Right, it's devastating to hear that. I want to ask you, Michael, I mean, take the forum. First of all, what would you have to say to the government of Israel? And of course, you know, we're an international news channel. What would you have to say using this forum to the international community?
First of all, I think that the international community needs to understand that Hamas is ISIS. This is crime against humanity. You cannot kill and slaughter and kidnap civilians from their homes, from parties. I mean, Oren Einav's only crime was that they came to celebrate peace and love in a party, and Einav got murdered and all got kidnapped just because they are Jewish and Israelis. And I think the world should respond to it and make sure that those things won't happen again, and that all of the hostages, civilians, will be safe at home with their families, and Almog will have a father.
All right. Well, Michael, we join in the mourning of Einav. May her memory be a blessing. And of course, we wish a safe return for Levy to his family and to his son, as you said. So he will have a father. Thank you, Michael Levy, for joining us on I-24 News.
Thank you.
You know, kind of devastating to hear that testimony. With us in studio, Daniel Sheck, the former Israeli ambassador to France and political commentator, and still with us in studio, our correspondent, Guy Azrael. And Daniel, you hear that story is heartbreaking. The question is, how much these stories, the stories which have been told and have been told to some degree in the media, and of course we continue to present them and others, and they're presented on social media, are making a lasting impact in terms of how people are viewing this conflict, how people are viewing Hamas, and how people are viewing what Israel will have to do to get people like Or Levy returned, if possible.
You know, Kalev, I spend my days at the forum of the families of the abducted and missing persons. It's a civil society-based initiative with hundreds of people who came there as volunteers to help from all sorts of disciplines. And there's a little group of former diplomats who are making sure that ambassadors that are stationed here meet families of abducted people. So you spend your days listening to their stories, and it's heartbreaking. And I think it does make an impact. It does leave a mark. How can it not? leave a mark, because we're not talking about victims. Hopefully they will all be safely returned. But we are talking about, this generic term of hostages, but actually that's not the right term. The term is human beings from the age of 9 months to the age of 87 years old. Men, women, sick people.
Infants, as you
say. And I think it does leave a mark, and I don't know if it will immediately lead to the return of the safe return of these people, but it definitely serves to keep this story alive in the minds of these people. They report back to their governments, and I think when you see the reactions of the leaders who come and go here in the last few days and will continue in the coming week, I'm sure it leaves an impact. The personal stories have a huge impact, and it's very important that here on I24 News you keep showing them, because that is what will keep this in the minds of people around the world.
Right. Yes, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
And speaking about that impact, well, the European Parliament today passed, I think, an unprecedented resolution condemning Hamas's, quote, despicable terrorist attack against Israel, also expressing their support for Israel and underlining the need to eliminate the terrorist organization Hamas. The resolution also calls for the immediate release of all hostages kidnapped by Hamas and recognizes Israel's right to self-defense as enshrined and constrained by international law. So a very strong message, and that is the impact of that human tragedy and the work.
And that is in a forum that is not traditionally very friendly to Israel.
Very much so. And staying on this topic, a day after the visit by U.S. President Joe Biden here, Western leaders continue coming to Israel, with British Prime Minister Rishi Sunak in Jerusalem today for meetings with Prime Minister Netanyahu and President Isaac Herzog. Our senior diplomatic correspondent Owen Alterman explains why this war has become so important, especially to those European powers.
The Hebrew expression is rakevet avirit, air train, as another foreign leader lands in Tel Aviv Thursday. Rishi Sunak, British Prime Minister, here stepping off a military cargo plane. Another visit from a strong Western ally to show support in Israel's trying hour.
Above all, I'm here to express my solidarity with the Israeli people. You have suffered an unspeakable, horrific act of terrorism, and I want you to know that the United Kingdom and I stand with you.
Sunak will stay the night for a two-day visit, demonstrating not only a partnership with Israel and a desire to stop the war's expansion, but also a Britain taking its traditional geopolitical place beside the United States. Sunak, of course, is only the latest. Even before U.S. President Joe Biden, German Chancellor Olaf Scholz came to show his support. For post-Holocaust Germany, the relationship with Israel has added emotional meaning.
We feel the terrible grief of all Israelis whose parents, siblings and children were killed in this barbaric attack. We share the unbearable worry of all those whose family members were taken from their everyday lives and brutally abducted.
France has indicated that President Emmanuel Macron will also soon come to Israel, rounding out visits from Europe's three most powerful countries. As a group, Europe's powers have reason to get engaged. For them, this is a fight in a global frame, mobilizing in defense of a Western ally, to proclaim solidarity that echoes all the way to the front lines of eastern Ukraine, to show Russia that the West stands united globally for the security of Israel and of Europe itself.
Well, let's go now to our UK correspondent, Jonathan Sacerdoti in London. And Jonathan, we see strong support then by Rishi Sunak, also from the British Foreign Minister, James Cleverly. But there are other voices in the UK. Give us a sense of some of the discourse about the conflict, some of those other viewpoints that, unfortunately, that we have been hearing there in the UK.
So, Kalev, we are expecting tomorrow another massive protest against Israel on the streets of London.
And I think that really draws into focus the gulf between the government's very strong position backing up Israel, and then certainly a sizable minority, let's say, who are passionately and vocally against Israel. And I think that's not necessarily something which is easy to explain, because after the horrific visions that everybody saw on the 7th of October in the massacre, it's difficult to understand how even the most dyed-in-the-wool supporters of the Palestinian cause could pick that moment to be protesting so passionately against Israel defending itself. But that is the position that Rishi Sunak finds himself in being a passionate and strong supporter of Israel. He perhaps has the benefit of knowing he's very unlikely to win the next general election next year, and maybe that's giving him the sense that he can actually stand up for what he perhaps believes in here without too much fear of what it might do to him at the polls, because either it's going to strengthen his core, who will be pleased that he's behaving this way, or it's not going to do any more damage than he was going to suffer anyway.
Right. Now, I do also want to talk a little about British media, and I have to, I think, Jonathan, particularly the BBC. We reporting here, citing a European source saying, a European intelligence source, the casualties from that explosion in the hospital, which Israel presented strong evidence that was a Palestinian Islamic Jihad rocket misfire. The actual casualties may be somewhere between 10, maybe up to 50, nowhere near the 500, 400 that was cited. A lot of criticism, at least coming here from Israel, to the BBC in particular, particularly some of its editorial policies.
Yes, I mean, that story, I suppose, is a textbook case of what seems to happen in terms of coverage, especially here in Great Britain, but across the world generally, presented with something that looks very telegenic, a hospital destroyed, masses of casualties, catastrophic deaths. Those were the reports that were put out in the beginning, because that's what the Palestinian Health Authority said, of course, controlled by Hamas. Too many, including the BBC, seemed unquestioningly to accept that. Of course, looked at after not very long with the footage that started to come out, it looked like, well, more of an explosion or a fire in a car park outside a hospital, very small crater. Quite hard to understand how such a small hospital with an explosion outside it could have had quite so many deaths. And of course, all the people more used to covering those stories more critically were not surprised when broadcasters had got it wrong. It's still not considered a settled case here. People aren't necessarily certain they know what happened. But as you say, I think some of the early reports, and even some of the ones lingering now, rather stubbornly and pig-headedly on the part of some broadcasters and media outlets, are still reporting this incorrectly, and time will tell. But as you know, the damage is done early on, and the effect that those sorts of reports had around the world, especially in the Middle East region, have been very difficult, with even that quadrilateral meeting for Joe Biden cancelled because of those early reports. The BBC still coming under a lot of criticism for refusing to refer to Hamas as terrorists, even though Hamas is a prescribed terror group within the UK, so it's a legal position that would be easy to defend. They say that they try not to take sides in disputes around the world and try not to use the word terrorism, except reporting it as somebody else's judgment. Of course, they've broken that rule so many times, including recently with the attack that happened in Brussels, and they went back and corrected that rather than correcting their failure to use the word in terms of Hamas.
All right, Jonathan Shachadori there in London. Thank you for that, Jonathan. I want to go back to our Batya Leventhal. She's in Jerusalem there at the Western Wall Plaza. We've been talking about the concerns, the security concerns, Batya. Of course, tomorrow Hamas has called for another, I don't know how you want it, day of extreme rage, or however you want to say it. Of course, in such times, concerns rise, especially there in Jerusalem, particularly even in that area you're in. Behind you, you have the Temple Mount area compound with the El Aqsa Mosque there. So certainly, even though Jerusalem not been the center of rocket fire at all, the security concerns are rising in the capital.
Well, it may be largely spared from rocket fire, but Jerusalem being a still disputed territory to many people around the world, including here in Israel, of course, is not saved from the fire that is likely to come under. Normally, when Hamas calls for these Day of Rages, as you mentioned, the Al-Aqsa Mosque compound just above the Western Wall Plaza where we're currently standing. And usually those are the images that are seen and broadcast around the world of clashes atop that compound between many Palestinians, some of whom actually bring up Hamas flags and are Hamas supporters, and the Israeli Defense Forces and the border police that tend to be there as well. At the moment, I can tell you that the situation in Jerusalem is eerie, and that's not just right here at the Western Wall Plaza, but it's the same for many holy sites, including the Al-Aqsa Mosque, including the Golden Dome, and including the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. It is almost as if we've reverted back to the days of COVID when restrictions were heavily implemented, but a different sense in the feeling of the atmosphere being that it's not one of concern for getting sick, but it's one of concern for necessarily your lives ending or violence breaking out in the region that you're in. And so Hamas calling for this Day of Rage again. We did see violence sparking up a couple of times during these Days of Rages, but in particular now during the violence and the war that's happening on Israel's southern border and the escalation that's appearing on the northern border, it's likely that the security presence, and we've seen that, is going to be even stronger and stepped up even further in Jerusalem and the West Bank. That's why there haven't been so many reports of incidents, and the incidents that are reported are normally attained as before they get reported into the news, where there are several Palestinians in the West Bank that have been arrested, and the violence tends to be kept relatively on the low. But again, it all depends on what unfolds tomorrow with this Day of Rage. We're now on day 13. Tomorrow will be day 14 of the war, and each day as this progresses, Israel seems to be losing more and more international sympathy, more and more international support, as Jonathan Sashadadi was pointing out as well. But more so than that, it's starting to fear up and spark a lot of anger in a lot of Palestinian and Arab Israeli residents here in the country as well.
All right, and we see that certainly in the West Bank. Bach Leventhal, thank you for that. And let me ask you about that, Daniel. Like you said, Rishi Sunak, Emmanuel Macron, President Biden himself, certainly taking these strong positions of support for Israel. But there are constituencies in each of their countries, some even in their own political camps, that are starting to turn in another direction towards Israel. And the question is, how much can Israel bank on that kind of support, especially if and when we see a ground operation begin and presumably real civilian casualties, start being reported?
Well, it's difficult to calculate. When such an event begins, Israel receives sort of a credit line, if you'll excuse the comparison. And the size of that credit line depends on the events on the first few days. In this case, the credit line was extremely large for the worst and most tragic reasons. But I think that with a few exceptions, it was really across the board of the political elites and even in large portions of public opinions. This is slowly beginning to erode because it began with one extremely brutal and spectacular event, but the days that followed, despite the rocket firing and despite occasional casualties, which for us Israelis, of course, mean a lot, but in comparison to the images that now are coming out of Gaza, are dwarfed in a certain sense. So that is beginning to be eroded, and the more the credit line is eroded, the more you hear the voices that you just mentioned of people who are switching sides and saying that Israel is the culprit in all sorts of ways. And it takes that again. I mean, we spoke about this just a few minutes earlier. To repeat the personal stories and to remind how this originated, it has an importance now, even for the battle over the image that Israel is fighting now, in parallel to the real battle.
Right, and we saw the importance of that battle just in the last 48 hours with all that happened with the hospital, for sure.
Absolutely, absolutely. But even Le Monde isn't in any way particularly pro-Israel newspaper, and it has. I just on the way here read an analysis that they have made, which didn't give a 100% 100% conclusion, but it was quite clear that they had big doubts about the original numbers and the original story of Israel bombarding the hospital.
The evidence the IDF presented is pretty convincing. On this regards, by the way, I just note there was just a release from the United Nations. Antonio Guterres, the Secretary General, meeting with Egyptian Foreign Affairs Minister Sameh Hassan Shukri Selim, again condemning Hamas, condemning the terrorist actions pretty unequivocally, but calling for immediate unconditional release of the hostages, but calling for immediate unrestricted access of humanitarian aid to respond to the most basic needs of the people of Gaza. And that is going to be an issue in the coming days, the issue of the humanitarian aid, which Israel does not want to see get in the hands of Hamas.
Yes, as we just reported a short while ago, we know that the Rafah crossing from Egypt to Gaza will be reopened tomorrow for the transfer of humanitarian aid. We're expecting between 20 to 30 trucks of that aid coming from Egypt into Gaza, and that is following that agreement between Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and US President Joe Biden. That is, if you may, the pill that Netanyahu had to swallow in exchange for the American support. Obviously, a move that is not seen with kind eyes among the families of the Israeli public in general, but in particular the families of the kidnapped. The message that they're sending through is no aid to Gaza until we get our loved ones back.
Right, and certainly that we heard that in the studio even this evening. We're going out for a break. Ambassador Sheck, stay with us. Guy Azriel, also stay with us. We're just going to be going back for about a 3-minute break, but stay with us for our continuing coverage of Israel's battle against Hamas, Day 13. We'll be right back.
Made for Me, a unique concept in Israel. Custom-made men's fashion to your measurements. Made for Me, designer of all your events. Schedule your appointment at www.madeforme.co.il. Made for Me, official dresser of I-24 News.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
Israel is officially in a state of war.
This is a very active scene, and we need to get in the car as we're talking.
More than 100 soldiers and civilians have been kidnapped.
Help us, we don't know what to do. We just don't know anything.
Entire families, including babies and children and elderly, were butchered in their beds.
Awaken the giant, and we are ready and we are strong.
Everyone is showing up. This is the unity.
Comencé a trabajar en I-24 News en el año 2013. Ese mismo año, como parte de la serie de documentales Reportage Insight, viajé a la Argentina para entrevistar al fiscal Alberto Nisman, que había determinado inconstitucional el memorándum de entendimiento entre Argentina e Irán firmado por la expresidenta Cristina Fernández de Kirchner. Estaba relacionado con el atentado a la AMIA de 1994, que dejó un saldo de 85 muertos y más de 100 heridos.
Todo el material con el que trabajamos a diario.
El 18 de enero del año 2015 ocurre un suceso impactante. El fiscal Alberto Nisman es encontrado muerto en el baño de su departamento con un tiro en la cabeza. Y lo que todo el mundo se preguntaba, ¿fue un suicidio o un homicidio? La Corte Suprema Argentina dictaminó que fue un asesinato.
La única solución es hacer como hemos hecho con Eichmann, traerlos acá y una vez que están bien.
¿Qué hay detrás de esta historia tan interesante? Encubrimiento a terroristas, conspiraciones internacionales, búsqueda de la verdad. ¿Algún día sabremos la verdad? En los últimos 7 años, para el magazine News 24 en español, que se transmite en I-24 News, realicé más de 40 informes relacionados con el tema AMIA Nisman Irán. Un tema que tiene todos los condimentos para que un canal internacional de noticias como I-24 News siga investigando hasta que algún día se esclarezca la verdad.
Welcome back to our special broadcast on I-24 News, Israel at War, Day 13. And though much of that war, the focus has been down south on the borders of the Gaza Strip. Increasingly, it is turning to the Lebanon border up north. Let's go to our Hamda Salhout there. And Hamda, we have a day of, this was a day of intensified conflict there in the north. And one has to wonder, going into the weekend tomorrow, we heard Hamas calling for a day of intense rage, whether we're going to even see that northern front also intensify in the coming days.
Right, Kalev, we're actually hearing from the Israeli military spokesperson at this hour who said, quote, Hezbollah will bear all the consequences for operations carried out on the northern border by Hamas of Lebanon with its approval. So remember, the same way that the Israeli military treats the Gaza Strip, it punishes Hamas for anything happening out of the enclave. It will punish Hezbollah for any military activity that happens out of Lebanon when it comes to Palestinian factions. The Israeli military has been increasingly on high alert. Today has been the most activity when it comes to the northern border, barrages of rockets, quite heavy exchanges of mortar fire, helicopters flying all around. A lot of countries like the United States, the UK, Germany, Saudi Arabia have all warned their citizens to evacuate Lebanon immediately, to get on commercial flights as soon as they can and leave. The Lebanese government is saying that they're not interested in war. They want the situation at the northern border to remain calm. However, it wouldn't really be in their hands. It would be up to Hezbollah and the other factions that are operating in the southern parts of their countries who've been eager to join this fight since the beginning. Now, in terms of the day of rage tomorrow, this has been expected from Hamas. They've been distributing flyers, sending them around for people to protest in cities across the world, specifically in Beirut. We've been seeing these demonstrations for days. They have been happening. They've been raising Palestinian flags, Hezbollah flags, as an indication that the people want Hezbollah to get involved. So the Israeli military on high alert on the northern border.
All right, Hamda Salhout there, just south of that border in the Israeli city of Nahariya. Hamda, thank you for that. Well, of course, this conflict is also playing, we saw earlier London, it's playing out in several of the world's capitals, especially Washington, D.C. Now, Israel is enjoying some broad bipartisan political support in Washington in its battle against Hamas. But that does not mean the partisan bickering between Democrats and Republicans about other aspects of Mideast policy has stopped. Let's go to our senior U.S. correspondent, Mike Wagenheim. Mike, there in New York, I should say, back in New York. And Mike, well, of course, one of the issues, the contentious issues right now is the question of the U.S.'s next ambassador to Israel, the Biden administration's nominee, Jack Lew, not getting a particularly warm reception among Republicans.
No, not at all. He is seen, as one senator told me yesterday, as the embodiment of all that was wrong with the Obama administration and now the Biden administration's appeasement of Iran. Lew was warmly welcomed by Democrats in a nomination hearing in front of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee on Capitol Hill yesterday, but Republicans on that committee staunchly opposed to Lew. He was the chief of staff for Obama, later the Treasury Secretary, was a strong advocate of the Iran nuclear accord. Republicans say he misled Congress on statements regarding the accord and outright lied in some instances. That's the accusation that was put in front of him in that hearing yesterday. We spoke with several Republican members of that Senate Foreign Relations Committee, including Ted Cruz and Tom Cotton, to get their thoughts on the hearing that took place yesterday. Let's give it a listen.
No, I oppose Jack Lew's nomination. It would be bad for the United States. I think it would be bad for Israel to have a man who has misled the Congress and the American people about the nuclear deal with Iran. Remember, when he was Secretary of the Treasury, he promised that Iran would not have access to the U.S. financial system. And that was not required under that terribly flawed nuclear deal. Yet just a few months later, he gave them exactly that access to convert almost $6 billion worth of Iranian assets into U.S. dollars. And then he lied to the Congress about it. Jack Lew, unfortunately, cannot be trusted by the members of Congress, by the American people, or the people of Israel.
Jack Lew was a pivotal person in the Obama administration's agenda of appeasement towards Iran. He played an integral part in flowing over $100 billion to the Ayatollah, to the radical mullahs who are profoundly anti-Semitic. The Ayatollah leads chants of death to America and death to Israel. And that failed policy under Obama has only been expanded under Biden.
Senator Ted Cruz, I-24 News there. Mike, well, they're making their views of Jack Lew pretty clear there. What about the visit, Joe Biden's visit to Israel? Of course, here in Israel, he got more or less rave reviews. We even heard from a woman who's had two brothers-in-law killed over the past week, and talking about how she spoke with half an hour for President Biden, how warm he was. What about Republicans? What are they saying about the visit?
The basic consensus I gathered from speaking with Republicans in the Senate yesterday was essentially, listen, he said the right things, but is he doing the right things? And again, it comes back to the policies and the posture toward Iran, which is the principal sponsor of Hamas. And essentially, the more the money that the U.S. lets slip through the cracks with lax enforcement of sanctions, with essentially the hostage money, ransom money in exchange for American hostages, the more seeps through to Hamas for use in their terror activities. So while the words are good, the actions aren't. Let's give a listen once again to Tom Cotton and Ted Cruz.
Well, I'm pleased that President Biden expressed his support for the Prime Minister and the government of Israel as they undertake this war to destroy Hamas. I worry that much of his rhetoric, though, sounds the notes of caution and restraint and proportionality when Israel just suffered the most savage attack against the Jewish people since American GIs liberated the concentration camps in 1945. The last thing we should be doing is putting any pressure on the government of Israel or imposing timelines or holding them to a higher standard than any other nation would face when they've been attacked so brutally. The American people would not have tolerated calls for restraint on December 8, 1941 or September 12, 2001. We should not be imposing those demands on the people of Israel as they undertake what will be, no doubt, a very challenging war against Hamas.
Where we are now is the Biden administration is daily undermining the government of Israel by making comments like Israel must comply with the international law and the rule of law, which of course Israel does and always has, and that's part of a left-wing effort to delegitimize Israel and prevent Israel from following through on its right to defend itself, and in particular its right and responsibility to utterly eliminate Hamas.
Those are Republican Senators Ted Cruz and Tom Cotton there at the start. And essentially, that was the consensus. I spoke with Tim Scott as well, by the way, another senator on the Foreign Relations Committee. He said, listen, Jack Lew, and essentially by extension, Joe Biden's heart is in the right place when it comes to Israel, but the policies just don't match up and just don't make it a good fit for the broader American-Israeli relationship. So while, Kalev, there is broad bipartisan support right now for Israel, more than there has been in a long time, it seems like when it comes to Jack Lew specifically, that support dovetails into left and right.
Right, and the Iran policy in general. I just also want to make a note, Mike, as you know, New York State Governor Kathy Hochul in Israel today making a solidarity visit. There was I just saw an announcement that California Governor Gavin Newsom is planning to make a solidarity visit. We should note the two states in the United States with the largest Jewish populations. There was a report of Donald Trump thinking about it. So certainly some politicians and those, I'm not going to be cynical about it, have a political interest. A visit to Israel certainly seems to be a bit in fashion right now. Mike Wagenheim there in New York, thank you for that. And I do want to ask you, Danny, about the U.S. support for Israel. It's strong. As I said, and I've mentioned early in this program, there are constituencies within the Democratic Party that it's not so popular stance is taking. And you have to wonder, if a war breaks out, if we're talking about the possibility of U.S. involvement, at least in the north with Hezbollah, aid to Israel, whether this, even in the United States, if the kind of support we're seeing will hold.
No, of course I can't predict, and the system might complicate things. But you know, with very few exceptions, by and large, these guys are competing who is more pro-Israel. So
for the moment,
yes. But again, if you look at the general block of support for Israel, you have a solid support from the Republican Party and still a very large majority of the Democratic Party.
The mainstream of the Democratic
mainstream.
Party,
and you have a president who really has nothing to prove anymore about his commitment. So I think we're probably safe for now.
I mean, maybe most crucially, Jonathan, is the military support U.S. is given, not just rhetorical, but in actual in those planes that have already started to come, bringing related military gear to Israel, which it may need once a ground operation gets going.
Yes, and
I should say, Jonathan Regev, our defense correspondent, I didn't mention that you would come in.
Yeah, these things have landed already, and for years and years there's talk of how Israel fell in love with attacks from the air and intelligence, and basically put aside the ground army and generals from within the Israeli establishment, the current and mostly former generals, that they said that this on D-Day this will lead for disaster. And it did. The Israeli ground army was clearly not ready for what came on October 7th, and is it ready for a major ground offensive in the Gaza Strip, possibly in Lebanon? Not so sure. A lot of gaps there, which the Americans are helping us close
Right,
down.
we just saw some footage of these armored vehicles that the United States supplied that did arrive today on bombers. Actually, speaking of the ground operation, you did prepare a report looking at the preparations for the ground invasion into Gaza, but it's been almost 2 weeks now. And so Jonathan Regev looks at why the operation hasn't begun yet and when it may get underway. Let's take a look at that.
For nearly 2 weeks, Israelis have been waiting to see the promises of their leaders to crush Hamas come true. There is a clear understanding it cannot happen without a ground offensive, which has so far been delayed. Why? For various reasons. People in every corner of Israel are moved by the unwavering support expressed by the President of the United States, Joe Biden, as well as all the other Western leaders touching down here. But that support comes with a price.
Palestinian people are suffering greatly as well. We mourn the loss of innocent Palestinian lives like the entire world.
The last thing Israel needed is a global leader landing here as images of a catastrophe emerge from Gaza. Hamas almost achieved that with the manipulative reports about the Gaza hospital bombing just ahead of Biden's visit, Israel exposing that lie just on time.
Based on the information we've seen to date, it appears the result of an errant rocket fired by a terrorist group in Gaza.
International legitimacy is one reason. The combat readiness of the troops is another. For years, the warnings about the poor condition of the ground forces were ignored. Like so many other things, it all crashed down on that terrible Saturday morning. The time since then was used to close the very big gaps there were in the needed equipment. The gap is now almost closed. The constant shelling of areas in the northern Gaza Strip, along with a call for residents to head south, are meant to create a safer passage for ground forces entering. But that is also a process taking time. By the weekend, the equipment will be in the field, the northern Gaza Strip will be emptier, and the foreign leaders will be back home. Will this be the time for the ground offensive to begin? Maybe so.
Now, the maneuver will bring the war to the enemy's territory. We will defeat them in their territory.
The war cabinet is set to convene on Thursday evening. Will this be the time they make the decision to send the troops? We will find out soon enough.
And Jonathan, certainly from a security standpoint, commanders want as much time to prepare as they can to lay the ground. We heard for reasons, intelligence, the air campaign, etc. But at the same time, there's only just so much time. But over 300,000 troops that you could sustain troops out in the field like that before it starts taxing the resources available to the army.
There's so much time that the reservists can stay in place. There's so much time that support will come from the United United States and Germany and France and the UK. It's still there. We saw it this week. President Biden was here yesterday. British Prime Minister Rishi Sunak was here today. German leaders, French leaders, but it was very close just 2 nights ago of all this going away with that very manipulative report by Hamas, which was also aired by many international media outlets. It was almost gone. It's not gone. Israel also did a very good and extensive work at exposing the lies put out by Hamas, and not only by Hamas, by other international media outlets as well. But all this will end soon because the images are coming out of Gaza. We cannot ignore it. They're difficult images, and the rage here that we feel in Israel perhaps is not always shared by people abroad. They see bad images coming out of Gaza as they are. The bad images coming out of Gaza, they do not connect them with what would happen here on that Saturday morning. Therefore, Israel does not have a lot of time. Having said all that, Israel wants to make sure that it's ready and making all the possible preparations. Everything is indicating that a ground offensive will come, but will it really come? We simply do not know.
Right. There is a report this evening of the Home Front Command and preparing in the government an evacuation, at least of part of Ashkelon, 27,000 civilians, unprecedented in Israeli history. So is the evacuation of Sderot. But this is Ashkelon is a much bigger city. And again, those people also, well, let me just put it this way, Denny, there is a political component to this too. We have people who are living away from their homes. We have now another tens of thousands of Israelis who have to be relocated. We have the families of the hostages demanding action. Prime Minister Netanyahu under pressure. He's got his own coalition. He has people already saying, angry in his own coalition, in his own government, for allowing the humanitarian aid corridor to be opened from Egypt. So there is a political component here that we have to reckon to get this ground operation going.
Yeah, there definitely is. And, you know, the border villages are mostly kibbutzim, and the kibbutz movement sort of takes care of its own, and they absorb them. You're talking about Sderot, it's already a town, a sizable town, and Ashkelon is a city.
It's a
real city.
Tens of thousands.
What you do with all these people, you can't just count on them having relatives in Tel Aviv or in Netanya.
Right.
It's, you have to offer some kind of solution, and it might not be a solution for a week. It might be for months, as far as we know now. So there's a human component above all. There's an economic component, and there is, as you say, a political one. Although I suspect, or I hope, that this is not a major consideration.
No, I didn't say major.
No, I'm saying you're right that it does exist. I just hope that in the balance, it's not the main consideration. It's the security of Israelis and the goals that the government and the war cabinet has set for the war with Hamas, which we. You know, people say eradicating Hamas, destroying Hamas, flattening Gaza. These are not operational plans.
Right, sure.
These are political statements. So it remains to be known, and maybe Jonathan Regev knows a little bit more about that.
Probably not.
What the exact objectives of a ground operation would be.
So the answer is no. We do not know. No one's telling us anything. The only thing I do know is that many of our leaders have put themselves in the corner. We've heard Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, we've heard Defense Minister Yoav Gallant, and others are saying, we will eradicate Hamas, we will flatten Gaza. Can we eradicate Hamas altogether? I don't know. Yes, maybe Israel is...
I would put it like this. Islamic State, ISIS, still exists. I mean, there were cells there. But the achievement was to take away its ability to control an area
I would say cripple Hamas would be probably...
Right, so that it can't control territory. It'll still exist. There's Hamas operation. There are Hamas cells outside of Gaza. We know in Lebanon, there's in the Gulf and Turkey. So,
absolutely.
No, but I would say, and I can't speak for the government, that operationally would be Hamas's ability to control the Gaza Strip would be maybe the goal, and freeing the hostages, or at least determining their fate as much as possible. Well, speaking of that, let's go down to our Robert Swift, who is down in Sderot. Robert, that's a city that's already been largely evacuated, but again, this is a city we're talking about. I think it was of something between 10 and 15,000. But now we're talking, or town. Now we're hearing about Ashkelon, an evacuation there, tens of thousands of people. Clearly a major operation, maybe a sign of things advancing towards the next phase of this conflict.
That's right. Ashkelon is one of the cities which is the most targeted with rockets. Its geographic position means that it is being inundated on a daily basis, hourly basis sometimes, with rockets, and that's likely why the reports regarding these evacuations and those people that are living without shelters has been taken by the government. It's worth noting that the population there is already reduced slightly. We don't have exact numbers on how many people are living there currently, but many people have chosen to move to other parts of the countries without the government having to tell them to do so. Those who can have moved in with friends and families elsewhere due to the amount of havoc that these barrages are causing.
Right, and just to illustrate your point, we did have a siren earlier this evening in Ashkelon yet again, and in fact in all that area a little north from where you are in the Gaza Strip. Just maybe a final word of your sensing of the mood down in the south, because a lot of people are speculating for even this weekend, and I don't pretend to have any inside knowledge of it, that the next phase of the war could be coming.
Yeah, these launches are happening frequently. Just between now and the last time that I spoke to you, we took cover where we are due to the fact that there was a launch going on over our heads, and so you can imagine how that is for the residents in cities like Ashkelon. In terms of the mood, there's a lot of movement of military vehicles going on here. There's also been comments from the Prime Minister and from the Defence Minister today, and so some people are looking at that, thinking that might be a sign that the ground operation is about to begin. It may be that some people will look at the reports of these evacuations in Ashkelon as yet another sign, another piece of evidence that perhaps that ground operation is imminent.
All right, Robert Swift there in Sderot. Thank you for that. Just a word, Denny. Once Israel puts its boots on the ground in Gaza, the whole picture changes. And also people then are going to start talking and maybe even demanding, I'm talking about the international community, maybe voices in Israel about what we call the day after.
Yes, I think I actually hope that Israel is thinking about the day after.
I presume
too.
Somebody is discussing it.
Because that is you don't start a war if you don't know how you want to end it and what you want the end result to be, and you do want to have somebody still standing who can take control. You don't want to create another Iraq or Libya, a territory with 2.5 million people with nobody to control it. So I hope people are thinking about that. But, a ground operation, a lengthy one, will also have an impact on morale inside Israel. Right, these are difficult moments.
Well, talking about morale, let's look at a little report that has to deal with that. Now, graffiti art, some see it as vandalism, but let's look at an initiative that has an important message. A group of local artists joined together and called for their release of their friend Inbar Hyman, who was also a graffiti artist, abducted at that Nova rave on October 7th. Ori Shapira took a look at this initiative.
Huge graffiti with the words "Free Pink" on a highway close to Tel Aviv. This is not just an artistic expression, but a direct message to Hamas by the graffiti artist community, which is trying to save one of its members.
It's so big, it's huge, and so many cars are passing by there. It's coming into your eyes, to your soul, to your heart, and you take it with you to the rest of the day, and you think about it, and you talk about it with others. So it's like when you want to raise awareness to something good or something that's important, it's a great place to do it.
This artwork was created by several members of the graffiti community who wanted to raise awareness of the abduction of their friend Inbar Hyman at the Nova rave during the Hamas onslaught on October 7.
She's now supposed to start her fourth year of studying art. She's really creative and she's really sweet, such a nice young woman. really.
This is not the first tribute of the graffiti artist community in Israel. Ever since the Hamas massacre, there have been different gestures, such as this wall painting of Joe Biden, or one dedicated to Rachel from Ofakim, one of the heroes of the current crisis.
The entire graffiti scene in Israel enlisted for this mission, and we are going to create more and more graffiti, which will raise awareness and call for the release of all abducted Israelis. The situation here is very difficult. Even to speak in front of the camera is very unusual for me. We call on all the graffiti artists in the world to join forces in one message, to bring back all the abducted people.
Members of the graffiti scene say they are aware of the power of their artwork on social media. One example is the famous British artist Banksy, whose graffiti art is worth millions of dollars. Over the years, Banksy has shown his support for the Palestinians.
I like Banksy and I like his work, but I feel right now it's a different situation, and if I could meet Banksy, I would try to talk to him and kind of just explain that this situation that we have right now, as I said before, it's different than the actual conflict. I feel like it's a separate thing now. It's like terror against like the rest of the world.
Friends of Inbar also made t-shirts and other items bearing her nickname. They all hope for her fast return. Until then, they'll continue to spread the word.
An important message there. I want to thank Ambassador Danny Sheck or Jonathan Regev. I want to leave you with this image. This is a project that was done at Tel Aviv University. They took their auditorium, their student auditorium. They filled each one of the seats, 1,000 seats, with pictures of the people who have been either killed or are missing since that terrible day on October 7th. So let's leave you with those images as we end this broadcast on I-24 News. Thank you for joining us.
Israel is officially in a state of war.
This is a very active scene, and we need to get in the car as we're talking.
More than 100 soldiers and civilians have been kidnapped.
Help us, we don't know what to do. We just don't know anything.
Entire families, including babies and children and elderly, were butchered in their beds.
Awaken the giant, and we are ready and we are strong.
Everyone is showing up. This is the unity.
צריך לפטר את ביבי ואוטר?
לא, יש שם, יש שם. נופרי.
This particular project, with a gross capacity of 103.5 megawatt, will be producing around 230 gigawatt hour of clean renewable energy per year.
Salido aquí donde nos ven para clamar por la lluvia. Si en verdad en estos momentos el calentamiento global está afectando a Bolivia, y no solo a Bolivia, sino a todo el mundo entero. Y nosotros necesitamos lluvia para los sembradíos.
Quito Reserve, we have the right ingredients and we have to do the job. And that if we have the right ingredients and we do the job, that the vaquita can be protected.
This is Breaking News Edition. I'm Benita Levine coming to you live from Tel Aviv. A barrage of rockets from the north, a barrage of rockets from the south, sent at the same time into Israeli civilian territory on Thursday, day 13 of the war. Tensions intensifying despite diplomatic efforts led by Washington, including that historic visit by President Joe Biden on Wednesday, and Britain's Rishi Sunak showing his support in person earlier today. Now, the southern communities are used to Hamas rocket fire out of the Gaza Strip. Today, Hamas claiming responsibility for rocket launches at northern Israel, admitting that its branch in Lebanon fired around 30 rockets at Nahariya and Shlomi in recent hours. So when will the IDF ground invasion of the Gaza Strip happen? Speculation continues to mount amidst ongoing calls for the Hamas terror group to be eradicated following its killing rampage on Saturday, the 7th of October. The death toll is at more than 1,400, with more and more people being identified. That identification process taking time given the brutality of some of the attacks. Earlier, Defense Minister Yoav Gallant telling troops of the Givati Brigade on the border that the order to enter the Gaza Strip will come soon. An IDF leader saying the expected ground offensive will be long and intense. Meanwhile, reports out of Egypt suggest the Rafah border crossing will open tomorrow. Hundreds of trucks full of supplies are still waiting on the Egyptian side of the border after President Joe Biden struck that deal with Cairo and Jerusalem to allow relief into Gaza via Egypt. Hundreds and thousands of Palestinians are fleeing the northern part of the Strip ahead of the imminent ground invasion. Jordan's King Abdullah II saying earlier in the week no refugees will be accepted in Jordan or in Egypt. So for the latest, let's go up north. We're joined by our correspondent, Hamda Salhut. She's close to the Israel-Lebanon border. So Hamda, rocket sirens sounding earlier in the north, Rosh Hanikra, Shlomi. I understand there were some injuries. Hamas saying its branch in Lebanon is behind that rocket fire. What update can you share right now?
Right, Benita. So Hamas operating out of southern Lebanon saying that they fired about 30 rockets into Israeli territory. The Israeli military saying it was more along the number of 20. A direct hit in the city of Kiryat Shmone where 3 people were lightly injured. The rest of the rockets were either intercepted or fell into open areas as per military protocol. Now, there has been heavy exchanges of fire along the northern border. A lot of anti-tank missiles and other mortars fired between Lebanon and Israel in a continued tit-for-tat type of exchange. We've been hearing from the Israeli military spokesperson who released a statement in the last hour saying, quote, Hezbollah will bear the consequences for all operations carried out by the northern branch of Hamas in Lebanon with its approval. Remember that Palestinian factions have been saying that they were eager to join the fight since the war began, but they needed the go-ahead from Hezbollah, meaning that Hezbollah has the authority to either let or deny these other factions to have rockets coming out of Lebanese territory. So the Israeli military is on high alert, but other countries are as well. Countries like the U.S., the UK, Germany, and Saudi Arabia all issuing alerts for their citizens to immediately leave Lebanon. The Lebanese government is not interested in a war, but it is in the hands of Hezbollah, who they cannot control. So a lot of continued activity along the northern border as the Israeli military, the Americans, the Lebanese, and everyone alike is bracing for the new front to open.
Thank you so much. Stay safe. That's our correspondent, Hamda Salhut, in the north, close to the Israel-Lebanon border. Thanks, Hamda. So now for more on the latest security developments, we welcome to studio Major General in the Reserves, Eitan Dangot, former military secretary to 3 ministers of defense and former coordinator of government activities in the Palestinian territories in the IDF. Eitan, thank you so much for being here in studio. So rocket fire in the north, as we heard there from Hamda, rocket fire in the south, all happening around the same time, on the same day, at the same time. Still, that major concern remains about the potential around Hezbollah getting fully involved. Talk us through your assessment of the situation on the ground across the region right now.
I think that after the visits of President Biden, the German Chancellor, and also the Prime Minister of the UK, I think it is like ended of this circle of diplomatic activities by the main countries that came to visit Israel. And from now, both sides, and when I mean both sides, it's Israel, and on the other side, it's Hamas and Hezbollah, and above them, it's Iran, are looking for the continuating. What we can see that in Gaza we continue on the route that Israel declared it should achieve its main goal for this war, because Israel after the 7th of October is not the same Israel. Israel after the 7th of October cannot continue to live side by side with such radical, murdering, butchers entity in Gaza, and we have to continue in order to break and to destroy the structure of Hamas as a terror organization with Jihad Islamic. The main question, and where we are going, the same, I think, the same escalation is continuous now. It means mainly using fire and strike from Israel, especially by Air Force, and launching rockets from Hamas. But I believe and I see that the strikes from the air is coming to use opportunity of ground maneuvering. But on the other hand, what we see in the north, and that, in my opinion, it was the main part of the discussion with the United States, because above the floor of Hezbollah and Lebanon, there is a floor of Iran, Russia, that United States is very bothered, and this is the main reason that the United States sent to the area here carriers and marine soldiers and other kind of things in order to make signs to the other sides of Russia and the others that they will not agree for such interrupt by the Russia. But on the level of Israel and Hezbollah, I see it deeply escalation that is running towards, let's say, a war, because till now, till today afternoon, Iran used some attacks on the area, on the border between Israel and Lebanon, but in a closed circle. It means exit points, reaction of Israel, and continue on. Today, we see a strip among the border, especially on the west area, between Rosh Hanikra, Nahariya, Shlomi, main cities in these places, you see already attack, and also on the other side on Kiryat Shmona. Because if Hezbollah is going to climb up on and trying to create the escalation, it will be much more heavy with their activities. The question, in my opinion, is not whether it will come. The question will be when, because it's a strategic decision by Iran and Hezbollah, and they know the loss of price for them if they are doing it.
But Eitan, is that when not inextricably linked to the ground invasion, which we are hearing is going to be happening soon, according to reports? And we're also hearing from a senior IDF spokesman that that invasion is going to be long and it's going to be intense. Is that the red line that is going to spark potential involvement from Hezbollah on a full scale?
Yeah. In any kind of activities by Israel, Hezbollah has to show its participation towards its partner Hamas, whether it will be short or not. If something is going to risk the continuating of Hamas as a structure, it means that they are obliged to interrupt, especially now while we are talking about the ground activities. And I'm not belong to those who are standing and say, where is the ground forces? We need time. The rapid is not a blessing. You have to be careful, because Hamas, from the moment they murdered and attack, they are on readiness inside Gaza, with their tunnels, with their deployment, with their charges, with their anti-tank missiles. So Israel has to prepare its entrance inside with a heavy strike from the air, with a very direct intelligence concerning what happened. So the long way is the short way to achieve what you need. And Hezbollah, if it's as it looks to me, that will participate in this occasion, are risking the independence of Lebanon as a country, and that will be the main payment.
Eitan, stay with us. There's lots more to discuss, including, of course, the hostages who are being held in Gaza still by Hamas. It's 13 days in, and scores of families are still waiting for word on their loved ones who are being held hostage by the terror group. The IDF saying just a short while ago that at least 203 hostages are being held in Gaza. 30 of them are children. Now, this is a picture of Idan Shtivi. He was at the music festival on Saturday, the 7th of October, when Hamas struck, all part of its massive killing rampage in the southern communities. And so we now welcome Omri Shtivi, Idan's brother, and he joins us from Tel Aviv. Omri, thank you so much for speaking to us. We so appreciate it. I can't imagine what you and your family are going through right now. We know Idan was at the music festival, and I understand that he had offered to take photographs at the yoga workshops and at the music workshops there. Tell us more. What is the last that you know of Idan on Saturday, the 7th of October?
Yes. So, as you said, Idan went to the party, just went there to celebrate, to dance, and he was a photographer as a volunteer to take photos of yoga lessons and etc. And he tried to escape around 7 a.m. He called to his girlfriend, told her, listen, that the party stopped because of the rockets and shooting, and I'm coming back to Tel Aviv. Then he just, he took responsibility. He took responsibility and took with him another guy that couldn't drive and another girl. And he was from the first to go out and tried to go to the north, like back to Tel Aviv, but Hamas waited there and start shooting their car. And then he turned to the other side and drove around 4 kilometers from the exit of the party. And Hamas also waited there and shoot their car again. And this is the last location that we have from him. And we saw the location through Find My iPhone. And after that, we saw the car in that location. So the army, the soldier found the car. And after a few days, we got message from the parents of the two guys, the girl and the guy that he picked up and tried to save. They are killed. They murdered by Hamas, and no sign to Idan. We saw the shooting signs on the car. We saw blood, the blood, all over the car. And as I say, no sign to Idan. It's tomorrow will be 14 days that we didn't heard from him. Yeah.
And Omri, tell us about authorities being in touch in terms of updates. You say it's all this time. It's agonizing, thinking, waiting to find out if there is any word. What are you hearing from authorities? What kinds of updates and contact are you having from people who are trying to track down where survivors might be?
Yes. So first of all, Idan has a Portuguese citizenship. So we are in contact with the embassy in Portugal, and we're in contact with some authorities in Israel that they are responsible from the police, and some of them responsible from the army on all this situation. In that point, that stage, we have just information that we bring the information to these authorities. No one telling us what's going on, what is the status, and where he is. All the professional people that we work with saying that he is like a hostage right now, but we don't really know.
So tell us a little bit about Idan. We're looking at pictures of him on the screen. We can see he certainly looks very vibrant and full of life, and he certainly likes dogs. We can see that in the photographs. Tell us a little bit about him.
Yes. So Idan is the light of the family. He's very, very wonderful guy, someone that you can trust. You know, if I would say to myself, if I can imagine to pick up someone to be with him in that kind of a situation, I will pick him, and I believe and know that everyone will say it on Idan. He's 28. He's a student for sustainability. He just started a volunteer in an organization that help for children in Africa, and he adopted a dog from a village in the north, Arab village, like one week ago, 1 week before the October 7th. He have a girlfriend. They just found a place to, like a home to move together after 6 months of searching. And yeah, he's a wonderful guy, a lot of friends, everyone love him. And yeah.
Well, we so appreciate you sharing Idan's story, and we hope for good news. He's in our thoughts. His girlfriend is in our thoughts. You and your family are in our thoughts as well. Omri Shtivi, thank you very much for speaking to us. Our hearts are with you, and we hope for good news.
Thank you.
Heartbreak. And this is being felt by so many right now across the country. Back to developments on the ground. That highly anticipated Israeli ground offensive has yet to start in the Gaza Strip, as we were discussing here in studio just a short while ago. Our senior defense correspondent, Jonathan Regev, has the details in this report.
For nearly 2 weeks, Israelis have been waiting to see the promises of their leaders to crush Hamas come true. There is a clear understanding it cannot happen without a ground offensive, which has so far been delayed. Why? For various reasons. People in every corner of Israel are moved by the unwavering support expressed by the President of the United States, Joe Biden, as well as all the other Western leaders touching down here. But that support comes with a price.
Palestinian people are suffering greatly as well. We mourn the loss of innocent Palestinian lives like the entire world.
The last thing Israel needed is a global leader landing here as images of a catastrophe emerge from Gaza. Hamas almost achieved that with the manipulative reports about the Gaza hospital bombing just ahead of Biden's visit, Israel exposing that lie just on time.
Based on the information we've seen to date, it appears the result of an errant rocket fired by a terrorist group in Gaza.
International legitimacy is one reason. The combat readiness of the troops is another. For years, the warnings about the poor condition of the ground forces were ignored. Like so many other things, it all crashed down on that terrible Saturday morning. The time since then was used to close the very big gaps there were in the needed equipment. The gap is now almost closed. The constant shelling of areas in the northern Gaza Strip, along with a call for residents to head south, are meant to create a safer passage for ground forces entering, but that is also a process taking time. By the weekend, the equipment will be in the field, the northern Gaza Strip will be emptier, and the foreign leaders will be back home. Will this be the time for the ground offensive to begin? Maybe so.
Now, the maneuver will bring the war to the enemy's territory. We will defeat them in their territory.
The war cabinet is set to convene on Thursday evening. Will this be the time they make the decision to send the troops? We will find out soon enough.
Now, for the latest on the ground, let's go to our correspondent, Robert Swift. He's in Ashkelon in the south. So, Robert, rocket sirens sounding just a short while ago in Netiv HaSarai, near Yitzchak as well. Earlier, Beersheba and Zikim. What is the latest where you are? What update can you share?
That's right. We've been having rocket alerts throughout various communities here in the south. It started with Tel Aviv earlier in the day, but mostly it's been around Ashkelon, Ashdod, Beersheba, and also Sderot. Now, it was reported just about half an hour ago that as many as 27,000 residents from the city of Ashkelon, those living without sufficient bomb shelters, may be evacuated. This is information coming in. If this were to be the case, this, along with the large build-up of military vehicles that we're seeing in the area, could add weight to those that are speculating that the ground offensive may begin shortly. The Prime Minister and the Defence Minister were meeting with troops, and they had some strong words to say. The Prime Minister making sort of a motivational pitch to the soldiers that he was speaking with, and the Defence Minister saying that the operation would begin soon. This coming at the same time as the reports of this evacuation suggests that things may be heating up here down in the south of the country.
Thank you so much. That is our correspondent Robert Swift, live from Ashkelon in the south. We'll be coming back to Robert for more updates throughout our broadcast. And now still with me in studio, Major General in the Reserves, Eitan Dangot. So I want to pick up on that heartbreaking story. We just heard yet another family waiting for word on whether or not their relatives are okay, if they're being held captive in Gaza by the Hamas terror group, what their fate is, and they're still waiting. And we're hearing from the IDF earlier on in the day that there are 30 children of the 203 known people who are being held right now. What can you share about the efforts to try and get hostages home safely, and how they are impacted by this potential ground invasion, which is likely to be happening very soon?
First of all, there is also, I think, almost number of approximately 20 elder people with the 30 children. You have already 50 that besides women and families, and the stories are tragic. When you listen to it on the press during the day, it's unbelievable. It's like coming under the establishment of Israel as a state and another interior Holocaust, that it will be, I believe, in our memory for generations about this day. Now, concerning your question, I think that with this kind of kidnapped or hostage that are kept by Hamas, first of all, unfortunately, we know how Hamas is treated them. Secondly, in tunnels, in some places that are not even for animals, sometimes they are putting these people, and also divide between them. The question whether they put children with their mothers, the elders with their people helping them in the treatment. It's a lot of questions.
There are babies there. There are babies being held hostage by a terror organization.
Mother with today I heard about a mother which was taken with her 3 children, and they were with 2 motorbike. On the way, one of it cannot move, so he released the mother and 2 daughters, and the son was continued taken to Gaza.
This is not human behavior, Eitan. This is not human behavior. So what is the response? What is the response?
The response should be, and as we declare, first of all, for the Israel future security and the continuing in living in this country, you have to destroy Hamas as a structure of terror organization. We will not be able to call people to return to live around Gaza while from their window they will see Hamas post anymore. So it's also something that in Israel we'll have to do. But the results should be as it was declared on the moving. Secondly, concerning this kind of activities, I think that the fact that there is some thousands who have another nationality, it's bring to a situation with the effect of babies, and the thing can bring opportunity of a first release of prisoners. And you ask me what Israel should demand. Israel should demand any humanitarian, what calls humanitarian, step towards Gaza, need from the Hamas to release and to move back. But it's not done on today when it was opening the gate in Rafah. Secondly, you should understand that there is under the radar secret intelligence working by special teams in Israel in order to identify, to find out places, to see what is going. And the third is, I hope, will be involvement of some Arab like a mother country to Hamas, unfortunately, especially Qatar, which sponsored the terror, which played a double game with Israel, a multi-game concerning, on one end, humanitarian, on the other end, gave money to Hamas to build its forces, and in Qatar, in a very rich area, are living Hamas outside leaders like Ania or Mashal, etc. So, if you ask me whether it is under the state mind of the Israeli commanders to see whether you can connect, for sure, but will it stop the main goal of breaking Hamas? I believe it will be done as on the same time will be a different treatment to the hostages. I'm not saying it as a declaration, but it's complicated, and we will have to put in our mind that the release of these people are very important to the Israeli nations and civilians.
Certainly, every single life here matters, and it is a priority for the safe return of those hostages. A heartbreaking situation, just devastating hearing all these stories of people waiting for answers. Eitan Dangar, thank you so much, as always, for being with us. Stay with us. We've got much more to discuss right now, though. We're taking a very quick break. Our breaking news coverage continues in just 2 minutes. Stay tuned. Back in a bit.
Israel is at war. Make an investment in Israel bonds. It is the most powerful and direct way to stand with Israel. Visit israelbonds.com and invest now.
Over 1,300 people murdered and more than 3,000 injured, and the war with Hamas continues. We bring you first-hand testimonies from the front lines, from those who survived, and all the records of the atrocities by Hamas. Follow us as Israel fights terror from the south and north. Get the inside scoop on what's going on. Only on I-24 News.
Encuesta News 24.
Claro que sí, Carlos. Quisiéramos saber desde dónde nos están viendo.
Todo lo que deben hacer es preparar el teléfono, apuntar el lector de QR. Exacto. Y allí se abre un breve cuestionario muy fácil de completar.
Otra opción es ingresar en el link que aparece en la pantalla.
Esperamos vuestras respuestas.
Our breaking news coverage continues. Thank you very much for staying with us. So Western leaders continue showing solidarity with Israel. British Prime Minister Rishi Sunak touching down in Tel Aviv earlier on Thursday, a day after President Joe Biden's blitz visit, an historic one during wartime. The British leader meeting today with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and President Isaac Herzog, expressing his horror over the Hamas terror attack. Our senior diplomatic correspondent Owen Alterman explains why this war is so important to European powers.
The Hebrew expression is rakevet avirit, air train, as another foreign leader lands in Tel Aviv Thursday. Rishi Sunak, British Prime Minister, here stepping off a military cargo plane. Another visit from a strong Western ally to show support in Israel's trying hour.
Above all, I'm here to express my solidarity with the Israeli people. You have suffered an unspeakable, horrific act of terrorism, and I want you to know that the United Kingdom and I stand with you.
Sunak will stay the night for a two-day visit, demonstrating not only a partnership with Israel and a desire to stop the war's expansion, but also a Britain taking its traditional geopolitical place beside the United States. Sunak, of course, is only the latest. Even before U.S. President Joe Biden, German Chancellor Olaf Scholz came to show his support. For post-Holocaust Germany, the relationship with Israel has added emotional meaning.
We feel the terrible grief of all Israelis whose parents, siblings and children were killed in this barbaric attack. We share the unbearable worry of all those whose family members were taken from their everyday lives and brutally abducted.
France has indicated that President Emmanuel Macron will also soon come to Israel, rounding out visits from Europe's three most powerful countries. As a group, Europe's powers have reason to get engaged. For them, this is a fight in a global frame, mobilizing in defense of a Western ally, to proclaim solidarity that echoes all the way to the front lines of eastern Ukraine, to show Russia that the West stands united globally for the security of Israel and of Europe itself.
So for more, let's go to London. We bring in our UK correspondent, Jonathan Sachadoti. Good to see you, Jonathan. So Rishi Sunak says the UK stands with Israel. He's reiterating that Hamas should be called terrorists. Talk us through the significance of this trip right now, one day after Joe Biden. The West is clearly standing together right now.
I think there are three main aims potentially for Rishi Sunak and the British government in this trip. That is to get the hostages out, to get aid in, and to contain the war. They don't want, as do all the allies around the world, this war spreading in the region more than it needs to. But Rishi Sunak was keen to start the visit, his diplomatic tour of the Middle East, in Israel, very visibly so, and to state there that he wants Israel to win. So all of those aims are there with that proviso, that Britain is standing next to Israel in its battle, and that if this is Israel's darkest hour, as Benjamin Netanyahu said to him, he said, well, he's proud to stand here with Israel in that darkest hour as Israel's friend. So those could be the three aims, but all of them with that view to Israel winning.
Jonathan, President Isaac Herzog is blasting the BBC for not calling Hamas terrorists, calling their coverage atrocious. Now, it's not often one hears a blistering response like that from the Israeli president. Is the BBC sticking to this narrative, its definition, or maybe rather a lack of definition around terror? What is the latest on that front?
The BBC is no stranger to criticism over its coverage of Israel in the Middle East. Indeed, some years back, Israel decided to stop cooperating with the BBC, and that is when it undertook what has become the infamous Balin report, an internal investigation on how the broadcaster was covering issues to do with Israel. That report was never revealed to the public. In fact, the BBC spent £300,000 in legal fees stopping it from being revealed. But now I think the same fears are being reawakened in people, because with this insistence on not using the word terrorist to describe Hamas and what happened on the 7th of October, the BBC has made many people question their independence and impartiality. They say that the reason they won't use the term terrorist is precisely to make sure they don't look like they are taking sides. But many in the British government, many important religious figures, many important legal figures have all said Hamas is a proscribed terror organization in the UK, and therefore legally it's correct to call it terrorist. And moreover, they all say what happened on the 7th of October was such a brutal and savage attack designed and aimed to kill, maim, and torture civilians, that there can be no other word to describe it than terrorist. The BBC, though, is sticking to its guns, and they say in their style guide that they only use the word terrorist or terrorism in quotes from other people. So they may say that Israel calls Hamas terrorists or calls the attacks on the 7th of October terrorist attacks, but they resist saying it themselves. However, it's been noted that they've often broken that rule themselves, particularly for domestic terrorist occurrences in the UK or even in Europe.
I would implore, if they had to look at the footage, when you hear the accounts, people being butchered in their beds, in their own homes, perhaps they could recouch that term and take a look at it. It certainly looks like terrorism, regardless of anybody's political views. But we move on now. Protests on the streets of London. Broadly speaking, Jonathan, what is public sentiment like there now? And how worried are Jewish communities over a potential uptick in anti-Semitic incidents as this war progresses?
Well, there is a lot of fear among the Jewish community, as is often the case when there's tensions in the Middle East or Israel is at war, because what happens is that large protests seem to take place against Israel, even in this case when it suffered such a brutal and horrible attack on the 7th of October. More and more people take to the streets in these protests, and during those protests there are plenty of scary moments for Jewish people and generally for Britons who aren't, let's say, as animated by the pro-Palestinian cause. There are anti-Semitic chants. There were indeed jihadi flags waved at the last major protest. There'll be another protest tomorrow. And Robin Simcox, who is the government's commissioner for countering extremism, has warned that Britain really is providing a permissive environment for anti-Semitism, pointing in part to these protests, saying that there really is a problem that needs to be dealt with in these. So I think we're going to be looking forward as well, as these protests become more frequent, to the police force and the Home Secretary trying to pressure the police force into policing them in such a way that they maybe will be making more arrests, they'll maybe be looking harder for moments or incidents of anti-Semitism, and they might be redefining what they consider to be support for Hamas and for terrorism. For example, there's been a lot of discussion over the chant of "from the river to the sea," which is heard very often at pro-Palestinian protests, and of course what it indicates is a desire to erase the whole of Israel from the River Jordan to the Mediterranean Sea. So I think that there'll be plenty more debate on this. There may be more arrests, and then indeed we'll have to wait and see in the courts if this is backed up and if this is a test really for seeing how anti-Semitic those sorts of protests really are.
Thank you so much. Live from London, our UK correspondent, Jonathan Sachadoti. Thanks, Jonathan. And now for more in studio, we welcome Ben-Dror Yamini, senior journalist at the Yediot Ahronot Daily, and still with us, Major General in the Reserves, Eitan Dangot. So thank you very much for joining us, Ben-Dror. I want to pick up on what we just heard from my colleague Jonathan in London. Rishi Sunak here today, of course, on the back of President Joe Biden, this historic wartime visit. The message from Western allies right now, how important it is not only for Israel, but for Israel's enemies.
It's quite interesting what we are facing right now, because from one hand we have the march of leaders who are coming to Israel in order to give us a lot of sympathy because of this kind of war. From the other side, we have in each country those minorities of Muslims who are marching in the street of London, in the street of Oxford University, in the street of Ivy League universities, and shouting from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free, which mean in support of Hamas, which mean in favor of the extermination of Israel, no less than that, which is quite embarrassing. We are speaking, we are sitting here something like 22 years after the 9/11, and you know, we have to ask ourselves, who won? Who won? It could not be heard 22 years ago something of that kind. It was clear who is bad and who is good. Right now, not anymore. So many scholars in the West actually are siding with the Hamas. It's a shame. It's a shame. There is a problem in the West, and we have to admit it. There is a problem. Don't you understand what you're doing? I mean, we are speaking about people who are butchering children and babies, and you are siding with them?
It's not
Yes, they
only
do.
that this has happened, it's the fact, and it's something we've repeated many times in the last 13 days, this was caught on film. Hamas videoed this brutal rampage because they wanted the world to see, and yet the world has seen, and still these protests are happening in support of it.
I mean, if we will look at the polls, the majority in the United States, in Europe, siding with Israel. I mean, they are supporting Israel and so on. But I'm not speaking about the majority. I'm speaking about a very strong minority coalition of Islamists and scholars. This is, it's called many times the Green-Red Coalition. But it's a shame. I mean, they are gaining power. They are not becoming weaker. They are becoming powerful. And we have a problem. We have a problem in the, not only in the media, and you spoke now about the BBC and the way the BBC is behaving, but mainly in the academia. We have a real problem. I mean, it's what? I mean, actually are identifying with who? With what? With brutal killers. It has nothing to do with the Israeli-Arab conflict. It has nothing to do with legitimate criticism because of the policies of Israel. It is legitimate. It's not the point. The point is that we are speaking about something else. Global jihad is not against Israel. Bear it in mind. It has nothing to do with Israel. I mean, always you say, oh, Israeli-Arab conflict. No, it has nothing to do with it. Most of the victims of the global jihad, something like 98%, are Muslims. And you are siding with them? With who? With who? What are you doing? But this is the reality that we are facing.
To that point, Joe Biden is set to address the nation in the coming hours. He also needs to get the green tick for the assistance that is hopefully going to be coming Israel's way, as well as Ukraine and other nations as well. Talk to us about the message he needs to send after this trip, seen as hugely successful within Israel the last day, his visit, his meetings and his message. But what does he need to say to the American people in the coming hours?
Just what he said to the Israelis. I mean, anyway, we are living in a global village, so he cannot say something different to the American audience, because what he said to the Israelis, what he said when he met the families of the hostages, it's exactly what he's going to say, and he said already in the United States. So, in a way, yes, he is totally involved. 2 carriers came to the Mediterranean Sea. We cannot forget it. So he is here not only with words, but also with deeds.
Eitan.
I think that besides, I would like to add few points. First of all, Biden shows leadership. And it's something that, in my opinion, was, for the American people, it's something that their president go and did steps immediately in order to keep democracy in this kind of complicated area. But there is another thing he planned, and he would like to be with it tonight, but it will not be there. The fact that was canceling the meeting between Biden, Abdallah, and Sisi and Abu Mazen.
In Jordan.
It was something to show balance, but he brought something like it's a principle for the American, the humanitarian step that Israel confirmed to start from Rafah area. It's something that is like a principle that for the American. On one end, creating powerful towards Iran, Russia, supporting Israel, supporting democracy. On the other end, against Israel, that I think that it was a right step by Israel, but at the end we have to balance as true, as a demand from the Israeli government, open the gate with Rafah, entered humanitarian, so he brought it as something that all the principles of the United States are a flag for all the world with them.
Eitan, Ben-Dror, stay with us. We're going to discuss this a little bit further, but right now, a new development just in the United States confirming just a short while ago that the Navy has intercepted missiles from Yemen. The U.S. confirming the Navy has intercepted missiles from Yemen. Our senior defense correspondent, Jonathan Regev, joins us from our studios in Tel Aviv. Jonathan, what update can you share?
Yeah, so the reports are that we've heard reports earlier today about attacks against American ships in the Red Sea. What we're now learning from this report is that those attacks and maybe the UAVs which were sent from Yemen were not directed at the American ships in the Red Sea, but actually towards Israel. And this is a possibility that has been brought in the past about when we're speaking of this multi-arena war. It was not only Gaza and Lebanon or Syria, which are on right on Israel's borders, but even places further away like Iraq or even Yemen. So the report states that possibly UAVs were sent from Iran. What was their destination? What was their target? This report doesn't conclude, but they were seen in the Red Sea heading north, of course, in the direction of Israel. Those UAVs and drones were brought down by American missiles from American ships sailing in the Red Sea, even perhaps possibly from Saudi territory. Saudi Arabia, of course, has a very long coast on the Red Sea. But there is a possibility, according to this report, a realistic possibility that drones, UAVs, maybe even possibly rockets were fired from Yemen towards Israel. It is quite far, Yemen on the southern tip of the Red Sea. And this is one of Iran's goals, let's put it this way, when we speak of multi-arena, a war coming on Israel from multiple fronts, Gaza being one of them, Lebanon, Syria, and even places further away like Yemen. This could have happened today. This happened roughly 11 hours ago or something like that. The interceptions happening way before these the missiles, rockets, UAVs, whatever they were, way before they reached the Israeli coast. They were taken down, perhaps even by electronic warfare and by interceptors. But this is the report we're now hearing. Possibly another arena in this front being rockets, UAVs, something fired from Yemen, possibly towards Israel.
Senior defense correspondent Jonathan Regev, thank you very much for that update. And luckily we have with us in studio Major General in the Reserves, Eitan Dangot. Another front, is it too soon? It's just a report. What do you make of it?
First of all, the Houthis or the Yemen, they declared already that they will share with the Iranian and Hezbollah what they need to help the Palestinians in Israel. But there is the main story. I think that the vessel of the Americans there, it's a powerful, first of all, to prevent any attack about, in my opinion, much more chance that it was towards American targets. Can be in Syria, can be in Qatar or other places. I'm not running that it was towards Israel. It must be checked and analyzed about it, but it's really something that already was threatened Israel for a few months already, especially to use UAVs from the area of the, let's call it the southeast of Israel, that can become as an attack from this kind of direction. But I think much more is important to see that the Middle East divided to two forces. The force that is led by Iran as radical, as coming to destroy all the moderate Arab countries and the other countries as well, in order to bring the message of radicalism to this area. And secondly, you have the wing that is led by the United States, with countries like from Saudi Arabia, UAE, the Arab countries, Bahrain and the others, and of course Israel. It make it very clear, and it brings us to what's going here now in these days, the hours that we have, not to allow this wing of these butchers to have any kind of achievements, especially of course in Israel anymore.
An Israeli source has just told I-24 News that there is Israeli confirmation. Israel was informed of the launch around noon today and that at least one of the interceptions was carried out by the Saudis. 15 drones were identified, and that source we are also just hearing now as well. That report also confirmed now by the Pentagon. So what do you make of what could unfold after this kind of development right now?
They confirmed that it was towards Israel?
No, they're confirming that at noon today that at least one of the interceptions was carried out by the Saudis. 15 drones were identified.
So it means that nowadays we see more and more terror activities organized by Iran for the east towards the west. I mean, the wing that is going Tehran, Baghdad, Damascus, Beirut, with the wing that is going from Tehran to Yemen, is operational, reorganized, are going to be planned, and it looks like a real threat not only to the Israeli area and around us, to the Gulf countries and to the others. It's escalation that we didn't expect, and that is also explanation to us why Biden and his main leadership came here about what they already probably identify that is planning to be in the Middle East.
Stay with us. We're going to discuss this a little bit further, but right now I want to turn to the use of something we've discussed a little bit earlier on in the show, the use of social media as a tool in this war. We welcome Chen Mazig, Senior Fellow at the Tel Aviv Institute. Chen, thank you so much for your time. We've been discussing here in studio how Hamas wants the world to see the carnage, the violence, the evil that unfolded on the 7th of October, filming its killing spree. One would think this would see a major boost in support for Israel when people understand the extent of the depravity, what terror actually looks like. What are you seeing on social media platforms?
We have received support for about 24 hours, and then the narrative shifted completely. And it's really interesting to see how Hamas can play such a monstrous role in this conversation about the war, and on the same time be the ultimate victim. We've seen if it's the media that has been responding in a way that is really reckless with the hospital bombing, and then as you reported, the numbers of casualties has been reduced to less than 10% of what they claim it was. So we don't know how many Palestinian, they're saying that thousands of Palestinian babies were killed, and we now need to challenge that as well. I think that our side, the people that are that understand and support Israel's right to exist, were well aware of what Hamas was doing, but it was very hard to convince the world to support us. And I think that the larger problem is not just the conversation about Israel and Hamas online. It's what it does to Jews around the world. The way that people speak about Israel right now really affects our synagogues, our Jewish centers. It affects if Jews are being attacked in the streets or not. And that's why we have to speak up and make sure that the narrative doesn't go to a place that is more terrifying than it is right now.
And Chen, you yourself have been very active on social media in recent days. What is your strategy as such to help get the Israeli perspective across?
Yeah, my content reached over 100 million people in the last week, which is really, on the one hand, it's really good. I wish I didn't have to do it, but I'm really glad that I was able to offer an alternative to what we're hearing on social media and what we're seeing on social media. My approach is to speak up and to share what I think and what I feel and what I think a lot of other people are feeling. And I want to encourage your viewers and everyone around the world to speak up, because the truth is that Jews are an extreme minority. Not only in Israel but around the world, really, really tiny minority, and we really need all the support that we can get. So it's very important that we speak up and that we encourage others to speak up. We're thinking about the heroes of the Jewish people from our history, like the Maccabees and the Jews that fought in the Warsaw Ghetto. They were amazing heroes that we can draw inspiration from, but we are the heroes of today. Every one of us can speak up and make a difference, not only for the state of Israel, but for Jews around the world.
But when one talks about the response to haters and anti-Semitic rhetoric online, what is the best way to deal with this in the social media space? Respond, or some would say sometimes it's better to ignore. Your thoughts?
I would say often to ignore. I think 9 out of 10 times I would probably say ignore people that are attacking you and people that are fighting with you, but make sure that you're saying what needed to be said. I think that if it's a person with some platform or some capital, like a congressperson or a congresswoman spreading lies, like we've seen congresswomen from America doing that in the last couple of days, then call them out, but don't engage in the conversation with the haters. I don't think I've ever had a conversation with a troll online that I felt that was time well spent. So I would say speak up and share the truth, but try and avoid the noise from around.
I've got about 30 seconds left. Are there enough high-profile personalities, celebrities, so-called influencers getting involved in the social media battle, so to speak, up against the Kanyes of the world? Very briefly.
Absolutely. We have people like Deborah Messing and Amy Schumer and a lot of proud Jews out there. Jessica Seinfeld and Jerry Seinfeld have been speaking up. I think that it's really important, the last word, is that Jewish people remember that we can't be ashamed for speaking up for ourselves, and we can't be ashamed for mourning our deaths, and we can't be ashamed of demanding some damn justice.
Chen Mazig, Senior Fellow at the Tel Aviv Institute, thank you very much for speaking to us. Appreciate your time. Well, we're taking a quick break. Our breaking news coverage continues in just 2 minutes. Our team of panelists remains here in studio. Lots more to unpack. This is Breaking News Edition. Stay with us.
Israel is officially in a state of war.
This is a very active scene, and we need to get in the car as we're talking.
More than 100 soldiers and civilians have been kidnapped.
Help us, we don't know what to do. We just don't know anything.
Entire families, including babies and children and elderly, were butchered in their beds.
Awaken the giant, and we are ready and we are strong.
Everyone is showing up. This is the unity.
This particular project, with a gross capacity of 103.5 megawatt, will be producing around 230 gigawatt hour of clean renewable energy per year.
Salido aquí donde nos ven para clamar por la lluvia. Si en verdad en estos momentos el calentamiento global está afectando a Bolivia, y no solo a Bolivia, sino a todo el mundo entero, y nosotros necesitamos lluvia para los sembradíos.
The Quito Reserve, we have the right ingredients and we have to do the job. And that if we have the right ingredients and we do the job, that the vaquita can be protected.
If you're just joining us now, it's breaking news, and there are rocket sirens sounding right now in Tel Aviv, and that might explain the short break that we had in this broadcast. Our control room had gone through to the shelter. Those rocket sirens sounding just moments ago in Tel Aviv, Holon, and Rishon LeZion. Those are indicating that rockets are heading towards those cities, but the Iron Dome missile defense system very likely intercepting those rockets heading towards civilian cities once again. Still with me in studio, Ben-Dror Yamini and Eitan Dangot. So let's start with what has just transpired right now. This isn't the first time you've been in studio here when rocket sirens have gone off while we were talking in studio.
Third time this week. It's 3 times. Yeah, once. I mean, maybe I'm brilliant with me. I don't know what's happening. No. Now listen. Speaking about the drones coming from Yemen, it's very interesting because today, for the first time, it was Saudi Prince Turki ibn Faisal that declared something very harsh against the Hamas. Before, at the beginning, they were a kind of balanced, condemning the violence. Now they did condemn, for the first time, the Hamas. And they even criticized Israel because Israel enabled to transfer the money from Qatar to the Gaza Strip, to the Hamas, actually. So it is very, maybe he knew, because it did not happen now, because according to the news, if it's correct what we hear, that actually Saudi Arabia intercepted some of the drones, it means they are becoming involved in the war. Just think about the meaning of what we hear now, if it's true. And now we have to emphasize, it's not a war of Israel against the Hamas. It's a war of the global jihad against whoever is not part of the global jihad. And Muslim brothers, to remind us all, are outlawed in Saudi Arabia and in many other most of the Arab countries, not including Qatar. So altogether, maybe, just maybe, it's meant something.
Eitan, your insight into what we're talking about. This is the US confirming that the Navy has intercepted missiles from Yemen. This happening several hours ago already. The confirmation coming through a short while ago. The implications right now.
It shows the signs that the area of the Middle East is under a big threat that is led by Iran. But on the other hand, I might tell you, let's come to proportion. Our goal in Israel is to continue to destroy the threat that came from Hamas. Israel of the 7th of October, it's a different country, and we have to create a safe area for the Israeli civilians. First of all, Hamas. Then, according to what will develop at the north area with Hezbollah as the main proxy of Iran, will have an impact. But Benita, we don't have to forget, like what happened today, early evening or before it, in the West Bank, in the area of Tulkarem. West Bank is still bubbling and signals both threat towards the Palestinian authorities and towards Israel. Tomorrow, don't forget, it's Friday. Friday, there is the prayers of the Muslim, and is an opportunity to try to use it to create propaganda, especially by radical muftis in the mosques, and it can create kind of escalations in some places in West Bank or in the others. So we have to look on the whole area as well. And I would also pay attention to what will be in Jordan tomorrow, especially concerning the fact there was the demonstration according to the situation that Hamas tried to use the big lie of what happened in Gaza in the hospital at the beginning and succeed to create escalation in the street of Amman.
Eitan and Ben-Dror, stay with us. We've got more to discuss. If you're just joining us now, sirens sounding just a short while ago in the cities, parts of Tel Aviv, Holon, and Rishon LeZion. People running to shelters and waiting for the all clear to be told that they can leave those shelters. Of course, earlier, if you were listening to our broadcast, also sirens sounding in several parts of the south and earlier in the day as well in the north. We continue with our coverage right now, and we bring you a personal account of that terror attack in the south of Israel on Saturday, the 7th of October. We now welcome Yotam Farber, who survived the massacre in Kibbutz near Yitzhak. Yotam, thank you so much for speaking to us. I cannot imagine what you have been through. It's 13 days. If you can take us back to Saturday, the 7th of October, your recollections.
Okay, so we woke up with the sound of sirens and alarms, which we're quite used to, but this time it sounded different. The intensity of it was from 0 velocity to 100 in minutes. And very quickly we were told to get inside our security rooms and lock ourselves inside, which is already out of standard, out of normal. And slowly we can see in the media what's going on next to us in a neighboring communities. And we're a bit in the dark in what's happening in our own community, but the hours pass and no one comes, and the stories start to arrive. And we all the time question ourselves, where are our friends who are now protecting us in the local community squad? The whole day the question rises and we don't get an answer. And in the evening, of course, we pass a lot of time in security room with 2 small children and a dog, and with all the tension that occurs. Luckily, we managed to keep them calm, and luckily there was no one in our local neighborhood that came and entered to the door, because if yes, we were not protected. And the hours pass by, and at some point the army comes and secures the house, and we're evacuated from our own home to the kindergartens. That is a result of a decision by the army that it's much more safer to protect everyone in a few organized areas rather than each one in their own home, because also the perimeter of the kibbutz, our community, is broken. And also the perimeter of the border is Gaza is breached. So it's much more efficient to protect us that way. And after around 12 hours in the security room, we're evacuated to the kindergartens. And there we spend another 24 hours, 100 people in a small room, everyone together, which is a bit of a relief because you can start to share your feelings and your experiences, and a little bit to catch up what's going on next to us. And for the kids, it's much more better because they have their friends, and it's much more relaxing that everyone's together at that point.
Yotam, what did you tell the children? You've got 100 people crammed into a space. You know that terror attacks are happening in the vicinity. What are you saying to the younger people of your community at that point?
Okay, so sadly, we are kind of used to this scenario. Our community is 4 kilometers from the border. That means that every time there is tension and bombings, we are evacuated within hours to usually to a hotel or some kind of organized place that the government is already used to take care of us. So all the time I promise my daughter, don't worry, after this there will be a long vacation.
And how is the community doing right now? Talk to us about members living nearby you, your neighbors. Talk to us about where they are and how a community recovers after this unimaginable ordeal. Difficult for anyone to comprehend what you have all been through.
So my community in Nir Yitzhak has suffered the loss of the members of the local security squad that protected us with their bodies and souls. And they're the miracle that happened to Nir Yitzhak, because if they were not there, the same massacre that happened in Be'eri and Nir Oz and Kfar Aza would happen in Nir Yitzhak. So first of all of our thanks and gratitude and blessings and wishes for the ones that are still in captivity, that they will come back. So first of all, in our local community, that's our thanks and oath to now. In our neighbor community, we grieve and we hurt of friends and their families and the horror stories and the massacres and the words Treblinka and Majdanek from the horror. That's what you imagine. That's what you imagine. Whole communities erased. There's no more community and there's no more to come back. So our pain is with them, and today there were already funerals. And to understand they can't even bury at their kibbutz. All the funerals are in other communities that are not in the front line. So we heard their pain and we feel their heart, and the only thing we can offer is hugs and love and optimism for the future.
Yotam, we can't even imagine what you are all going through. We so appreciate you speaking to us. Very briefly, what do you want to see happen next? What do you want Israel to do in response to what has happened on the 7th of October?
It's a difficult question because I think civilian lives in both sides should not be part of the casualties. I would like to see the regime of Hamas gone because they're a threat to us that we cannot bear anymore. And I would like to see one day peace between the nations where our borders are not, that defensive. And I'm optimistic, I want peace in the end. That's my hope.
Yotam Farber, we so appreciate you speaking to us. Our hearts are with you. Our hearts are with Kibbutz Nir Yitzchak and all the surrounding areas. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you for speaking to us here on I-24
Thank you for letting me tell my story.
Thank you, Yotam. Ben Yamini, Eitan Dangot. These stories do not get easier to hear. The number of communities that have been shattered. Eitan, your thoughts?
I'm thinking about the Holocaust, the establishment of Israel as a country, and I'm not finding the word just to say it how it's today. How can it be that our country, after 75 years, faced such a big massacre that will be, I think, in our mind for the coming generations? You cannot also, when you hear all the evidence now that are coming more and more, you cannot even imagine in your mind that something like this, and I'm a military guy, I faced some occasions and lost friends, but to hear what these people, each one of them is a hero, each one of them was fighting for his and family's life alone, and the enemy was human without any kind of anything that human being should have in his mind and his heart. And it's something that gives not only a red line, a double red line for us, for our future plans here in this country to change and to create a country which will fight, first of all, to defend ourselves. How can we ask these people to return back, as I think that I told you, to live back in this kibbutzim by opening their window and to see few hundred meters from the window, again, Hamas post, should it be done? How can we live there while the generation that was lived under Hamas from 2007, age of young children till age of 30, is now coming to you, and they are a part of this radicalism. It's something that gives us, first of all, to complete our goal, to complete our mission, to bring our deads to their funerals, and to create a country which will supply, to apologize to these people who were the front of Israel in the south and didn't succeed to get the defending of the IDF at this part, and that we will be checked later on for all the lessons that we have. And now the last point is the small babies, the small children, the elder people that are keeping with these human animals in Gaza without being released, families. And nowadays, at the end, you find that there is not a cabin of a family that was not almost damaged or destroyed, individual or half of them completely.
Ben-Dror, the scale of this depravity is difficult 13 days later to even process, like we're just hearing right now. Two different accounts of just sheer terror and sheer pain for the young and for the old. A whole personal sense of security just shattered.
You know, I paid a visit Friday, less than a week after, and the devastation and what I saw, it was not easy. It was not easy. And I thought about the very fact that immediately after the 9/11, so many headlines saying something like, the world is going to change. Nothing is going to be the same. And we have to be very cautious because we say it now again. We say it. It's not going to be the same vis-a-vis the Hamas, vis-a-vis. Now we have to learn from the mistakes, and there were many mistakes of the West, because the jihad, the extreme Muslims, I mean, they are stronger now. They are stronger. So how not to repeat the mistakes of the free world from one hand? From the other hand, the free world should bear in mind that Israel is now in the front, but Israel is actually not representing only the West. Israel is representing in this battle also a lot of Muslims who are victims of this global jihad. So we are not alone. We don't have to be alone. And this march of leaders that are coming to Israel, I hope they do understand that they have a problem, and they have a problem in their own states, because we see the demonstration. We see what is going on in the universities in the United States. We see what is happening in the streets of London when people support this kind of massacre, the new Nazis, actually, and we have to call them by their name. We see it, and we have to learn. The West failed. The free world failed. We cannot allow ourselves to fail again.
Ben-Dror Yamini, Eitan Dangot, thank you both so much. We look to a time of change, we look to a time of resilience, and we look to a time of healing, but no doubt it's certainly going to take a very, very long time. We so appreciate you both being here in studio. And right now, we want to welcome from Herzliya here in Israel, Paul Charney from London, a company director. Paul, you were born here in Israel, I understand, but living in the UK for 2 decades. You heard the war had broken out, you were in London, and I hear you went to Heathrow Airport. Why?
Well, actually, I was born in South Africa, but yes, I lived in Israel for many years, and I served as an officer in the Shirion about 30 years ago, and moved to London, but felt I needed to be here right now.
Why did you need to be here right now?
There are a few major reasons. Number one, it's time for not just Israelis, but Jews around the world to unite. We've had a struggle for the last 8-9 months of total separation and infighting between Jews. And now it's time to unite. So what better way to unite than to come here? Number two, we owe a huge, not just apology, but responsibility to all those that have been affected in this war, all those Israelis and Jews that were murdered and slayed and kidnapped and missing. It's our responsibility. We let them down. We cannot do that again. And finally, I have to set an example to my children. When I teach them never again, well, this is never again. So we need to be here to make sure that those lessons are taught, not just to Israeli children, but to all Jewish children around the world. They know this is never again. I'm here to make sure they learn that example.
So how did your family respond when they heard that you were getting on a plane from London and coming here to a war zone?
Well, they weren't happy, as you can imagine. It was difficult for them to understand. My wife felt, and she's slightly disconnected, lives in London her whole life, and my children live in London their whole lives, and they haven't been brought up like Israeli children, knowing that their fathers, their brothers, and they themselves and sisters are going to serve in the Israeli army. That's a way of life in Israel. It's not a way of life overseas. So it's very hard for them to process that and understand that. And that's why it was so important for me to make that personal example, to help them understand. Now you're involved in this. Now you have a part to say in what happens, because your father's going, and now you'll sit up and take notice. But they weren't happy at all. But they understand, and they are fully supportive.
So give us an understanding, what kind of role can you be playing right now? The war is in day 13. We're hearing here in studio that this is likely to last for a long period, an intense period as well. What kind of role are you hoping to play here realistically?
I want to be a help, not a hindrance. So I've presented myself to the army to say, allow me to come back and serve in any position, in any role, anywhere in the country. It's for you to decide where you want me. I'm happy to serve in any way and to help. So I have been allowed to return back to reserve duty within the army. I'm just awaiting final orders to find out where they want to use me. I have built up certainly a huge amount of other skills since I've left the army.